Good morning, buenos dias, bienvenidos, Céad Míle Fáilte. Welcome to day 2 of South Summit here at the Playground stage. My name is Oisín Lunny. I'm an event MC and podcast host for Fortune 500 companies, and it's a real pleasure to be your host for this morning. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn or using the excellent South Summit app if you haven't installed it already. If you're enjoying yourself, feel free to share the love using the hashtag SouthSummit21. Okay, so today at the Playground stage this morning is all about money, fintech, and insurtech. They say that money makes the world go round. Yuval Noah Harari said that money was even the most successful idea that humanity has ever had, more successful than any language or religion. We all agree on the concept of money. It's kind of a big deal. So South Summit 2021 is providing a meeting point between today's opportunities and tomorrow's reality, both for the wonderful people right here in La Nave, in Madrid, the many hundreds, if not thousands of people joining us via the live stream, and everybody who's watching on demand. Hola, bienvenidos. Okay, so at the Playground stage this morning, we are going to have a sensational lineup, bringing you the best and brightest minds in money, fintech, and insurtech. We're going to look at some of the big topics in the sector, things like open banking, blockchain, cryptocurrency, financial services, impact, insurtech, and ecosystems. And then we're going to meet some scale-ups and meet the Scale-Up Spain network. I just wanted to say a very, very special thanks to our global partners for this track, who are Sabadell and Mutua Madrileña. Thank you so much for your support. All of us at South Summit really appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to kick off with our first wonderful panel. It's all about the next generation of open banking. Open banking is important because we live in a world of connected ecosystems. Our expectations of consumer experience are for seamless interaction across platforms, across sectors, and open banking can really deliver on this promise. So we have some fantastic experts who are going to talk to you about open banking this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them each a big round of applause because it's early and we need the energy in the room, and it would be very much appreciated. So ladies and gentlemen, your first big round of applause should go to the country manager, Spain and Portugal at Tink AB. Please welcome to the stage, Beatriz Jimenez. Thank you. Welcome, Beatriz. Bienvenidos. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to introduce our moderator for the session this morning, who is the CEO of Receive. Please welcome to the stage, Paul Josefak. Thank you. Welcome, Paul. Okay, and now we're going to have a round of applause that is going to be appreciated virtually as we welcome, beaming in from the UK, the CCO of Yapily. Please welcome Ian McDougall. Hey, fantastic. Wonderful. Okay, Paul, thank you so much. The stage is yours.
Thank you for that energetic introduction. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to try and get a couple of questions answered here about open banking. But before we kick off, I'd like to ask both Ian and Beatriz to do a little bit of an introduction, more than just what your role is, a little bit about the company, maybe give us a minute on what you're doing right now. I'll ask Beatriz to start, and then Ian, you can jump in as well. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So my role is being country manager for Spain and Portugal at Tink. Tink is the leading provider in Europe of open banking. And what we do is we connect to financial institutions in order to provide access to financial data to our partners. So through our platform, you could connect and reach over 250 million bank users and their data to create great experiences for the end consumers, to be able to develop new products and to open up, as it was mentioned, the financial services to a broader ecosystem.
Great, thank you. Ian, how about you? Ian, we unfortunately can't hear you. I hope they can do something. Give us 2 seconds. Can you guys check that we can get his audio? Why don't we try again, Ian? Give us another test, Ian. Still there? We can't hear you. Well, then why don't we do this? Why they figure out Ian, I'll come back to him. Why don't I start with you, Beatriz, just so we can keep this moving. So we have discussed a couple of questions about open banking. We tried to make this interesting. The first one I wanted to ask is basically to say, are we already in the next generation of open banking, or are we still getting to quasi the early stages of open banking? Why don't you start with that, Beatriz?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Actually, we did a very recent survey at Tink in 2021, and what we saw is that there is a positive sentiment to open banking that is more there than ever, and that everyone believes that open banking would have a revolutionary effect in the industry. But on the other side, in our survey to a bunch of financial executives, what we saw is that around 37% of them would still think that to have the full impact of open banking, we need a decade. This is because it requires a full transformation, and transformation does not happen overnight. On the other hand, if we look on how important open banking could be for them and how positive they feel that it would really change their business as well as the end consumer, it's that the positiveness towards open banking has increased from 55% in 2019 to 71% this year.
Wow.
So I would say that we are starting the run, but we need to really embrace the opportunity, and probably by partnering with fintechs like Yapli or Tink, then we could accelerate and maybe shorten up the decade to 5 years, 7 years, but we are already in the run.
Okay. Ian, are you here with us yet? Another test? Nope, still waiting. So actually a follow-up question to that. So if you see that the speed is picking up, and there's a lot of players in the market, so you kind of hear about new companies every day, is it even possible that we could be even faster to quasi-adoption because it just becomes something that everyone's very aware of? Or is there still just a natural barrier to kind of how fast it can quasi-evolve?
In my opinion, I don't think that having more companies serving open banking would really accelerate. I think we have a number of significant players, and open banking is a game of scale. So you need to be able to provide a platform with a global coverage or a pan-European coverage in order for the financial services industry players as well as other sectors like utilities and telcos to adopt it. So if we're talking about drivers for adoption, I would say that focus should be more on UX, improving the UX, on regulators really making sure that regulation is fully applied and that it fulfills its objectives, which is allowing the end user to really own its financial data, to really own its financial services, and decide who they want to bank with, and when do they want to have a banking experience that it does not necessarily need to be within a banking app. It can be somewhere else, or it can also be a great experience in a banking app, and then you just do it there. It's for the end consumer to use.
Okay. And are those the biggest challenges, or are there also other challenges that you would see kind of in the, let's say, next 1 to 2 years? I mean, what's gonna slow things down?
Yeah. So on the one hand, one thing that happens in Europe is that we are fragmented, and that means that each and every country has its own way of interpreting open banking, its own way of implementing open banking that hinders this game of scale that I was talking about. So the more that we can be homogeneous, the more that we can play a role where everyone speaks the same language and implements in the same way, the more we could accelerate. That's one. The other one would be around providing the end user the security as well as the user experience that would allow them to familiarize with open banking and do not be scared about initiating financial services in a different environment, do not be scared to share their financial services data, and to really think of open banking as many of the processes that we're very familiar today, like NFC payment or other kinds of things.
What about the sophistication of the markets? So, for example, here's in the Spanish market, let's say comparing Spain to France or Germany. Is there a huge difference between the geographies in terms of evolution, or where does Spain stand right now in that cycle?
Yeah, I do think that there are some differences, and to be very frank and honest, I think that the UK, for example, is one of the leading markets where we can see open banking really taken up for many different use cases. Across Europe, we have diversity, and I would say Spain fits kind of an average. So we were lucky enough to have a player like Eurobit, which got acquired by Tink last year, that was leading the pace since 2008. That means that most financial institutions in Spain already adopted a form of open banking, even pre-PSD2. So on the other hand, I think that there is still room for improvement on that user experience that I was talking about. One of the things that we like to talk about is that we need to improve the user experience one screen at a time. So we should not expect customers to go through 12 screens, for example, to be able to share their financial services data. So that's where Spain could maybe take or adopt some of the learnings from the Nordics countries, like Sweden, for example, where Tink comes from, where the open banking user experience is a lot more seamless and easy for the end user.
Okay. Ian, I really apologize that you're just actively watching, so this is like a public showing.
Oh, no.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Now we got you. There you are.
Brilliant. Thank you.
I'm so happy we caught you. So why don't we take a step back? Why don't you introduce yourself a little bit as well, and then we'll keep moving. Go ahead.
Sure, I will do. And look, I was very curious as to how this combination of physical and virtual panel might work. So the difficulties were interesting to see. Hi, everybody. Ian McDougall. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer here at Yaply. Very sorry that I can't be there in person with you today. Yaply, just by way of context, is an open banking infrastructure and tools provider. So in many respects, we do things very similar to what the team at Tink do. Equally, though, there are certainly some differences, and the approach or the angle that we take is very much that we're about building the enabling infrastructure and tools so that our customers can build on top of our platform to create, amazing, financial products and services for our customers, for their customers, by leveraging open data and payments. So I caught the tail end, I guess, of what Beatrice was just saying there. I guess around kind of the point of fragmentation and so forth in the market. I would echo actually a lot of exactly what Beatrice just said about this. We have very significant kind of diversity of maturity across Europe, and the way I think about this concept of open banking maturity, it's always hard to say, are we in the first phase? Are we in the second phase? Are we in the third phase? Because actually, I think this scale of maturity for open banking is certainly, far more kind of logarithmic than linear. And so I think it's, we've certainly made amazing progress, as an industry over the course of the last couple of years since PSD2, the overarching piece of regulation, has been in effect. But equally, I think we'll look back, in years to come on this period of time and say, wow, we were genuinely still just getting started, especially in the context, I think, of open finance, which is obviously the next evolution of open banking. Though we've hit zones, I think, which shows us that this is, open banking is now clearly in the mainstream. I mean, there in Spain, significant growth in, API calls, adoption, and so forth. Around 20% kind of compounding growth just within the Spanish market, since the start of this year. And equally, I think what we've seen is that I think it is because of the genesis of open banking having really started to in the PSD2 form that we know it, here in the UK. We've seen almost 100x increase in the number of user consents and API calls that have occurred over the last 3 years, taking us into the realms of about 6 billion calls that we saw in 2020. So account-to-account payments for sure as part of open banking, definitely now in the mainstream. And I think, to the question of, are we in the next generation? I think it's, we're on the continuum. And I think if we look at it now, I think it's fair to say that we're definitely at least in phase 2. Who knows exactly how many phases there will be ahead.
It was hosted by the bank that is my previous employer, and so I realized I may need a new one, And so this one are unofficial. We made them.
Yeah, listen to you. Your microphone was connected.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's the kind of thing that should never happen.
Test, test. Okay, there we are. Sorry about this, guys. I apologize for all the technical hiccups. Ian, I was actually asking the question as a Chief Commercial Officer. Have you adapted your sales strategy kind of year for year? I mean, how have you quasi evolved with the strategy of sales and approaching the market when it comes to your industry?
Yeah, look, for sure we have. I think, you know, when open banking first started, like any new technology and any new piece of regulation, there are always kind of the early adopters and the early innovators, that's for sure. And so I think there was a natural attraction to open banking from both from banks as well as from fintechs, being the two fundamental kind of customer groups within the market. And what I think we've seen happen, especially over the course of the last 12 months, is the different use cases that open banking enables have become more mature and more widespread and more broadly adopted. Then, you know, equally, you know, we as a company have certainly started to kind of focus ourselves more on depth of understanding of specific use cases and customer types, so that we can continue to deliver the value that, you know, customers are expecting from us. And really what we hear customers wanting us to be doing for them is taking it back to this point of fragmentation, is taking that away. What our customers want to be doing is building better and fairer financial services and products for consumers and businesses, and want us to take care of the complexity of the regulation and the infrastructure and the connectivity to banks. So I think it's fair to say for sure that over the course of the last 12 months in particular, we very much kind of tailored our approach to the market to make sure that we're focusing on the things that are most important for our customers.
Very good. Beatrice, I'll start with you now. What's the roadmap for innovation? So where's open banking going?
Yeah, I think Ian already tipped towards it. So open banking is moving towards not only accessing data, but also initiating payment, and even more than that, being able to embed general banking services in different experiences. So from the data perspective, I still think that there is a lot to be done in terms of leveraging this data to contextualize, personalize, and be able to develop services for the end consumers that wouldn't be possible without open banking. If we look at payments, that really changes the whole ecosystem in terms of how consumers would approach real-time payment. So right now, it seems that credit card or debit card would be almost the only way to pay online. And if you're able to embed payments within your own experience and make it as seamless as possible, that is completely changing the ecosystem. And then we talk about OpenX, as Ian was talking about. If financial services are obliged to open up their services, their data, their payments to third parties, shouldn't we expect the same from other sectors? And I'm talking about utilities, telcos, and tech companies. And that would mean a full new ecosystem where information and services could be shared in a seamless way. And that would actually mean the blurring of frontiers between sectors. And that's, of course, not today, but I have no doubt it will be the future.
With all the innovation that's coming down the pipe, who do you think is going to be most disrupted? I mean, who's going to be hit by this the most?
Yeah, so one thing that I truly believe is that open banking will help to grow the pipe. So I think everyone can benefit. First, the end user. Second, those ones that are really there to embrace it, to develop the best product, the best experience for the end users will be the winners, will be the ones that could take that pipe that is growing. And it can be banks, it can be fintechs, it can be big techs. It's all on them to really embrace the power of this. There would, of course, be some players that might lag behind, and that could end up being the famous dump pipes. But everyone has the power and has the opportunity to embrace it. And I would say that partnering with fintechs is a very good way to live with all this complexity that Ian was mentioning about. Why should they take care of all this complexity, regulation, fragmentation? I remember when PSD2 was established that some people would say that it would become a commodity. It is not a commodity. It is a business that needs to be managed We do have over 300 engineers just to maintain a platform. Do we want each and every bank to have that by themselves? Not sure.
Ian, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think to the point around where the innovation is going to come from. I think we've got the foundations of open banking, kind of the kind of mandatory components, I guess in place now. And as I said earlier, account-to-account payments, for example, are now in the mainstream, and I genuinely believe that they will become the norm over the course of the next little while. I think we'll continue to see a ton of innovation in that space, decentralized finance, embedding, other kind of banking-related services in some of these experiences as well. I think the other area of innovation, one of the other areas of innovation that will come will be some of the more advanced capabilities that are kind of defined in the open bank specifications, but maybe aren't yet kind of mandatorily enforced by the regulators and the national competent authorities in countries across Europe. I think one example of this is this concept of variable recurring payments, right? And I won't go into the details here for everybody's sake of exactly what that's about, but you can think of that as kind of an more advanced form of payment. That's most like direct debits as we know them in kind of the traditional payments world, but a far better, smoother and seamless kind of end user experience that comes from it. I think the other areas where we'll see more transparency and innovation, and we'll definitely see some winners here, will be specifically in relation to kind of transparency and privacy and control over data for end users, be they consumers or businesses as well. And I think it's fair to say that a lot of the solutions that will be built in that space we haven't conceived of as yet. And I think to the point around disruption and kind of are there going to be winners and losers in this game? I absolutely agree with everything that Beatrice just said. There is a genuine win-win opportunity here. The classic meme is that the big traditional banks are going to be the losers. I don't agree with that at all, to be perfectly honest. I think the opportunity is there for them to capitalize. Actually, coming from a fintech myself, I have a high degree of empathy for the large traditional banks, and I know that may not be a popular statement for some people, but there's a lot of analogies here to what's happened in the telco sector, for example, over the course of the last 10 or 15 years, where there was the risk that the infrastructure that they had spent so much time building became commoditized and turned into just kind of pipes, where all the higher value services were layered over the top by the innovative solution providers that built on top of kind of the internet as the platform. And I think banks realize that. And I think there's a real opportunity, however, for banks to innovate through partnership and organically, and we're seeing that many examples of that already now in the open banking space. But I think we should also not lose sight of the fact
we're running out of time. Can you last point? 10 seconds.
Sure. Yeah, no worries at all. I mean, look, ultimately, the winners and businesses, right? Better, fairer financial services and financial inclusion, which is really the name of the game.
All right, on that note, I apologize for the technical difficulties we had. Beatrice, Ian, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And that's it for us. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Paul, Beatrice. Wonderful, wonderful. That was great. And apologies for the technical issues. It can sometimes happen. Also, I should point out that our speakers who join us virtually, they can't obviously see the clock in the front of the screen, so they do need a bit of a nudge sometimes by our wonderful moderators. And you can tell that Paul has absolutely done this before. Okay, guess what's so hot right now? DeFi, decentralized finance, distributed finance, I beg your pardon. It is absolutely one of the hottest topics in finance, and you'll see the hashtag everywhere getting a lot of traction. We've got a fantastic panel for you that's going to do a deep dive into distributed finance. What is it? How does it work? And how can you use it? What does it mean to you? I'm going to introduce first our moderator for this session. Please welcome to the stage the founding partner of Node Capital, Amos Mieri. Thank you. Amos, welcome Amos to the stage with a round of applause. Thank you. I know Yeah, I know it's early. You know, we've got to get the caffeine flowing through the veins now to get the energy up. Okay, and we're going to give a big round of applause to our next VIP speaker. He is the co-founder of 2Pi. Please welcome Mauricio Velez. Thank you. And speaker number 3 is not only the chief economist at Algorand, he is also a professor in 3 universities. 1, 2, 3. Please give a big round of applause to Massimo Morini. Thank you. Excellent. And rounding up our VIP lineup, we have the Chief Digital Officer of Vibank. Please welcome to the stage, Edmond Pallerola. Thank you, Edmond. Wonderful. Okay, looking forward to a great talk all about distributed finance. Amos, the stage is yours.
All right. Hey, everyone. We'll try and make it, as much as open conversation as we can with the audience. So if you have like an immediate question, you can raise your hand and we can approach you. But it's really interesting because I think 5 years ago I was here talking about blockchain and crypto in general, and we got like a very small room. And now the room is bigger. It's already saying something about blockchain and where we are today. So we'll start with a very short introduction of each one of the people here. So,
okay, so hi, Mauricio Velez is my name. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm just founded a blockchain protocol called 2Pi Network. And basically, our mission is to connect fintech applications across the world to the DeFi space. And we're about to launch in a month. So that's who am I.
Thank you. I'm Massimo Morini. I'm chief economist at Algorand, which is a public blockchain, a proof-of-stake public blockchain, which means that is similar, to other blockchains and cryptos in the sense of being totally open and decentralized, but differently from other blockchains, is also totally green, because that's what proof-of-stake means. About my role, I'm a chief economist, which means that, a blockchain, a public blockchain is always at the same time, a technological reality and an economic reality. Myself and my team, we look at the part which is the economy, that in a sense, the purpose of blockchains is a totally new technology to allow a totally new economy. So that's what we do.
Hello, my name is Edmond Pallerola. I'm the Chief Digital Officer at Vibank, a Chief Digital Officer that belongs also to the Executive Committee, which is quite rare from traditional banking. But my occupation, as a summary, I would say there is to make the bank, to make the evolution from the traditional banking to the DeFi model.
All right. So just as kind of disclosure, I'm an investor in 2Pi, as well as advising the Algorand Foundation for a couple of years. So maybe we'll start with kind of give me 1 minute of what is decentralized finance. Who wants to start?
Oh, what an honor. No, I mean, decentralized finance is decentralized finance. So if we think of all the things that we associate with finance or our finances, from making payments, holding our savings, making some contracts to try to increase, our wealth or to hedge ourselves against some risks. Yeah, let's imagine this done in a decentralized way, which means that you don't need to go to any specific institution and speak to a person and signing papers, discussing these kind of things, and also then knowing that you are in the hands of the institutions you are dealing with. No, the idea of decentralized finance is that you actually go into services that you can access from your computer, and you don't need an intermediary to do them technically. And once you are into an agreement, that's controlled and managed by smart contract, by technology, in a way which is decentralized, is visible to everyone, is in a sense auditable by anyone, you know. Obviously, this opens a new land of opportunities, a new land of issues, but it's amazing that we have been dreaming of this for many years, you know, so people also coming from traditional finance and the world of fintech and so on, and now we are really seeing the dawn of this reality.
Yeah.
I think another way to describe is it's a peer-to-peer permissionless global financial system, and well, once you get into DeFi, you realize there's a huge shift happening here. Anyone can basically get involved into financial markets in a decentralized manner on a global format, basically, and it's going to change finance forever, I think.
Can I try maybe? I'll try and give my take, and we'll move to Edmund. So to me, let's say, for example, lending, right? If today you need a loan, you go to the bank, right? This is usually how it works today with most people. Then, I guess like 5-7 years ago, we started to see fintech companies, which developed another layer on top of that, which they call peer-to-peer lending. It means that there is still an intermediary, but I'm lending a specific person or a specific project, and there is an intermediary in a fintech company who's kind of curate all of the loans. In decentralized finance, we don't even have that fintech in the middle. It's me making business with someone that I never met. I never had a chance to, kind of trust him in any way because I don't need to. Math and code basically taking care of all of the challenges that we have on other financial products today, that we need a lawyer, we need a bank, we need someone to trust in. So it removes basically all of the barriers of trust and allowing people to do business together without an intermediary. That really helps with fees, access to people who doesn't have access to banking, and definitely, from my point of view, is going to be the future of finance. Edmund?
Completely right, and also agree with my colleagues. As a summary, I would say, and also to complement everything you said, DeFi, it means all the ordinary financial services that you are using every day through your apps, but instead of doing it through an intermediary, which is going to be a bank or an insurance company, with no intermediaries in the middle. This is mostly short, brief description of DeFi.
I think maybe to kind of like emphasize how it actually works. Okay, so I want to start test and use decentralized finance today after this workshop. Like, what do I do? Okay, what are the examples of actual protocols where I can now go and take a loan, or give a loan, or provide liquidity, or any other use case that you want to talk about? Like, give us real examples how I can use it right now.
Well, I think I'll tell you my own experience. I think one of my first experiences in DeFi was with a protocol that is called Aave. So Aave is managing right now close to $26 billion in a permissionless way. And it allows you to, anywhere in the world, to the simple click, go and take a loan, right? And for me, when I did that, it was like a mind-blowing experience, because I was thinking anyone, for example, in my own country, in Argentina, that is outside of the financial system was able to take a loan without even having to have any credit history or any presenting a passport or something like that. So it is something that is going to change. So from lending to borrowing, those are like those typical DeFi main applications, but many more are coming basically.
Well, for me, DeFi at the beginning was really a desire, in the sense that I've been working for a financial institution for more than 15 years, and I was managing a team doing complex financial products, And I realized that so much, of the risk, so much of the shadows, so much of the difficulty that surrounded those products. By the way, I also experienced, the financial crisis, like everyone here. And I realized that this new technology, and in general technology, could help a lot, making this much better, So I started to write papers on that, started to do tests. They were noticed, they were published on the press, they were noticed by regulators and so on. But, it was a very long journey. Then I joined the foundation of a public blockchain, Algorand, because I thought that probably this reality was going to happen there first, It's always been the doubt, is actually the new finance going to come from the old finance that is able to modernize, or it's going to come, from the new realities, technology, and so on, that increase their understanding of the needs of people from all the economic aspects and start providing services in a new way. Well, it seems it's being the second thing, at least starting 1 or 2 years ago, we have started to see really amazing things, happening in the DeFi space based on blockchains. Not everything is good, absolutely. Some things are bad. Few things may be wonderful, maybe not yet perfect, but wonderful. You're already making examples, but I can think of other examples. The first ones maybe we observed. The capability to create a possibility, to save, or a possibility to invest for the different counterparties of a smart contract through the creation of an algorithmic coin whose price is stabilized exactly by two sides, one that wants to save, and so they want to have a coin who is stable, or otherwise the others that want to take a risk to allow this. This happened, in another blockchain. It was the first evidence that this was possible. But, then in the older blockchains, these things were possible, but also very inefficient, Now, for example, at Algorand, which is a blockchain of new generation, such things are technically possible at a level of efficiency, speed, with a kind of smart contracts, which is not comparable, to the past. And we are seeing, in any case, in blockchains of all generations, the rise of services, like, for example, the possibility of doing exchanges, of digital assets in a decentralized way. So without an intermediary, without anyone looking at what is your order and matching this, the match can be done by the technology. And even the liquidity can be provided by other players. I mean, for a person like me who has been in the traditional financial world for so many years, it's incredible, It's really incredible. And also now Algorand is flourishing with these services as well.
Algorand is now worth more than $10 billion, so it's not a small thing.
I would say that, well, one should check the price, because let's always remember, that cryptos involve an economic risk, and there is also technology that needs to be understood, so it's something to be taken seriously, like every beautiful and important thing, by the way. In any case, without making any checks, I would say for sure we are actually more than 10 billion market value, absolutely.
Good for you. Well, I would say that DeFi is possible. You may understand that DeFi is possible thanks to blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, is the technology that makes every change into a database, it recorded in an immutable way, which it means nobody can change it. Okay? There's other variables, but let me define it you in a general way. So if no one can change this transaction into a database, it gives you like an official certificate that this change has been done and nobody can change it, okay? So why institutions, banking institutions or financial institutions exist nowadays? To certificate all these transactions that you do through your apps. So if the technology replaces the financial institutions, this is why DeFi can exist, because you don't need an intermediary. The technology is the certificate that you're already doing this operation with another peer.
Yeah. And maybe I'll try and also like level it down a little bit and give more specific examples. So we talked about removing service providers in finance, right? Like, so I gave the example of loans, so removing the intermediary in the intermediaries creating the trust for loans. This is one use case where DeFi basically solved that, or trying to solve that. Let's take another service. I don't know if you know, but in any exchange there is a role called a market maker, someone who's basically making sure that the book with the bid and ask is full and there is always liquidity in the market for people to trade in. There is different DeFi protocols that create an automated market making, which means it's a formula, it's a mathematical formula that calculates the price in real time and basically remove the need in a market maker. Another application that Massimo kind of like touches algorithmic stable coins, let's say, or and there, who are we removing? Basically, we're kind of removing the central bank role, right? Because the central bank prints money, remove money from circulation and doing some different actions to create a stable economy, doing less good in Argentina and in other places. But I mean, it's a very challenging job to do. So what if, we had a formula, a mathematical formula that can deal basically with all of the scenarios and deal with the economic pressure or demand in real time. So we're able to create a stable coin, which means, for example, we're making sure that it's pegged to the dollar 1-to-1, and no one basically controls that coin because it prints and burns money basically in real time and automatically. So those are like just examples for 3 applications, but as an entrepreneurs or people who are interested in this space, it just gives you a way to think about where there are intermediaries today. Insurance, okay? There are protocols that are doing automatic insurance. So everything that you can approve that have been made on the blockchain, you can create an insurance protocol. So every intermediary in the financial world is basically going to be disrupted by this technology on the long term. And I think, if you're an entrepreneur looking at a space and kind of like investigating and starting to build something, is something that I would highly recommend, because we're really just in the beginning of that kind of revolution.
I would say, Amos, also to complement your it is right what you're saying. Banking industry, for instance, with this new model, it loses a lot of services, a lot. But, however, I must say that it earns a lot more.
Yeah, of course. It will take a lot of time. Yeah.
And in order to know how an institution should change, how should evolve, to make the new business model, the problem is that the security that are inside an institution needs to have a neuroelasticity, which I call neuroelasticity, to forget everything they know from the financial industries during the last, 30, 25 years. I don't care how much time you are in the financial industry.
Well, in some cases we can talk about centuries, because there are some processes at the root of finance who are centuries old, For example, the way we transfer money, let's say particularly if we think of from a country to a country, well, I'm going to make a joke, that sounds slightly different in Spain from the way it sounds, if we were in the United States or in China, or obviously in my country, which is not so far away. In the wording of moving money across banks, there are some accounts which are called nostro and vostro. You probably can understand, but just a person who is only English speaking or Chinese speaking, that doesn't Mandarin or Cantonese, does not understand. And the reason why these names are spread across the whole world is because it's a technology that was created in the north of Italy and in Tuscany, in the Renaissance, by bankers, from different countries. Many of them were Jews, by the way. And then they moved to London, they moved to other countries, including Spain and France and so on, and they spread this model, Guys, I always make the joke to realize that we're still using a technological idea, a business process, if you like, which dates back to the Renaissance. Okay, obviously, then now the communication to update the Nostro Vostro accounts is super fast. They are super technologically managed, but the root is so old, So I do think that FinTech is doing fantastic things, But I was more attracted, for example, when I looked at crypto and blockchain, to a totally different idea of technology, for example, to move money. At least I'm happy to see a world now where there is competition between different models,
Yeah.
The thing also, talking about Mauricio, we were talking about this before. The problem that we will have in the future, it will be the same for everyone. It is how can we put all this technology, all these services into the consumer.
Yeah.
And this, the financial institutions needs to adapt it through the company of Mauricio in order to make to the final user to make it a satisfactory experience for him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We don't see the banks are going to disappear, nor the fintechs are going to disappear. I mean, they understand UX, UI, they understand regulation and so on. So we believe that blockchain technology will be basically the infrastructure of all those fintech applications, all those banks. But basically, the end user won't even notice that it's running behind, and that's the bridge that we're building with our protocol, basically. But we don't see any disappearance. We see an evolution, basically, between centralized finance, banks, fintechs, and decentralized finance working together, building the new financial markets of the future, basically.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there was this moment in 2012. I was living in Cyprus for some time, working for a company called eToro, and there was a financial crisis. And while I knew how banks works and how the financial system works, as I was in finance for some time, there was the financial crisis and people couldn't withdraw money from their own bank account. There were lines of people waiting to withdraw 25 euros a day as their budget. And, to me, it was, I suddenly, and the bank took some of my money because they needed to survive. And this is also, to me, luckily, the time where I read the white paper of Satoshi and Bitcoin and got into the space heavily. So to me, I think that it's very different to know how the financial system works and to experience, some pitfalls and things that could happen. So before we're going into the challenges of DeFi, because it's not a beautiful pink world, right? There are a lot of challenges, a lot of issues, etc. Maybe we'll open up for questions. Anyone wants to ask something that is interesting for him? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so I have a question.
Yeah.
So it might be a bit technical for someone, for some of you, but in the non-speakers. So what do you guys think of the opposition of the public's blockchain like Ethereum and Solana, decentralized application platforms, and the side chains of Bitcoin like Liquid or Lightning? How do you see the differences between them, and also in regards to the network effects that Bitcoin might have?
Yeah, so I can go first, but I'll let you guys.
I think it's a little bit too technical probably, but we're definitely going to be living in a multi-chain world. So if there is something that you need to look at is the communities around each one of them, right? So because communities are developers building products for the users and so on. So I think we're definitely moving into the multi-chain world, and just look at the communities on each one of those chains.
Yeah, I mean, when I started, I thought that Bitcoin is going to be the only thing. We also built the first protocol on top of Bitcoin, Colored Coins, which was the one that enabled for the first time to issue digital assets, with Vitalik, who afterwards started Ethereum. I think very differently right now. I think there is a lot of space for different innovation. You know, Algorand is a very, very good example for novel, really novel technology that have room in that new world. So definitely we're going to be in a multi-chain world, and you'll have a lot of layer 2s, etc. We really just started. Yeah.
Just to add one comment here, just to give you a sense of size that we're talking, the DeFi market, it really has a little bit more than a year that it's really working. And the market is now around like $200 billion in only
$200 billion,
yeah.
Yeah.
And there are only 10 million MetaMask accounts, basically. So it's super, super, super small. The whole crypto space is 2 trillion. If you look at the whole financial market, it's tiny, right? So this is really, really early days, actually.
It's not mature yet, no.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's an amazing figure if we think of that, you know, comparing to... I do remember the first time when talking about Bitcoin, we said, oh, it's 1 billion, you know. I was working in a bank at that time, and some people said, well, now that the market value of the total Bitcoin is more than 1 billion, it's a serious thing. Well, I mean, everyone obviously in the bank was obvious. It was obvious that that was very small. Well, it was very, very back, you know, very small. But come on, it's 1 billion.
Yeah.
Think of the figures that you were mentioning now.
When Facebook went down,
it's
Bitcoin
a trend,
crossed
you know.
the value of Facebook.
It's a trend.
We'll give a chance for more questions. Yeah.
Hi there. I'm Sergio from Gatagan. We are working with self-sovereign identity technology.
With what, sorry?
Self-sovereign identity technology,
Okay.
like digital identities. So my question is around how do you see the mixing of both worlds, like this with the old world of finance and this new world of finance in a regulatory perspective? When you talk about KYC, GDPR, how do you see mixing those worlds in terms of, because many of these protocols are fully anonymous, and when you have to mix those worlds, how do you see the futures? And
Well, maybe I can answer better that.
We'll let the bank answer.
Well, first of all, let me say that it's a very good question. This is my actual daily job every day, is to go together with the regulators in order to make them calm of what we are doing and what we are going to develop. No? But I guess that the only way we can in order an institutional financial services institution that it is regulated, and we have a lot of instruction from our regulators to report, and also to make sure the origin of the funds of our customers. So make sure there is not comes from anti-money laundering, it doesn't come from finance the terrorism, and so on. Okay. So what we are going to do here? There are many protocols. There are going to exist as many protocols as needs. So it will exist a lot. But of course, the bank, we will need to do a key, an independent key, a fixed key that will give the access to these protocols. And obviously, this is a smart contract. It will be the KYC, the proof of address, and all the due diligence that we have to do customers. It will be, never it will be a DeFi 100% pure.
Yeah, and this is really rare hearing that for a bank. It's super advanced for where banks are today. I wish we had like more time. I think we can have like another 2 hours session, seriously. But yeah, we will be outside. Happy to answer any questions. And yeah, we'll talk soon. Thank you so much.
Perfecto, perfecto. Muchísimas gracias. And that's a very kind offer to answer any questions. A young man in the front there is going to absolutely come and be asking you questions very, very soon. What a fascinating session. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, like many, many sessions here at the Playground stage, I do get the feeling the conversation could continue. It could actually be a day-long special all about the subject, which is very, very cool. Okay, so we all know that financial inclusion is very important. It's very important for our planet. It's very important for all of us moving forward. It makes for a fairer, better society. Technology has a role. Financial services has a role. It's a big area. And I'm very, very pleased to introduce our next panel, which is all about the democratization of financial services. And the moderator is a good friend, a great friend and supporter of South Summit. So I'd love for you to give her a very, very warm round of applause. Please welcome to the stage the founder and principal advisor for TCJ FinTech Advisory, Tamara Semlin-Jones. Thank you. Wonderful. And Tamara is absolutely one of our very best. Oh, Tara is one of our very, very best friends on the planet here. And please welcome to the stage Alejandro Zala, the country manager, Spain and Portugal for Bitpanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. And speaker number 2 is Juan Seco, who is the VP of Financial Services for Jumia. Please welcome to the stage Juan. Thank you. Excellent. And joining us via the magic of technology and that wonderful screen there is the director for Iberia for PayPal, a small startup that some of you may have heard of. Please welcome to the stage Miguel Ángel Cuesta. Bienvenidos, Miguel.
Hello.
Wonderful.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy the session. Clara, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ocean, for that wonderful introduction and getting my name wrong, which makes it very easy. I'm joking. It is absolutely wonderful to be back here again in person. I don't know whether you attended last year digitally, but it's been great fun to see people, to be able to talk to people, and to be able to go to a party, which is very exciting. This is a wonderful panel, which is very, very exciting. And I'm just going to introduce, sort of in order of sequence, Miguel Ángel Cuesta has been recently at PayPal, but has been in this area for over 20 years. So he is an absolute specialist in terms of payments. And PayPal, as you all know, is the grandfather of fintech, really. And I got a little bit of a shock when I saw that the grandfather of fintech actually only started in 1998. So that's how fast things have moved over the last few years. PayPal, as you all know, now has a sort of capitalization of 300 billion. To put that into comparison, that's around, well, Santander is around 70 billion. So if you look at the scale of how these companies have grown over the last few years, it is very, very dramatic. One of the founders, Peter Thiel, has also been a great investor in my next guest's company, who is Alejandro Zala from Bitpanda. And he has been a big supporter from the very, very beginning. Bitpanda, for those who don't know it, is a digital asset exchange platform, which has been incredibly successful. And I'm not going to steal Alejandro's thunder, but it's a very interesting concept. And then we have Juan Seco Delgado from Jumia. I'm going to now say it wrong, Jumia, which is the first African unicorn in terms of fintech, which is terribly exciting. It started in Nigeria. It is now active in 11 countries. Juan is responsible for Jumia Pay, which is now in 7 countries, 8 countries. And again, that's now listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So a very credible, very solid company. So now, without any further ado, I'm going to allow each one of my panelists to introduce themselves and give a little bit of their personal history and their involvement in their companies. So we're going to start with Miguel Ángel.
Hello. Hi everyone. Hi, Tara, Juan, and Alejandro, and hello to all the the audience there and virtual. Sorry for not being able to make it in person. I'm 1 year now at PayPal, but it's my second time in the company. So I spent a couple of years between 2013 and 2015. As you said, Tara, I got a payments background, 20 years, 21 now in the payments industry, mostly focused on the merchant side in acquirers. So I have been in different companies like First Data, Elavon, or Ingenico, and always looking at creating and improving shopping experiences with our customers.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me to this great place. So I started in traditional finance. Basically, I did an investment banking career. I went through Banco Santander, JP Morgan, Arcano, until I definitely understand that the future was fully digital and that the opportunities to make a big difference in society and in life were on the digital side. So I started moving very slowly to fintech. I was also part of BNext, which is the biggest new bank in Spain. I've been also in Openbank, which is the digital bank of Santander. And finally, Bitpanda. I was very close to crypto since a long time, but when they called me, it's never a very obvious change. I have to confess that many of my family and related people said, "Are you crazy? Crypto? That is the Wild Wild West." And only 1 year after that, I'm like the lucky guy, you know? So only in 1 year, the perception of the people that surrounded me changed dramatically. And this is the best example of how finance is moving towards a more digital, DeFi, crypto, and all this kind of, new technology finance.
Yeah, so lots of similarities, I would say. So also started in a very traditional background in a Big Four. For 10 years working in in a Big Four in transaction services and financial services assurance. And after 10 years in New York, we decided to take a bit of an adventure and go to Africa. So we moved to Kenya and find an amazing opportunity with Jumia, which at the time was a tiny startup. Although it started in Nigeria in 2012, the idea of jumping ship to a more adventurous industry was very appealing. So joined Jumia as a CFO for the Kenya operations, and then very soon after we started looking at building Jumia Pay, which we started late 2015, early 2016. And since then, working with Jumia Pay now, which has two areas, merchants, consumers. I focus mostly on the consumer financial services. Jumia, for those of you that don't know, as Tara presented, is now the largest e-commerce in Africa. We are present in 11 markets, and we have what we call the enablers. One is the logistics arm, which we built a proprietary tool for that to handle all the logistics, and the other one is the payments, which is Jumia Pay. So, pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you for these wonderful introductions. And the topic for today is democratization, which is a very difficult word to say, so I won't repeat it too often, of financial services. And obviously, you can see that each panelist has a slightly different experience because they're involved in a slightly different part of the financial services chain. So once again, we're going to start with Miguel Angel, who PayPal has been in this area for a very long time, who's going to give us a bit of his point of view from a PayPal perspective.
Okay, the democratization, as you said, is a big topic. PayPal, because of our size, because our contribution plays a central role in facilitating payments, financial services, and commerce. Just for reference, on top of our capitalization, our platform support 403 million active accounts. We process 1.25 trillion in volume in more than 200 countries. We really believe that democratizing financial service can help to create a more inclusive vibrant global economy, and every person really got the right to participate full into it. It is on our DNA. Our mission in PayPal is by democratizing the financial services to ensure that everyone, irrespective of what is the background or economic standing, has access to affordable, convenient, secure products and services to take control of their financial lives. We really think that it creates opportunity for people. So we work through our brands to give people, consumers and merchants, the tools they need to really thrive in this global economy. As an example, we have just launched our new PayPal application that is an all-in-one, a personalized apps that really you can have as a single destination. I mean, to manage easily and securely your money. Democratizing financial services at the end help people moving money, take control, and that really creates peace of mind for individuals, what is very, very important.
So thank you, Miguel Angel. That's an excellent answer. So in terms of PayPal, obviously we're talking about payments. When it comes to Bitpanda, we're talking about investments.
Absolutely. So we have seen the last couple of years that we're all used to buy things in Amazon in 2 clicks, Netflix. Everything is so accessible, so easy to use. And since COVID, I think that the world is much more digital than before. But this hasn't yet come to investments. There is a huge bunch of barriers to invest. I mean, when we think about buying stock, buying crypto, buying any kind of assets, it's a pain. I mean, there are lots, it's difficult, and it is a pushback for the people. So in Bitpanda, what we try to do, because we have the technology that crypto brought us, which is blockchain, is to make this extremely easy and simple, okay? So what we do with crypto is basically that we enable people to buy Bitcoin from €1. I mean, you don't have to be rich. You don't have to have a huge savings plan to buy any kind of crypto. And we're taking crypto to other assets. Now we have stocks, ETFs, gold, and in the future, you will be able to buy a house. Buy a house means investing from €1 in a house, in the house that you think will be the next big thing in the city. And this also has to be 24/7. I mean, people, we don't understand why the market closes at 5:30 p.m. It makes no sense. So I think that there is a huge revolution coming to the investment ecosystem. And for sure, this will be led by the crypto or the crypto digital asset world. Because we have the technology, and we're just now developing that technology so we can have all the products in the same digital asset platform.
So what we're seeing in a way is a transition that investment and payments are merging, you're sort of saying. Absolutely. In the investment, the mortgage, all these financial services which have been very separate may come together in some way because the underlying security will change. I mean, we're seeing that very much in Africa, and if you look at the makeup of Jumia, which maybe you'll explain, it's a very wide ecosystem in terms of the service that you provide, because it's a different market. It's addressing a different type of market.
No, totally. And always, very passionate about giving that perspective on Africa, right? So when we talk democratization, I think that was the first message probably that we have in our mission, right? We had the strong belief that technology can help improving people's lives, accessing goods and services in a much easier way. And when we launched e-commerce at the beginning, we also needed to build and gain the trust of the consumers, right? So when we enabled e-commerce, we were doing 100% at the beginning cash on delivery, right? So people were only willing to buy online if they could see the good, and they could reject it on delivery if they wanted, which we did for free. But as we wanted to make the experience more, I would say seamless and better for the consumer, we had started to go into payments and build JumiaPay. And what JumiaPay enables is for the users to pay security. Security is a huge a barrier to entry sometimes in online payments in Africa, right? Building trust to the users to buy online with whatever means they have is also about creating those means, but making them feel secure that they can use them online without risk of fraud or theft. So we build a secure platform, and on top of that, we then built, Jumia Pay app, very much many similarities to what Miguel Angel was saying, but where customers now can access financial services. They can request loans from third-party financial service institutions without necessarily being banked, right? Just with their phone and their ID, they're able to get digital loans in minutes from digital partners that we are onboarding. They're able to access insurance that we are digitalizing for our partners of insurance, and they are now able to create the onboarding flow on the app. And all of these services are enabling us to democratize financial services, I would say, and to point out, just to close what you were saying, I mean, Africa is quite a surprising market when it comes to accessing financial services, right? We need to separate the idea that unbanked doesn't mean necessarily not being without access to financial services, because financial services are being made available through mobile money, for example, where 50% of the mobile money wallets active users in the world are in Africa.
Yep.
And the penetration of mobile money users is 10% in the markets where we are, which is, by all means, much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So a very different perspective on how to democratize financial services.
That's excellent, and it also takes that neatly on to the next topic, because obviously with new processes, these are new methods of payments, new method of acquisition, new method of investment, and new assets, there is also the question of financial education. And we wanted to talk a little bit about financial education and what the various companies are doing in terms of that, because that's the flip side of democratization, as it were. And again, we'll start with Miguel Angel.
As we all know, we are now coming from some difficulties. The pandemic had impacted all of us, and that has had an impact on companies, on governments, on individual finances. So it is more important than ever that people can understand the complex concepts around finance. And if we are going, hopefully, to get a sustainable recovery, it is key that people understand how their decisions are affecting in the short, in the medium, and in the long term. I would like to touch a couple of areas important in terms of financial education. So on one hand is we need to make efforts to improve certain segments, because we are not all at the same level, and also the importance of transparency, because at the end everyone got financial gaps, but when you are socioeconomically getting disadvantaged, then the gap is bigger, and that can happen through young people, can be based on a geography, can be maybe sometimes focus on women. I mean, we have seen, we are working a lot from PayPal on supporting financial education on women. We look at the information coming from United Nations Women, and really the crisis had impacted more the woman and woman businesses for plenty of reasons, coming sometimes for earning less, having fewer savings. So, I mean, we put a lot of focus there. We have committed 100 million to improve this woman inclusion and economic empowerment for women and girls for 5 years. That is one example, and why it's important. The other thing is transparency. So people tend to mix concept, and sometimes think that creating easy and convenient experiences like we do at PayPal means facilitating access to complex products. Complex products always thinking on the negative meaning of that, because we facilitate access to products and we make experiences easy, but at the same time transparency is key for us, and is key on financial education. So I think that the technology, the digital companies in general, we provide much more information than let's say, a traditional way of selling products. I think we can all just look back and see how easy it was to get a complex product just sitting in a bank branch a few years back, and how impacted and what happened in the future. So really, we are here to help. We are here to be transparent, and we are here to give as much information to the consumers to make the right decision, or at least to make informed decisions, for sure.
Miguel Angel, thank you very much. Because indeed, credit can be a complex product. Mortgage can be a complex product. So I think that's a very good point. And obviously, your earlier point about empowering women is manna to my ears. And for the audience, I didn't ask Miguel Angel to talk about that. But I think it's a very important aspect. If we have a few minutes at the end, we may bring up that. But in terms of financial education, Bitpanda, obviously that's a huge thing, especially in the current context, because there's a lot of uncertainty about the market, about the assets. What do you feel that you've been doing?
So I think it's one of our biggest challenges right now, because basically there is a huge connection between financial education and trust. The bigger your financial education is, the bigger the trust is in what you invest, and the more knowledge and engagement that you get with your platforms or your assets. So, and in crypto, we have the peculiarity that it's a very early stage. We're in a very early stage. People think that Bitcoin is everywhere. Bitcoin has 10 years. So there is so many projects coming in. There is so much noise in the market about digital assets, and there's no regulation. And we have public institutions not helping to push this industry. So either we have educated customers, or we will not grow. Mm-hmm. And we have to fight against, obviously, public press. And we also have, this market is going so fast, and there's so many projects coming in every single day, that we really need to, we're doing a huge effort in building a lot of content, so our customers are fully prepared to take their best investment decisions. And an example of this is everybody is thinking about how much is Bitcoin, where is Bitcoin going to be end of the year. Nobody thinks about what's behind Bitcoin, what is the technology that is behind each of these cryptocurrencies. And this is what it's really important when you take the investment decision is, do I trust that this technology of this project will disrupt the industry in the next 10, 15 years or not? So I think that people should focus more on the long term and try to understand what is behind in terms of technology of each product.
And I'm going to just pause a bit because we're going to talk about openness and transparency. But just for the interest of us, how many of you think digital assets generally, so that includes Bitcoin and all the other cryptocurrencies, are safe? If you could put up your arms.
This is a very good ratio, eh? I have to say.
So a lot less than half the room, given that these digital assets have been around for quite a long time. Lastly, again, on the financial education, obviously Africa is a continent which has been unbanked, but as you say, is not unsophisticated when it comes to banking. Yeah. What's Jumia done, do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think maybe to bring it to our context, right? So where we operate, I mean, it's a huge market in the end, right? 700 million people just in the markets where we are present. I mean, if you look at Cairo in Nigeria, that's already 25 million people. In Cairo and Lagos, that's 25 million people, 200 million in Nigeria alone. So just in those two cities, you probably have more active online users than in Spain at the moment, right? Mm. But at the same time, the challenges are more around building trust. And the education comes from showing the people that buying online, that paying online is better for their lives. When you have a lot of workers that are not necessarily working in in an office 9 to 5, right? But their daily job may be being provided by being able to work as much as they can by offering their store on Jumia, right? So being able to pay online, being able to operate online and paying anything you can means that you have more time to make a living by managing the store that you have on Jumia or any online marketplace or on your shop on the street, right? And not having to move around to wherever you are to bank. So that education in itself and explaining to people that you don't need to go to a bank to go there and that you can digitalize your payment experience is where we are going for. And then from there, bringing the financial partners that we are working with to show the products that they can avail to the customers and the sellers that we work with is a huge part of what we do on a day-to-day. So in Nigeria and Kenya, 50%, going back to the women point that you were making, 50% of the women, of the sellers that are on Jumia are women. What we do is empower them and tell them, how you can better improve yourselves on Jumia, how you can move 100% of your offline stock into Jumia and then grow and operate at the national level instead of on your shop on a basic level. And that implies then, as you grow, how do you educate them to also, access better financial tools to make also their performance on Jumia much better. So the education is a constant battle that we do and working with the partners that are behind us as well.
Okay, so we've got a little time to wrap up, and I'm going to ask you a really difficult question, so each person can go first. But in 1 or maximum 2 words, describe the values that you think best exemplify your companies. And it's open to the panel.
I can jump. I would say that the 2 things that differentiates Bitpanda is trust and simplicity, easy to use and accessible.
Excellent. So we're going to go with trust and simplicity.
Of course, we will do.
Juan or Miguel Ángel, who's going to go next?
I can go trust and security. I think those are very, very core important things for us. That are our fundamentals and the reason why we have been growing in the global economy.
Yeah, I mean, Jumia-based motto is pay safe, pay easy. I think I cannot make it simpler than that. It needs to be easy, but at the same time, the user needs to trust the payment and the platform that he's using to engage.
So just to sum up, obviously, we've tried to talk about financial education, we've tried to talk about these new processes, about the openness and transparency and the importance that these companies placed on trust. I might be a little bit older than many of the people sitting in this room. I've lived through 2 financial crises, one in '94 in the UK and then 2008. And for me, it is very interesting, very fascinating, and actually very convincing how much the fintechs actually spend on building trust with their companies, with their customers, and making sure that they provide sufficient financial education for any new step that they are taking. So I think we'll wrap up there, and thank you all very much for coming, and thank you to my wonderful panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tara. That was absolutely wonderful. Moderated to perfection, as always. She is such a great friend of South Summit, and we always really appreciate her contribution. Okay, so we are going to move on to our next session, and it's all about the future. The future needs to be more sustainable. It needs to be more equitable. We're all on board with this, but how do we make it happen? Our next panel is going to look at FinTech for Good and the future of technology. So it's a great pleasure to introduce our next 3 rock stars to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Fernando Rodriguez Bergareche, who is from CaixaBank Day One. Fernando, thank you.
Hello, hi.
Awesome. And then we're welcoming 2 speakers, Jose Luis Ruiz Dumunhain, who is the CEO of Spain NAB. Welcome, Jose Luis. Round of applause for Jose Luis. Thank you very much. And joining on stage, again, a great friend of South Summit, the founder of Thubi Labs and Flywire. Please welcome Iker Marquede. Thank you. Fernando, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. thank you, Sal Samit, for this opportunity of talk with these two colleagues of the investment ecosystem. So first of all, we have today a panel that we are thinking how to tell you some news of the fintech for good or for bad. So and the name of this panel is Fintech for Good, the field of technology. So we are trying to explain you a different vision about how the impact investment could make an effort to have better projects, better startups in the fintech system. And for this, we have today Iker Markaide. I think that most of you knows him from like founder of Flywire and one of the biggest news of this year, like the first Spanish startup in the Nasdaq. But he is now in another projects I think that are very very interesting, and he will talk us about with him. No? And we have two today, José Luis Ruiz de Munain, director of the Spain NAV and founder for Impacto, that is the Spanish Impact Investment Advisory Council. So first of all, if you can make a little brief about who you are and present yourself, please.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. A pleasure. So yeah, maybe I'm a bit more well-known for my first startup, which was started out, out of ignorance, total ignorance, and suffering something firsthand and trying to solve it. We was that time called Peer Transfer, now Flywire, which was the first startup, as I was mentioning, originally Spanish, to be quoted on Nasdaq this year. It's right now around 5 billion in market cap. And then when I moved back to Valencia in 2013, I stepped down as CEO of the company and founded Zubi Labs. Essentially, Zubi Labs, we say we solve challenges for a better future, and we have two arms. One is we create companies, so we're a venture builder focused on impact, and we have very sort of things, a school, eco districts, tech impact companies, etc. And then we have a second arm, which is an investment management arm. And this year, derived from COVID, we created our first investment strategy. It was actually the first impact venture debt fund in Europe. It's called Zubi Capital. And in all these, essentially what we try is to mobilize talent to join our projects, funds, etc. And we also mobilize co-investors. So we act as catalytic capital, taking the initial risk when we create these companies, or acting as an anchor investor in the funds we set up, to also have more capital that is looking for market returns to join us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, José Luis.
So thank you very much, Fernando. Hi, everyone. Pleased to meet you all here. So I'm José Luis de Munain, the Executive Director of the Spain NAP, which is the National Advisory Board for Impact Investment in Spain. We are an industry association trying to boost impact investing in Spain, and we are part of a global community, which is the GSG, the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment, which was born back in 2013 in the G7. So we have a strong relationship with governments worldwide, and here in Spain, since 2019, we are trying to build and to engage with the different players in the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and to put you in value at the beginning, what the impact is? You are an expert and you are director of the principal ecosystem impact in Spain. So, what is really the impact between another concept like sustainability, social corporate responsibility, or something like that? What is impact?
So impact probably is a buzzword. Now, I would say almost everything you read about impact everywhere, but in reality, impact is not everywhere. It's the evolution, I would say, in the early 2000s from CSR, corporate social responsibility. Then we talk about valor compartido, or share value, sustainability, and impact. In the end of the day, is really putting positive impact at the heart of business and investment decisions. It's not about creating department, but it's really about seeing impact and the impact on society, the positive, as a business opportunity where everybody benefits. As our global chair, Sir Ronald Cohen, the chair of GSG, talks, 50 years ago, there was a binomial on return. Investors would analyze return and risk, the binomial. And what we are proposing is that we have to shift our mind. There is a new paradigm where we should be talking about the trinomial of return, risk, and impact. So it should be one more variable. No? And in terms of impact investment, basically it's an investing philosophy in different asset classes. Can be either venture capital, private equity, or even some liquid assets. It can be both equity or debt. And is a type of investment that is looking for at least getting back the principal capital, a return, a financial return. And something which is very important and we'll build later on is about the additionality. It's a sort of capital which is reaching untapped markets. Markets that otherwise, impact markets that otherwise would not have access to financial markets. No? Is this kind of capital that is building a new market around impact and its philosophy.
Okay, thank you. And linked with this conversation, these words that you are talking, Iker, you are in your aim, you are focuses in the past, you are an entrepreneur focuses in startup and scale up your project, but in the recent times you have changed your vision to projects focuses on impact. What's the reason? Because you changed your philosophy of projects? What are you thinking? Is because you think it's a way of the new economy? It's a personal profit to give to the society, something that you have said before? Or?
You know, I admire very much the entrepreneurs that have everything mapped out and clear. I think I'm more of a dumb entrepreneur that tries, to find my own way as I encounter issues. And essentially, when I created, maybe my life was very linear up to a certain point. You study, you get good grades, you go to management consulting, you go do an MBA, you start a company, and a company has to be a success. And when I came back to Valencia in 2013, I was 30, and it was really the first time in my life in which I could say, what do I actually want to do with my life, right? And I forced myself when my first child was born not to jump into anything for a year. And then I realized what I want to create is a platform for other entrepreneurs to co-found businesses together, where we could actually finance and take part of the risk, but also focus on companies that beyond a financial return could have a social or environmental impact. For me, a big inspiration was, at that time was a pioneer, was the Social Nest Foundation with Margarita that leads it, to really think about business in different terms and open that view on impact and how to ingrain that into business. And what I started looking for, that's how Zubilab was born, but actually I really didn't take a lot of visibility until 2019, because the first projects, I was looking for a school, didn't like a school, so got together two friends, we created a school, which is Imagine Montessori School in Valencia. And then we started thinking about how we create an amazing place around the school to live in and contribute to reinvent the cities. And that's how Barrio La Pinada is a district over 300,000 square meters was born. And then from there, we started creating an ecosystem of different issues, social, environmental issues, and trying to use as a company as a tool. And in this scope of what are returns, we position on market returns, right? Because you'd find people that are saying, just give me back my money, or subsidized returns, etc. We are on the approach of market returns. So for me, really my big motivation maybe was my children, and thinking on what can I use my energies, my resources into.
Okay, you told us about the school that you are promoting and the city, the Pinada, but let's go to the money. No, you are creating two venture builder for impact economy, and then a venture debt fund. No?
Yeah.
Why do you think this the time to make this type of the funders?
Yeah. So up to COVID, we were really creating companies, and we created the school, the district, and then a bunch of projects around that, really more as a venture builder or impact venture builder. But when COVID hit us, at that time we realized that there were a lot of companies that were great companies that were just because they were linked to certain industries like retail and travel, etc. They were not getting equity financing because the equity investors were just jumping into anything related to digital and digitalization, and they were not getting the eco loans and sort of loans because they were not banked. So we thought there was a big need for some sort of financing, and that's how we started mobilizing our own capital and our co-investors' capital. So we moved from let's fund our companies to let's invest in third-party companies. The truth is that that project has grown into a regulated fund, which is Thubi Capital is a 40 million fund that is investing at a pan-European level. It's tickets between 250 to 2.5 million. And it's investing in companies typically that are doing 1 to 10 million revenues. And we're creating these as a complement to impact equity investors. So there was a void there in terms of financing with debt or with venture debt, because essentially you're getting in return an interest rate, but also a small equity stake in the company. So for the entrepreneurs, it's far less dilutive than all equity. And the truth is that the companies are just being financed by equity investors because they cannot reach bank financing. So you're kind of there in a point in between. And for us is investing for the very future, is mobilizing this capital. And we think about, Jose Luis mentioned about additionality. When we think about our investments, we think about the what, so the intentionality. We think about the who are the beneficiaries, right? We think about the how much, like how scalable can this be, and also the contribution. So what's our value added in this opportunity?
Okay. And Jose Luis, with your global vision of the ecosystem of impact in Spain, do you think initiatives like these funds or this type of rules are only trendy or something that is going to have some time with us, or is real? Do you have any real beside him or not? Or do you think it's a lot of project with a lot of future, or it's only something that will in 4 years is another time we're looking for the money, not for the impact in the economy?
So let's start with a global vision. According to the GIN, the Global Impact Investment Network, there are around 700 billion euros invested in impact investment globally. If we go to here in Spain, we have 2.3 billion. I think for sure this is not a trend. And also, if we put a look in Europe, there is a trend, there is a big wave coming, which is the regulatory one. So as you all know, there is the European Commission is in the process of launching sustainable finance law, a taxonomy on social aspects, on green aspects. And the post-pandemic recovery, it is said to be digital and green. Our main concern is that it should be also just social. And this is something that eventually is not always happening. But in Spain, we were fortunate that a number of pioneers, such as Iker, Margarita, and a number of other impact funds saw this 15 years ago. And this has been a massive increase of the players in the market. And also, one of the works we do it at Spain NAB is to size the market. When we started back in 2019, we sized the market of venture capital and private equity in 90 million euros of assets managed, which is very little. 2 years later, in June this year, this amount skyrocketed to 500 millions of venture capital. And additionally, what is very important is that impact investment is becoming to be understood not just as equity investment, but also as debt, finance, and other types of investment. And in that sense, we have important players in Spain, like the ethic banking and social banking that are really, or even some venture debt funds that are really evolving very rapidly. So for sure, this is not a trend. Okay. It's something that maybe in Spain we have not been so fast as our neighborhoods. I mean, if you go, we always talk about the UK, right? About when you talk about impact investment, but you don't have to go so far. If you just look at France and Portugal, our neighbors, you would see that it's amazing what's going to happen in France, the French Impact, in Portugal, Innovación Social, very strong public-private partnerships, a lot of money coming, and more with the recovery plan.
Okay, and Iker, this stage is normally about fintech, so we can link it with the fintech with the impact. Do you think that there's a gap that fintech focuses on impact finance could be an opportunity for new business, or do you think you know some business associated with impact finance?
So I'm going to step out and step back and maybe think about like fintech for good and kind of the broad picture, right? Because maybe we talk about very specific things. So if we think about, I love Core Innovation Capital is a VC, is a fintech VC in the US, and they talk about democratizing prosperity. I think fintech for good is about that. So we can certainly think about Planet and, say, Subi Capital or venture debt fund, etc. And what additionality, what contribution can you create to the planet, climate change, biodiversity, all those things. And then you have all the social side. So we're thinking about, and this has many different angles, right? So when I started Flywire, my frustration was that the people that less information have end up paying also most of the fees. So typically in financial services, if you have less purchasing power, you have less information, you end up paying the fees. So you can think about financial services very broadly. So you can think about financing, right? So if you as an individual are taking a loan, if you don't have a credit score, if there is no way for you for someone to do a scoring on you, if you're living on payday loans, you're getting, barely your job lets you get end of the month. So you get into this death spiral, right? And you get essentially, that's what I would call the slavery of this century, right? Which is essentially you get in a situation you cannot get out. And you can think about getting loans. You can think about investing. So the financial planning, like achieving your objectives, etc. But also fraud, insurance. So there are many different angles in thinking about financial services and how technology can make more efficient, more transparent, more accessible, more affordable, all these different angles. And just to put you an example, and this links to the social and environmental side, I invested in a company called Solaris Off-Grid, and they, as an angel a few years ago, and essentially what they do is they enable pay-as-you-go solutions for energy access and other solutions. They started with energy, and this is in Africa. So typically for people that were not able to afford, say a solar panel and a battery, and they would essentially enable them to pay little by little, week by week, with actually the savings they generate from saving kerosene and other things, right? So essentially you're servitizing, a product, but at the same time you're making it affordable. So you're having a contribution to the planet because you're switching the energy, but also to the people, and even saving lives, etc. So that's kind of an example I thought would be interesting that touches a lot of dimensions, and there is a lot of activity in this kind of space of fintech for good.
Okay, the time has finished, so thank you very much, Iker. Thank you very much, José Luis. As a resume of this conversation, I think that one of the headlines could be that the impact investment is not only a trend, and it's a thing that all the investors are changing their point of view in order to make their profile of their investment. Sorry. So thank you very much, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you for the wonderful moderation, Fernando. That was great. Yes, impact investment it's not just a trend, It's here for for the future. It's such an important topic, and we're very grateful to the three gentlemen for discussing it. Okay, we have a fantastic session for you right now. It's all about the institutionalization of crypto assets. Such an important topic. It's something I'm so looking forward to finding out from some real experts here. They're going to talk about breaking down barriers and setting up opportunities. Remember to spread the love using the hashtag SouthSummit21. We were trending on Twitter yesterday. Let's see if we can make that happen today. Okay, I'm going to introduce, if you could give a very, very big round of applause, because she has quite a difficult job of moderating a session with 3 virtual guests. And so we really need your support here. So please welcome to the stage the Head of Strategy Customer Solutions at BBVA, Alicia Pertusa. Thank you. Welcome, Alicia.
Thank you.
And we're now going to introduce her virtual guests. The first is Christine Young, who is the Managing Director for Accenture LLP. We're very honored to have you here. Christine, welcome. A round of applause for Christine, please. Excellent. And guest number 2 is Christopher Mai, who is the co-founder and co-CEO of Finwa. Welcome, Christopher. There he is. A round of applause for Christopher. Thank you very much. And rounding up the lineup perfectly, we have the global fintech co-head at Consensus, who is Lex Sokolin. Welcome, Lex. ¿Dónde está Lex? Fantastic. Well, round of applause for Lex. Okay, Alicia, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Oisin. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much. Panelists, can you hear me well? Great. I can't say, I do feel a little bit lonely out here, to be honest, on stage. I wish you would be here, but I know that as things get back to normal, we will most likely be able to meet very soon. Let me tell you what you have in this room that you can't see from where you are. Here in Madrid, you have a vibrant crowd of startups, students, investors, corporates, public institutions. The room is full, pretty full for COVID standards, I'd say. And everyone looks like they're looking forward to hearing what we have to say. A very brief word about myself. I work in strategy in BBVA Client Solutions. That is the area of BBVA that looks into the long-term transformation of the business. And it's within this area that we've done everything related to blockchain, crypto, DLT technologies in general. Would be great to hear about yourselves. One brief word about what you do, Christine.
To meet you, and thank you so much, Alicia. Christine Leung, I manage Accenture's capabilities in decentralized identity. So identity of things, identity of people, of course, identity of literally everything. So I'm the program advisor to the World Economic Forum for digital identity.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, more than happy to, and thanks for the invitation. First of all, so I'm Chris, one of the co-founders and co-CEOs of Finwa, crypto custodian based in Berlin, Germany. And what we provide is we provide custody as well as adjacent services like staking, OTC trading, and so on for institutional investors, and by that empowering them to participate in the crypto ecosystem.
Thank you. Lex?
Thanks so much for having me on. It's impossible not to comment on the fact that I'm a giant decapitated head on a bunch of balls with internet tubes plugging into behind me. This is the pinnacle of any conference experience I've ever had. It's fantastic, and nothing says 2021 like this. So thank you for, this is literally the visualization of blockchain going on. So My role is to lead and to co-lead the fintech product development at ConsenSys, which is at the heart of the computational blockchain ecosystem, Ethereum, Web3, things like that. I also spend a lot of time on token economics, and so I take seriously the idea that we can have token-based economies and crypto assets that matter at scale, and so I do a lot of economic analysis around that too.
Thank you, Lex. So let's jump right in. So what a year or a couple of years we had on crypto, right? It all started with the crypto banks and the super tech savvy, but now it's moved to probably first the wealth clients, then retail, and now we're seeing more and more institutions and corporates go into this space. Chris, why? Why are institutions going into the crypto space? What are they expecting to get out of it?
A very good question. I think you mentioned that in your quick intro already. It's not a type of institutions which is going into crypto lately, but it's actually a broad range of institutions or also institutional investors going into crypto. And I think if we go down a little bit, what happened the last couple of years, I think in the early days you saw, if we take out the individuals and maybe the Bitcoin whales, the first institutional investors which went into the space were the alternative investors, right? So venture capital funds, hedge funds, and so on and so on. But what you see since now 2.5, 3 years is that also more and more traditional investors are coming into the space, like asset managers, family offices, and so on and so on. And I think last year, I think this was really where it really kicked off or where it accelerated. You didn't have only people joining or institutions joining the space for investment reasons, like VCs did or like asset managers did. But you also see more and more, let's say, corporates investing to diversify their treasury. You see corporations building blockchain use cases like Deutsche Telekom, which is the large telco provider here in Germany, who is setting up a staking infrastructure and thus is also participating in the whole ecosystem, and therefore is also holding tokens, or they call it investing into tokens. And I think this is something which is even accelerating more, which is evolving. So I think it's from the alternative investors who started a couple of years ago to shape the ecosystem to the traditional investors who obviously mostly invest for the return reasons. Institutions, corporations, they understand that this is a technology where they also have to build new applications, new services in. So they're not necessarily only coming for the investment reason anymore, but also to build new business model, to build new business cases. And I think this is then also what the breadth of the blockchain ecosystem and all the opportunities which are lying in their show. So it's not necessarily only an investment use case, but it's becoming more and more mainstream also on the, let's say, on the industrial use factor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Christine, identity plays a very big role in everything related to blockchain, but it might be even more challenging for institutions. What are your views on identity and institutions' crypto?
I think it's one of the questions that is often neglected. As sort of the crypto movement started, identity was assumed to be, the standard things like KYC, AML, that sort of thing, and most institutions find that to be quite hard. And actually, if you start looking at the back office costs of doing KYC, AML, it's very, very expensive. And as we trade and institutions start to build funds, build infrastructure, all of that, and start the proliferation of crypto assets across the board, whether it's from properties of tokenizations of properties, land rights, to carbon, to all things that can be traded on crypto assets in many ways. Identity is going to play a much bigger role, as Tim Berners-Lee once said. That when the internet was built, they forgot the layer of identity and the aspects of how do you ensure that we as individuals who own the assets are who we are, that we delegate the custodianship of those assets to our fund managers, to our investment managers, and then to the banks.
how do we make sure that chain, especially now is all digital, how do we make sure that chain is not broken, that is legitimate, that actually it can be managed appropriately and is secure? And I think that aspects, as we look at the full digitalization and of crypto assets, that really need to be think about, because that bit of the who owns what and how do you trace what, that is still very much paper-based, because we can have the sort of amazing token assets of different things right now, but that bit of onboarding, management, the changing of the assets associated with the institution, that bit is still quite hard. And the manual aspects of it and the paper-based aspects, having people at the back office say, is this really that institution? Is it, those keys, do they belong to someone else? All of that is going to be a challenge. So I think identity plays a critical role as we go forward. And institutions really ought to think about that early on, especially things related to custodianship of crypto assets.
Thank you, Christine. Lex, talking about current, very, very current events, China seems to definitely be getting out of crypto. It's been sending signals for quite some time, but the last banning of any crypto activity for Chinese citizens is very clear. At the same time, we see a very strong movement of CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. How do these two things, these two current events, come into place with institutions entering crypto?
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, so I think this is a very complicated space, and so there can be a simple answer, which is just that to develop a centrally managed digital currency, CBDC, China needs to get control over a couple of things. One is its fintechs, and two is its retail crypto activity. And so it's done that by trust busting and financial into a bunch of independent companies that are just banks at this stage. And then in banning public crypto assets, on-chain crypto assets like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other things that sort of the open source movement and the open source community has developed. And I think that's one narrative. I don't think it's entirely true, but it's one narrative. And you can think also from the West how important it is then to defend the open source software, because it is essentially the US dollar and the euro that's digitized on there. Largely DeFi assets are dollar denominated, so I think it's a geopolitical interest for the US to promote stablecoins, to generate clarity and make it easy for folks to transact. Unfortunately, I think the underlying reality is harder than that answer, which is really where's the innovation coming from, and what is Web3, and what actually matters, and what is a derivative reflection of the things that are going on. And so, I would advise folks to be really curious about why hundreds of millions of people, now about 300 million addresses in play, why hundreds of millions of people are downloading crypto wallets to engage in new forms of finance, new forms of media and creator economies, new forms of making art and relating to each other, and why they are largely sidestepping traditional infrastructure to do so. And I think when it comes to institutions and governments in looking at this ecosystem, it's not about how we make the old thing better. It's not about cost. It's not about blockchain replacing one of the 40 horrible pieces of software you have in your bank stack. It's about the new asset class and the new thing that people who are excited about the future of technology are actually doing. And a new asset class means new revenue opportunity rather than kind of cost savings. And so I would advise folks to be really interested in how people are building the stuff and why they're building it, and how to go to the long tail on chain and participate in this. And I think we're going to see quite a bit of struggle from traditional players in incorporating the long tail of NFT and DeFi, but that's really the core of where the innovation is happening today.
Thank you, Lex. Actually, BBVA has been leading this space. We launched a service for cryptocurrency custody and trading for our clients based out of BBVA Switzerland. So we are well aware of the challenges as a regulated financial institutions to be able to offer this new asset class to all kinds of investors. Chris, from your experience, what are the tools that institutions can find to get exposure to digital assets?
No. I mean, there are like briefly said, there are two options to have access to digital assets, right? So on the one hand side, you own the asset directly, like you own the Bitcoin. And I think there's this famous saying, not your keys, not your assets, or not your crypto. And I think this is very, very true for those people who want to own the token, who want to own the crypto asset. And on the other hand, obviously, what you see over the last couple of years is that there are more and more, let's say, derivatives or instruments being created which track the performance of the actual tokens, like be it on the one hand side ETP, so exchange traded products like nodes, certificates, and so on and so on, or it's also like actively managed asset management funds. But I think it all comes down to what Lex was actually briefly touching. It's not that we are building this ecosystem to make things a little bit better or to create additional returns for investment managers, but it's really something which is changing the way we think. And therefore, I think all those derivatives like nodes, exchange traded products, and so on, they are going against the actual sense or the actual meaning which lies within crypto, because the meaning is actually that people own the tokens by themselves, that there are no intermediaries in there anymore, that they can access their token whatever happens. So even if your bank shuts down, you can still access your tokens. So what we see is that those investors who understand what crypto is about, they want to directly own the tokens. And those investors who are rather in there for the, let's call it for the return opportunities and not for the greater good or for the change of something, they just care about the returns. They are also happy with, let's say, with tracking certificates and so on. But obviously, those people who are in the space, they will always prefer to own the tokens by themselves. And that's also what I, from a personal perspective, but also from my professional perspective, can just only encourage everybody, be it an individual or an institution, to really get the full access of the opportunities which lie within crypto.
Thank you very much. We only have 2 minutes left. Lex, how can institutions overcome the challenges to get exposure to digital assets?
So this is the exciting thing, is that we're finally realizing what Web3 is for, right? Web3 being the internet of money, of value, of identity, as mentioned before, relative to the internet of media and advertising, which we had prior. And so we're understanding this, and so we understand that this is a place of incredible growth and client opportunity and revenue generation. And so Consensus provides MetaMask, which is an on-chain crypto wallet with about 10 million monthly average users these days, up from about 100,000 2 years ago. And we've made it so MetaMask can be used by institutions and plugged into a compliant process. And kind of the wave that we're seeing is this phase shift from, how do I engage a digital transformation of what I do, instead to how, as an institution, can I be a financial or a productive participant in a new economy, right? So how does Walmart think about e-commerce in 2002? That's sort of the moment that we're in. And so for institutions to figure out how to do custody, how to do identity, how to do this safely with a multi-sig and in a way that their teams understand and support is key. And so I would just encourage, again, everybody to get their feet wet where the water is, because it's available.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So one last word, Christine, where can people find out more about you? You're in mute. We can't hear you. Oh, yes. Perfect.
Yes. I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, and feel free to connect. And I think as aspects of as the Lex mentioned, identity is going to be a big thing, especially for people who don't actually know very much about the technology or underlying technology of crypto and blockchain. It's another asset and all types of different assets. And understanding that, I think the people, the user centricity aspects of it is going to be increasingly important. So feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and Twitter, and happy to discuss more.
Thank you, Chris. Where can people find out more about you?
I think the general channels, like obviously Twitter, LinkedIn, but also more on the decentralized side. So BitCloud, for example, for those who know that. Or just via our company homepage.
Thank you. And Lex, where can people find out more about you?
You can find me in the metaverse on Twitter, Lex Sokolin. Check out MetaMask at metamask.io. And then I also write a newsletter, fintechblueprint.com, that goes into all of these fun themes, and of course, consensus.net.
Thanh you. And check out BBVA.com for more information on our new developments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Muchísimas gracias, Alicia. Beautifully moderated there. What a fascinating discussion. And we're going to move straight on and get into another fascinating discussion. This is all about bringing power to the little guys and revolutionizing SME banking. I'm sure it's going to be of interest to many people at South Summit. Joining us in the room here at La Nave in Madrid and joining us virtually. Okay, we've got a lot of people coming into the room. We're going to crack on. Our moderator for this session, please give a very warm welcome to the EMEA lead for 630 Ventures, Samarth Shekhar. Thank you. Warm round of applause, please, for Samarth. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Samarth.
Pleasure.
And we're now going to welcome his virtual guest, who's going to join us by the magic of technology. Please give a warm round of applause to the co-founder and CEO of Conto, Alex Prot. Bonjour.
Hi.
Fantastic. Samarth,
Bonjour.
the stage is yours.
Thank you. Great to see you all, and hi, I hope you can see me or the crowd. Either ways, I'll keep waving. So,
I can see you and the crowd, and very happy to be virtually with all of you.
Yeah, awesome. So I think quick introductions on the sort of context of what we're talking about. Why is it power to the little guys? It's actually pretty big guys when you take them together. So if we're talking about nearly 90% of the companies in the world, which are SMEs, almost 60% to 50 to 60% of the GDPs or employments offered are from these SMEs. But I'll probably also give you some stories, and while I'm interviewing Alex on some of the questions I faced when I was actually also a founder until 2017, 2018. And pretty close to my heart, and it's like a missed opportunity, which hopefully not a missed opportunity, but definitely for some of the bigger banks looks like it's a bit too late or hard to step into the shoes of players like Conto. So I would love to just start from my pain point back, let's say about 6-7 years ago. So we had a running company. We were about 3 to 4 people. Getting a bank account, of course, there was no other option, so we would get a bank account. It's with one of the top 3 German banks. I wouldn't go into details. But then even after 3 to 4 years, if you're trying to get anything outside of a bank account, you would probably struggle to get, let's say, overdraft, credits, forget about it, loans, nothing. So essentially, for the first 5 years, we don't look at you guys, the little guys. That was the answer. And I think even after the 5th year, which was probably the last year before I joined 630 Ventures, if you were to ask them, just for the heck of it, how do you get something like an overdraft or credit, it would be like, you need to go to the credit office. So there's like SCHUFA or whatever credit history assessment, and get a personal credit score. And if you submit that to us, maybe we can look at funding your small business. So that's basically that was the pain and that's the pain of probably most of these SMEs and startups which is here. Tell me, how did you get into this space and what kind of got you started with Conto?
Well, very similar to what you just described, and actually we have just a quick intro on Conto. We have 200,000 SME clients today in 4 markets in Europe: France, Italy, Spain, and Germany. And for most of these 200,000 clients, the reason they came to Conto is exactly similar to what you just described, and indeed also very similar to why we started Conto in the first place 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And so the reason why we started Conto is because my co-founder Steve and I started a first company together about 8 years ago. Totally different industry, not in fintech. We were in the IoT space, connected devices and so on. And as many companies, we had to open an account just to get started. I mean, as all companies. And so opening the account was a pain because we're not even talking about credit or overdraft or like some credit risk issues, let's say. But just opening an account and getting a card and getting an IBAN was complex. And it took days or maybe even weeks actually to get a card and an account. And then we wanted to make international transfers because we're buying some components in the US and in China, of course, because hardware, we were working a lot with China. And, making international transfers was not only super expensive, but also like super slow. And of course, when you're starting your business, you want to go fast, time is money, and you want to do everything efficiently and so on. And so it was so inefficient and so painful that it really, struck us as one super big opportunity to be, improved or disrupted maybe. And so that first company got acquired 3 years after we founded it. That was in 2016. And so right after that company was acquired, we sat down with Steve, my co-founder, and we said, okay, what are the big pains we suffered as entrepreneurs? So banking was one of them. We also had listed, I remember, accounting, insurance, and a couple of other pains we had suffered. And then we, after a couple of discussions, we said, okay, let's go for business banking. Let's try it. It seemed like a huge market, huge pain, not easy, but definitely worth a try. And so that's how we got started about 4 or 5 years ago. And we launched the service officially in 2017. So we've been live for a bit more than 4 years now.
Awesome. Great. In fact, on the other side, so also about 3 or 4 years ago, talking to the big banks, I had a friend who was working for another of these big top 3, 4 Italian banks, also in Germany. And when I would ask, what are you doing? There's like this big opportunity. We don't, like the small guys or the SMEs don't get access to, it's not easy to get in bank account, and then after that, not easy to get served and so on. And these guys are like, we have set all this up, we have built some of this technology, but the challenge is how do we get our relationship managers to use these in their conversations? And if we don't use these, then how do we, unless we facilitate that, how will people come online and do this and so on? So it's essentially from the bank's perspective, I think it's been, on the one hand, do we want to serve this relatively unprofitable client base? But I do want to understand from you, first give us a bit about the opportunity you see, the market size, and what are you looking at when you talk about opportunity in some of the key markets you are in Europe and even broadly?
So Europe is about, we have about 25 million SMEs in Europe. So SMEs are typically, like the definition is a company with 1 to 250 employees. That's our role, the definition. And so 25 million in Europe, 15 million of them in the 4 markets we're serving, so France, Italy, Spain, and Germany. So that's quite a big market. In terms of value, we estimate that the banking market in Europe is about 200 billion euros. And when you look at the financial markets, so of course it's broader than banking. When you have like accounting, bookkeeping, invoicing, all these other services that are very adjacent to business banking, and that's also why we're targeting these services. You double the TAM, the total addressable market. So we're talking about probably 400 billion euro market in Europe only. And right now we're focused on Europe. We'll be focused on Europe for the next few years. But of course, the global market is even much bigger than that. So probably 5 times that. So 5 times 400 is probably 2,000 billion euro worldwide. That's very high level estimation, of course. But that's what we see. And I think to your point earlier, I think traditional banks have tried to improve their services for consumers, and so they've invested quite a lot of money and energy, and they're doing it a bit. It's not it's not as agile as lots of fintech and B2C neobanks and so on, but it's they've been investing quite a lot of energy. They also have let's say the bandwidth and the people to work well with very large corporations like enterprise, because they do very customized financial products for these companies. But SMEs are a bit stuck in the middle. They're too complex, compared to consumers, and they're too little or too unprofitable, as you were saying, compared to very large companies. And so that's why SMEs have been even more underserved by traditional banks in the last 10, 15 years. And so there was no real new fintech revolution or with improvements for SMEs. When you look at all the online banks that popped up in Europe in the last 15, 20 years, they were only addressing consumers. You could not get an account on these online banking services with a legal entity, with a company. And so that's exactly what we identified 4 or 5 years ago, and that's why we created Konto, really to fill that gap and to serve SMEs much better. And by the way, that's also why we're focused on SMEs. We get almost every day questions from clients saying, we love Konto, it's really great to be using Konto on a daily basis for my company. Why can't I be opening also a Konto account for my personal use? And we unfortunately keep on answering no to that question, that we won't be offering personal accounts, exactly because we believe that being focused on SMEs is what makes us more relevant and much better than any other solution on the market.
Got it. And if you have to look at the let's say right now you are already in 4 countries and expanding and so on, tell me about the first painful 12 to 18 months. How did that go? Like, who did you know have the pain, who converted, and how did they, what do you charge? How do you go about making money out of this? And who are the early adopters?
Yeah, of course. So we're based in Paris and now have offices as well in Milan, Berlin, and Barcelona. But we started with the French market. I think there are really 2 types of clients that join us in the first place. Either incorporating companies that needed to get started and were looking online, on blogs or websites, and found us because they were looking best account for a new company or best account for startup or whatever. We had some really good word of mouth from day one. So these are incorporating companies, which represent about 30% of our new clients in France. And then existing companies, obviously representing about 70% of our clients. And for these existing companies, what usually happened, and that was very much the case at the beginning, were clients that were very unhappy, not to say pissed off, with their traditional banking service, that would tweet something like, they're driving me crazy, they're never answering my emails, I've been waiting on the phone for 2 hours, or I've been waiting for my card for 3 weeks, or something like that. And someone, someone of their friends or around them, whatever, would say, but you don't know Konto, you should try, or you should check. And of course, at the beginning, when no one knew us, we would do that check ourselves. So I would go on Twitter and I would filter with the word bank or company, or the company types, the legal type, and I would see, oh, this guy seems to be super pissed off by his traditional bank. Maybe I should let him know that, you know, we're opening Conto and this is a new service, and maybe we can solve his problems. And so we were doing that ourselves, and I was doing it myself at the very beginning. And little by little, instead of doing it myself, you know, like some early adopters, early clients were tweeting, I just opened a business account with Conto. I've never been so happy in my you know, business life, and I can't believe this is even a financial service. I would never have imagined that I would tweet something positively about my bank or my neobank. And so that's really how we got started. And then, of course, very positive word of mouth. We're the today we're the best rated neobank or bank in Europe on Trustpilot, for instance. So of course, lots of people see that on, you know, like the app stores and so on. We also have like thousands of very, very positive reviews, and so this word of mouth now is really positive across our 4 markets, and so that's also very much driving new acquisition and new clients. But at the beginning, it was really just, you know, being the easiest solution to open an account for a newly incorporated company, or a really nice service that would solve you know, traditional banks' pains. And to get back to the second part of your question, we have a very transparent and easy pricing. We have different plans from €9 to €249 a month, 30-day free trial. There is no, you know, no commitment, no hidden fees, no complex pricing. So that's also very much what clients like with us. But we're not free, and we are charging at least €9 a month. And our clients are very happy to pay for that because they get a great service with, you know, 7-day customer support, very reactive and good customer support, very intuitive and nice product. And because our clients are professional, you know, are business people, they also understand that having a great service requires to pay something. And so they all, you know, they all pay at least €9 a month and are happy to do so.
Awesome. Great. So I think you are at a kind of inflection point, have recently raised a decent funding round. What do you see the next 2 to 3 years? How do you see the business panning out? What do you think are potential other competitive approaches which you will need to fight, or do you see how do you see that panning out in the next 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, so we started very much by solving the business banking part. So, you know, we have like accounts, transfers, cards, and so on. So very much things that the traditional bank would be doing, but we do it, you know, faster, better, cheaper, if you will. We also started offering credit lines through a partnership a couple of months ago. And so we'll be offering a savings product also very soon, and so on. So this is very much business banking side. And then on top of that, we're also helping small businesses make their, you know, their overall finance management life easier. So we're doing stuff on you know, bookkeeping and making accounting easier. We'll also be soon adding some cash flow management features and some other you know, tools to help the SMEs have an even more comprehensive finance management dashboard, let's say, on Conto. Okay. So that's really high level what we plan. Then in terms of just very high level numbers, but 200,000 clients today. We believe we can get to 1 million clients, so 1 million SME clients in the next few years. To do that, of course, lots of things around product acquisition, further geographical expansion in Europe. And we're also very much strengthening the team. So today we have 450 people on the team across our 4 offices, and we're hiring quite a lot, of course. So including in Spain, by the way. So very happy to also you know, say that to today. And yeah, and so really keeping on building and scaling the company and keeping on serving our clients super well. Today we have an NPS that's above 70, and that's very much what's driving, you know, like further growth, further acquisition, and the company's success.
Awesome. Power to the little guys. Thank you. Great talking to you, Alex.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Fantastic, Samar and Alex. Muchísimas gracias. Power to the little guys. I like it. A bit of a powerful statement there. Okay, we are going to move immediately on. We're going to have a fantastic fireside chat now. I promise you, we're very honored to have our next two speakers join us in person here at the Nave in Madrid. Our next session is all about the importance of InsurTech teaming up to give a 360-degree customer-centric service. Please welcome to the stage our wonderful moderator, Ichazo Del Palacio, who's a partner at Notion VC and an investor at ULife. Welcome, Ichazo. Thank you. Oh, a big round of applause, please, for Ichazo. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, bienvenidos. And her special guest is a real friend of South Summit. I spoke to her last year. You're going to enjoy this session immensely with these two wonderful ladies. Please welcome to the stage the Chief Innovation Officer at Mutua Madrileña, Carmen Del Campo. Thank you. Round of applause, please. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Ichazo, the stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We are really happy to be here today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We are going to be talking about insurance and the new players in the insurance market and how the collaboration between the older or the well-established corporates and the new upcoming startups should be, the collaboration should help give a better customer experience these days, right? Which I think is very, very important. So personally, my name is Ichazo. I am a partner at Notion Capital, and for those who are not familiar with it, this is a fund. It's a pan-European fund, venture capital fund, investing in startups, in technologies, in the B2B software space. So we invest usually in Series A. And personally, I led the investment in a company called ULife, which I don't know if you searched a little bit or if you know it, but recently they raised around 70 million. They are growing very, very fast, and they are trying to disrupt that life insurance space, providing a wellness element to employees, incentivizing employees to be healthier so they can live longer. And so that is basically linked to the life insurance. And I have the pleasure to be here today with Carmen, who is the Chief Innovation Officer at Mutua Madrileña. Why don't you introduce yourself, Carmen?
Thank you, Ichazo. I'm really, really happy to be here. I hope you find our conversation so interesting. And well, as Oisin and Ichazo has said, I led the innovation practice in Mutua Madrileña. And what we do or how we try to build this practice is, as the title of our session was saying, is to provide the customer an additional value. If you think about what's the relationship between an insurer and a customer, probably is the most disappointing relationship in the world, because you just get a contact when you need to pay or you have an accident. That's why innovation is so important in this sector.
Excellent. So my first question to her is, I always think, right, with all these upcoming insurance players, and you probably know like Seago or Lemonade and all these companies, are you really feeling threatened by the startups and the fast-growing startups? And it's really something that we always think about, right? Somebody like Mutua Madrileña. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, we'll have a mix of feelings here, because I am not properly afraid of startups. I think collaboration is a must, and this is the typical and polite answer. Everyone says we need collaboration, but it's true, because the startups and the new partners that are appearing in our ecosystem, they are having a new approach, a different approach to the customer, offering the full online process. They are achieving KPIs that are far away of what we are achieving in terms of satisfaction. They have really wow campaigns in terms of marketing, and obviously they have really low prices. And this is a big barrier for us. But why we need, I think we need a collaboration is because basically the insurance space is a really regulated space, and each company needs a solvency criteria, needs some requirements because of the legal framework depending on the country, and this is what the insurer, the traditional insurer, are supporting. So the collaboration comes between the experience that we already have in the market and what's the different approach and how the insurtechs are building this new proposal to the customer. And well, you are an investor in YouLife, so probably when you invested in YouLife, you thought that they were not going to substitute the traditional life insurance companies, or are you going to surprise me?
Well, in fact, that's a very good question. In fact, when I invested in YouLife, YouLife, as I said, we only do B2B investments. So YouLife is targeting businesses in which they provide life insurance to their employees, right? And so when we did the investment, we thought, we don't think we are going to be able to replace current life insurance in businesses, but rather there is a large market which is unserved. There are many B2B, there are many businesses which today don't provide life insurance to their employees, and as you know, it's a very, very competitive market today to keep your employees happy, and many of those companies need to provide more benefits. So we thought, okay, what about those businesses? It's an untapped market, right, to go. The reality is that today, most of their business comes from replacing incumbents in those companies. Now, I would say it's a huge market, it's enormous market, right? And so that's why we have some of the biggest businesses in corporates in Spain and all over the world are in fact in insurance, because it is a massive market. So I do believe there is a space for both, because it is true also that many companies don't want to swap and to change to new upcoming provider because they do trust the brand, they have a loyal connection with some brands, and in fact they have received the service that they wanted, and so they don't want to take the bet and change to another one. So some new upcoming insurance offers fit for some companies, and other ones prefer to stay with the ones that they already are providing it. So I think there is a space for both, right? But in that sense, do you usually, so you talk a little bit about collaboration, but maybe you can tell us a little bit more in deep, which sort of collaboration, what do you do once you do, because you do investments, right?
Yeah.
At Mutua Madrileña. Tell us a little bit more about that. Which sort of investments do you do, and how do you collaborate with those companies after the investment?
Please give me to send like a message. If there is any insurtech here, please don't feel afraid and come and meet us at our stand, because this is the first barrier we have when we are thinking about collaboration. When we invest, it's not easy as a traditional incumbent to be in the cap table of a company, because probably with a startup, what they think is, okay, this is a very established company. What they will try to do with us is to make us to go in the same path, and this is absolutely the opposite of what we do. What we try is to put our experience, to put our customers on the table, and try to build something good, really good together. And how we collaborate with the startups is just making a list of what assets can we provide to the company that is joining us, and who has been so nice to share some experience and some resources. Basically, what we provide is the possibility to test the new products and new services with real customers and to exchange the experience. And for example, the kind of contribution or the collaboration we try to achieve is basically in technology, that the startups have a lot of experience and move really faster than what we do. And this is the collaboration, the main collaboration. So it basically is technology, customers, both experience, and try to deliver a really exciting project. But when we're thinking about the startup, we need the collaboration also from a venture capital, other investors like you, because you have a different way of collaborating. Really? So
yeah, for sure. I mean, when we invest in companies, many times we have corporates as co-investors, but regardless, we also need to add value, right? I think corporates in the collaboration, you are very good on providing that commercial support and collaboration too, because you create a brand and so on, right? In our case, obviously, in a venture capital firm, we have more of a platform team, a team dedicated to help the startups, and that's how we help the companies. And in many cases, we build relationships with people like Carmen, so we can introduce our companies to them. And so they have a much direct access to them, and they can collaborate with them, they can sell to them, and so on. So yeah, we do that. And so please, now we have a lot of questions that we can ask to each other here, but I would like to do this interactive, so if any of you wants to ask a question, just raise your hand and I will ask you the question, okay? Just, I wanted to give you the option on that. But let's talk a little bit more about those investments that you do. So when you do the investments in the companies which are in the insurtech space or technologies for insurance, what do you look for in those companies?
Well, one thing I think I've learned since I started to look for investment opportunities is don't make people waste time. And we need to focus on solutions that have a place already in the market, that is a feasible solution, and is applicable to the markets where we are based, basically is Spain, Chile, and Colombia. And this is our scope and the technological criteria. This is a basic. And obviously, we look for a track record in the insurance industry if we are thinking on an insurtech or about the team, and an experience that could be complementary to what we do. So are very easy criteria, but they're not so easy to find because we don't want an MVP. We want a solution that we call, as I was saying previously, to offer it to our customers. Probably if you say now your criteria, you will look for different things.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we are very financially driven. So as many of those entrepreneurs know, we are always looking for extraordinary returns. So we are going to look always for that return on investment, which are the companies that can grow faster. And to be very honest, that was one of the theses behind my investment in YouLife. And you can see some of the players in the market, how fast are they growing. And some of the reasons are because, one, the market is huge, massive, as we said, but it is also true there is a big demand of a new generation of services that maybe are provided much more remote, digitally transparent, and so on in the insurance space, right? For sure.
And probably this is not really polite questions, but what about corporates in the LPs? Do you like to invest in companies with corporates as investors?
So we do. In fact, we co-invest with corporates in many cases. Obviously, we need to be a little bit careful, and as founders, it is important to know to have a good balance between financials and corporates and not getting only certain corporates on the cap table, right? Because it is important to know who are you getting in your cap table and having a little bit of a balance. But I throw you that question again. So when you look at the cap table and you see there are some of the corporates that maybe you are competing with, right? How do you feel about that? Do you want to work with those companies? Do you invest in those companies? How do you feel about those cap tables?
Well, the easy answer here is I don't want competitors in the cap table, but the reality is that each startup, you want to collaborate with them. They are really good as you think to sign a contract. Probably they are also going to your main competitor to offer the same services. So it won't be really clever to try to avoid competitors in the cap table. And finally, what we are trying to do is to make a growing knowledge about insurance. And also, and it's not so fair to say it, but you are making a map of your competitors and what are they doing. Because of the projects they are launching and the questions they are doing and what are they following, this is the strategy. They will be doing exactly with us. So it's like a miss, but you need to be there. And the talent, the good talent, you need to catch it. You can't leave it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think, so are you playing and are you investing in those maybe massive rounds in the insurance space? You know that insurance companies are raising big rounds these days, right? I mean, I just mentioned YouLife raising 70 million and so on. Yeah. So how do you see that? Are you investing on those? What is exactly your position on that?
Well, probably I go back the question to you because our position that these bubbles are terrible for us because we need to put really big tickets, and it's not our business nowadays. So probably it's about you. Is this a sustainable figure? So it's a sustainable trend?
So it's a very interesting point. As you know, usually the valuation is related to the growth and the opportunity of the business. And I think the fact that many of those businesses are raising massive rounds is an indication of the growing market, how fast those companies are growing and how big the opportunity is. So I think it definitely represents, or it's a good thing to look at when you are a founder and you want to start a company in the space. But now as a closing tip, what would you recommend to the startups, to the founders, to the CEOs in this room? What would you recommend them to do to get collaboration with companies like Mutua?
Well, in our case, we are a well-established company in Spain, so what we are looking for is how to keep our customers and how to increase the level of satisfaction. That is something not really good because the churn rate in our company is really low. And if any solution has a good way to demonstrate the customer why do they need an insurance, and it's a positive asset to their lives, please come and contact us. And I would like to ask you, what about YouLife? Because you invested, what did you see in YouLife? What's the secret sauce of this company?
Yeah, for sure. So I would say on the business side, we invest. We really need to see there is an absolute differentiation from what is existing today. I think it's very difficult to compete with somebody like Mutua Madrileña unless you have a product which is completely differentiated to that. So I think disruption, it is very, very important. It is not about making another copycat, but rather building something that is genuinely different from that, right? Or otherwise building a technology which is going to improve radically the processes and the way those big insurance players operate in the market. Otherwise, 10% innovations are usually not the ones that make the difference. We want to see some disruption in the market, but yeah. So I think with this, we are going to conclude. I see we are on time. Thank you, Carmen, for joining us today, and I hope it was valuable for you guys.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, Itxaso and Carmen. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant session. Okay, disrupt or be disrupted. Wise words indeed. And listen well, we have a trio of VIPs joining us on stage. Finance, InsurTech, and technology and media. It really is a rock star lineup. You're in for a treat. I'm going to introduce a moderator who's going to introduce her VIP guests. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please, for our next guest and superstar moderator of this session. She is the editor-in-chief of the MIT Technology Review's Spanish edition. Please give a warm welcome to South Summit 2021 for Marta del Amo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muy buenos días y muchísimas gracias a los que nos estáis acompañando en el South Summit. No sé vosotros, pero para mí es un gustazo poder juntarnos de nuevo y vernos las caras. Supongo que ya lo ha dicho todo el mundo, pero me toca decirlo a mí. Y ahora nos vamos a adentrar en un tema que espero que os interese, si no, no estaríais aquí, que es el de la banca seguros, dos sectores que se están uniendo a medida que sus distintas industrias se transforman, así como la vida y la sociedad en la que vivimos. Vamos a hablar efectivamente de las nuevas innovaciones en el sector seguros y de cómo los nuevos hábitos de consumo y los retos del presente y del futuro están transformando ambos sectores pues, para dar lugar a uno nuevo. Y para hablar de todo esto y profundizar un poquito más, tenemos con nosotros, me van a acompañar en esta jornada, José Luis Ferre, que es consejero delegado de Allianz España. Bienvenido, muchísimas gracias, un aplauso. Y Pello Belaustegui Goitia, que es country manager de BBVA Spain. Pello, un aplauso, por favor. Bueno, bienvenidos a los dos, muchísimas gracias a todos. Si os parece, antes de empezar, tengo unas pequeñas pinceladas, una pequeña bio de cada uno de los dos que me gustaría compartir con vosotros, sobre todo para que tengáis una mejor foto de con quién estamos hablando. Empezamos con José Luis, que creo que además me ha dicho que le podemos llamar Pep, entonces vamos a cogernos esta confianza. Vale, bueno, pues Pep ocupa el cargo de consejero delegado de Allianz España desde 2015, con una apuesta clara por el trabajo en equipo, el esfuerzo y el compromiso con clientes y mediadores. Una familia a la que pertenece desde 1995 y en la que ha crecido tanto profesional como personalmente. Es licenciado en Ciencias Económicas y Empresariales por la Universidad de Barcelona. Trabajó como actuario de seguros en Vida, Caixa y Deutsche Bank entre 1992 y 1994. Aún me queda un párrafo, así que tranquilos. En Allianz ha desarrollado funciones como jefe del Departamento de Vida Individual, director de la División de Marketing y Gestión Comercial o director del área de Comercial y Marketing Management. Y además es miembro de Ibero-LATAM Executive Board de Allianz SE y vicepresidente de BBVA Allianz Seguros y de Allianz Technology. Y ya lo último, también es miembro del Consejo Directivo y del Comité Ejecutivo de UNESPA y vocal en el Consejo Rector de ICEA. Ahí es nada, o sea que tenemos un buen personaje al lado nuestro. Por su parte, Pello inició su carrera profesional en BBVA en 1997 y desde septiembre de 2019 es el máximo ejecutivo del banco en España. En estos años ha liderado las tareas centrales de BBVA Spain, como son la gestión de riesgos, la banca minorista y la banca comercial y corporativa en distintas regiones del país. Su amplia experiencia y conocimiento en el sector le ayudaron a liderar con éxito la transformación de BBVA España en su anterior puesto como director de soluciones para clientes de BBVA España. Y ahora un pequeño toque personal, y es que aparte de sus obligaciones profesionales es un ávido lector y un gran aficionado del Athletic de Bilbao. Lo siento por los madridistas. Su equipo de fútbol favorito desde la infancia. Y ahora sí que sí, vamos a pasar a Banca Seguros. Si os parece, me gustaría empezar con la novedad más reciente que hemos tenido en esta industria y básicamente ha sido el lanzamiento de BBVA Allianz Seguros, una mezcla de las dos compañías que ya tiene 10 meses de vida. Si te parece, Pello, comienzas tú. ¿Qué opinas de cómo ha sido la evolución de BBVA Allianz Seguros?
Pues nada, muchas gracias Marta, Pep. Oye, muchas gracias a todos los que estáis aquí siguiéndonos. Básicamente en los últimos 10 meses lo que hemos visto es un muy buen dinamismo comercial, un incremento, digamos, en las dinámicas comerciales y un muy buen funcionamiento y colaboración de los equipos de BBVA y de Allianz, ¿no? Como resultado de esa buena colaboración, pues en el transcurso de los primeros 6 meses de este año hemos lanzado 9 productos de no vida, nuevos, fundamentalmente en el ámbito de lo que serían pymes y autónomos, que se suman a los productos que ya teníamos inicialmente en la joint venture, como son el de hogar y el de accidentes. Y de tal forma, pues ya hoy, con todos estos productos, pues el portfolio que podemos ofrecer a nuestros clientes pues es un portfolio muy desarrollado, ¿no? Y eso no quita, evidentemente, que tenemos que seguir trabajando hacia adelante, no ya solo en los productos, sino sobre todo en la mejora de las funcionalidades, en la mejora de la experiencia y, por tanto, en atraer y en enamorar a los clientes, ¿no? Y después lo comentaremos seguro, pero todo girando en torno a esa experiencia y esa conveniencia que tiene que estar alrededor del móvil, ¿no? Es cierto que hoy ya todas nuestras soluciones en el móvil son end-to-end en términos de contratación y dicho todo eso, todo es mejorable. Todo esto nosotros, bueno, yo lo conocí y lo has comentado en el mundo de desarrollo de negocio, pues nuestra obsesión era donde hay 3 pantallas, donde hay 4 pantallas, que haya 3 pantallas, donde hay 3 pantallas, que haya 2 pantallas y que haya la menor fricción posible y, por tanto, el journey del cliente, digamos, sea el más perfecto posible, ¿no? En eso tenemos que seguir mejorando en lo que es la contratación y después tenemos que trabajar y seguir trabajando en lo que es en el siniestro, en la prestación, que también todo gire en torno al móvil y ese momento, que es el momento donde el seguro responde y donde el cliente más lo aprecia, sea también conveniente y de experiencia satisfactoria.
Desde luego es que esto es fundamental porque cuando nos pasa algo de este tipo en el que necesitamos este tipo de ayuda, precisamente lo que queremos es que se nos solucione lo antes posible con el móvil donde estemos y que no tengamos que estar haciendo 20.000 millones de gestiones. Pep, bueno, bienvenido. Cuéntanos tú qué tal.
Muy bien, muchas gracias por la invitación también a South Summit. Es un placer, es la primera vez que vengo y la verdad que he quedado impresionado por el movimiento, por la actividad y por la generación de ideas, ¿no? Me parece que es muy interesante. Bueno, acompañando un poco lo que decía Pello, ¿no? Esta es una compañía que nació pues, en mediados de diciembre, ¿no? Llevamos 10 meses y va como un cañón, está funcionando muy bien y creo que hemos sido capaces de aunar mucho las capacidades de ambas entidades, ¿no? Es hiperconocido, ¿no? La capacidad especialmente digital e innovación que lleva en su ADN el banco BBVA y eso es claramente un valor añadido y una oportunidad de negocio para todos. Es evidente también que nos aúna una voluntad de servicio al cliente, de centralidad del cliente, especialmente relevante, yo diría, durante el periodo de pandemia, ¿no? Que el cliente yo creo que aún se ha posicionado más en el centro, es mucho más autónomo y más demandante y ahí nosotros trabajamos juntos en esa idea de tener la mejor experiencia del cliente, que era lo que Pello comentaba, y luego apoyando un poco con la experiencia aseguradora que podamos tener nosotros. Somos una compañía que tiene más de 120 años, pero que ha resistido a todo y resistiendo muy bien, ¿no? Es la compañía líder a nivel mundial de seguros, muy foco ahora en la digitalización y, por tanto, la experiencia aseguradora, lo que podemos contribuir a desarrollar productos, servicios, herramientas en apoyo de los clientes del banco, pues para mí es algo fundamental. Muy contentos, insisto, ha explicado Pello el roadmap de productos y el foco de ahora, podemos hablar también luego, es en prepararnos de cara, si cabe, más al futuro, ¿no? En qué necesidades los clientes pueden tener, fuera de las tradicionales necesidades aseguradoras, que es mi coche, mi casa, mi vida, qué pasa si tengo un accidente. Más allá de eso, ¿qué podemos ofertar conjuntamente? Y ahí tenemos muchísimas ideas.
Siempre está bien, desde luego, yo creo que ahora en el mundo de la competitividad es que hay que estar un paso por delante, el que no está o se adapta rápidamente o se queda detrás, pero además otra cosa que me fascina de esto es que sois el ejemplo perfecto de la era de la colaboración. Esto se dice muchísimo, que ahora las empresas están obligadas a entenderse y ya no solo a competir, sino también a colaborar. Pero me gustaría vuestra visión de por qué decidisteis, pues cuáles fueron los motivos que os impulsaron a crear esta alianza. Si te parece, Pep, empezamos ahora contigo.
Bueno, yo creo que teníamos interés común, ¿no? En desarrollar una oferta muy atractiva para los clientes de BBVA, ¿no? Y el interés mutuo no nacía de que Allianz hacía el producto y BBVA tenía un canal de distribución. El interés mutuo era cómo podíamos juntos servir mejor a los clientes y ofrecer mejores soluciones aseguradoras. En tiempo récord creamos una compañía, insisto, basada en la colaboración y en las personas. La hicimos en plena pandemia, es decir, ahora hablábamos hace poco con Pello de qué hicimos durante la pandemia, porque estábamos en casa y llegamos al acuerdo, estábamos en casa, creamos la compañía, estábamos en casa y lanzamos la compañía. Eso dice mucho de las capacidades tecnológicas de ambas entidades y de la voluntad de tirar para adelante. Y además tenemos una cosa más a favor, que tenemos el mismo color, somos azules, por tanto eso es perfecto.
Eso está muy bien. Desde luego creo que también eso, aparte del ejemplo de la colaboración, es que es haberlo lanzado desde casa. ¿Os visteis presencialmente alguna vez?
Bueno,
antes
de la pandemia.
Pero durante no.
No nos vimos, ¿no?
Bueno, esto creo que eso nos enseña a todos hasta dónde podemos llegar aunque estemos en casa cuando queremos algo realmente. Pello, cuéntanos, ¿cuáles fueron para ti las motivaciones?
Bueno, a ver, la motivación en BBVA, al final la motivación es que el cliente tenga el mejor servicio, la mejor experiencia posible. Y entonces tú te analizas y dices, oye, hay cosas donde yo soy capaz de construir esa experiencia, hay otros temas en los que yo no soy capaz de construir la mejor experiencia para el cliente, ¿no? Y en el análisis del portfolio de productos del mundo asegurador, pues nosotros tenemos una experiencia muy grande en lo que son los seguros de vida y consideramos que el seguro de vida lo podemos ofrecer nosotros desde nuestra fábrica, pues probablemente también porque tiene menor complejidad de lo que son los productos de no vida, ¿no? En el análisis de los productos de no vida, pues lo cierto es que nosotros llevamos años en términos de coaseguro trabajando con Sanitas en el ámbito de la salud, ¿vale? Y vimos que Allianz, en todas esas conversaciones previas y reuniones previas que comentaba Pep, pues alineaba, digamos, su visión con nuestra visión, su forma de trabajar con nuestra forma de trabajar y su forma de entender el futuro con nuestra forma de entender el futuro para el resto de seguros de no vida, ¿no? Lo ha dicho Pep, pero bueno, Allianz es líder mundial, con una experiencia brutal que conoce cómo está el mercado, que conoce cómo evoluciona el mercado, que conoce cómo evolucionan los hábitos y las formas de socializarnos de todos nosotros, y es muy solvente, ¿no? Y eso te da una capacidad de invertir en innovación, que es de lo que se trata, pues que probablemente nosotros en un portfolio de productos más amplio, desde el mundo de seguros al mundo de fondos de inversión, a hipotecas, a tal, pues lo mejor es buscar al mejor especialista, al mejor socio posible, que comparta, insisto, esa visión hacia adelante que teníamos y que tenga esa capacidad de innovación que tiene Allianz.
Y si ya el color corporativo es azul en ambos casos, pues ya, pues
correcto,
¿qué te cuento?
Sí.
¿no?
Falta el tema del fútbol que has comentado, ¿no? Que también podríamos estar más alineados, ¿vale? Pero todo llegará. O sea,
bueno, pero eso ya son detalles.
Esos son detalles.
Esto todo en orden.
Bueno, detalles importantes, ¿eh?
Bueno, ya más allá de esta suma de fuerzas, de diferentes capacidades que cada uno aporta y de nuevo este azul corporativo compartido, ¿qué retos veis para el futuro del sector? Porque además teniendo en cuenta que venís de ámbitos diferentes. Entonces, en tu caso, Pello, ¿qué nuevos retos y hacia dónde crees que va este sector asegurado?
Sí, bueno, yo creo que el reto inicial no es sectorial, sino es al que nos enfrentamos todas las empresas de los distintos sectores. ¿Y qué lo has comentado tú, Marta? ¿No? En términos de competitividad, anticiparte, ¿no? Anticiparte a lo que el cliente quiere, a lo que el cliente necesita, ¿no? Yo diría que esa es la mayor. Y a partir de ahí ya, insisto, que afecta a todos los sectores, pues te vas al sector concreto de seguros, ¿no? Y evidentemente Pep es 100.000 veces más especialista que yo. Pero tal y como lo veo y tal y como hemos compartido, pues tiene que ver con la idea de antes. Es decir, anticiparse significa conocer ese cambio en los hábitos sociales, en los hábitos de comportamiento, en los hábitos incluso de tráfico, digamos, de las personas para poder anticiparte a esas necesidades, ¿no? Un ejemplo muy sencillo pues podrían ser los seguros contextuales, ¿no? Lo ha dicho Pep cuando decía los seguros tradicionales, los de toda la vida, oye, la casa, el coche, tal, pero después hay esos nuevos seguros que en el fondo responden a esas nuevas realidades, ¿no? Creo que después todo tiene que girar en torno al móvil. Esto en BBVA lo vimos ya hace años. Nosotros tenemos la mejor, está mal que lo diga, ¿no? Pero la mejor app bancaria que hay en el mundo. Y lo cierto, toda nuestra interrelación o sea, hay miles y miles y miles y millones de interacciones diarias con los clientes a través de ese canal. Y eso es lo que te demanda el cliente por conveniencia, eso es lo que te demanda el cliente por 24/7, eso es lo que te demanda el cliente en términos de flexibilidad y de experiencia de usuario. Y ahí es donde tenemos que trabajar, ¿no? Yo diría 3 aspectos concretos en los que también hay que trabajar es en términos de producto, la flexibilidad del producto. Es decir, que el producto no nazca de una manera y permanezca de una manera, sino que seamos sensibles a los tiempos. Y esto tiene que ver con las coberturas, tiene que ver con las duraciones, tiene que ver con cosas que hoy, o hace años podían resultar como de ciencia ficción, que es que tú actives o desactives un seguro en tiempo real, ¿no? Y por tanto, las coberturas y la duración se adapte a la necesidad del usuario. Creo que otro eje sobre el que hay que trabajar es el mundo de los datos, ¿no? Evidentemente con consentimiento inequívoco, pero ser capaces de conocer a nuestros clientes para darle el mejor pricing a cada uno de los clientes customizado en cada momento o en cada contexto o eventualidad que comentaba antes. Y en el mundo de las prestaciones, por decirlo de alguna forma, todo lo que comentaba, que giren alrededor del móvil, que sea la menor fricción posible, que sea la mejor experiencia de cliente y de usuario. Y eso pasa, yo también creo, por un enfoque donde el juego de la reactividad y de la proactividad. Y no es sencillo este juego, porque muchas veces tú del evento te enteras, lógicamente, porque el cliente te lo comunica y, por tanto, ya naces casi en reactivo. Pero tenemos que conseguir girar el ángulo a que haya mayor proactividad, digamos, por parte de la compañía aseguradora, en este caso de BBVA Allianz, en los momentos en los que el cliente los necesita, en el momento del siniestro de la prestación.
Vale, o sea que nos quedaríamos básicamente con flexibilidad, una personalización a través de la escucha activa de los datos y de la privacidad, y luego el último punto, que sería pues centrar en el móvil, que es lo que el usuario quiere, o sea que básicamente es estar a servicio del usuario en todo el momento y todo lo que quiera.
Eso es.
Pep, ¿qué nos cuentas tú?
Bueno, en esta línea yo creo que dos ejes rápido. Uno, desde el punto de vista de oferta, productos y servicios, yo creo que tenemos que dar el salto en la idea esa de ofrecer seguros add-on, seguros a demanda. Esto tiene que ver mucho con todo lo que tiene que ver con el mundo del ocio, con el mundo de aseguramiento en un momento determinado, el on-off, por decirlo de alguna manera, que te puedes asegurar. Ahí yo creo que tenemos un camino bueno y, sinceramente, las capacidades de BBVA linkan muy bien con este modelo. Luego, atender otro tipo de necesidades que van apareciendo, por ejemplo, en el mundo de la ciberseguridad. Yo creo que este es un mundo que estamos comenzando, a pesar de todo lo que está pasando, y ya no hablo de WhatsApp, de todo lo que está pasando, estoy seguro que hay muchísimo camino por recorrer, y no solamente en las grandes empresas, en las pequeñas y las medianas empresas, y también en el mundo de los particulares, y ahí yo creo que hay un desarrollo importante. Y luego, yéndome a lo que serían las plataformas, creo que tenemos una enorme oportunidad, y aquí hay un foro muy interesante, ¿no?, que es cómo mejoramos la centralidad del cliente, la experiencia del cliente, ¿no? Y ahí, durante el Customer Journey, desde que un cliente pregunta por nosotros hasta que nos compra, hasta que quiere cambiar algo, o quiere contratar una póliza más, o quiere lo que sea, tenemos una capacidad muy importante de inyectar innovación, que pueda venir por las insurtechs, los fintechs o las startups. Yo creo que ahí hay un camino muy importante. Hay bastante obsesión, por ejemplo, en el grupo Allianz en esta línea. Tenemos una compañía que se llama Allianz X, que es claramente un inversor muy potente en este mundo, y esa inversión está dirigida no a un mundo solamente financiero, sino está dirigida a intentar mejorar la experiencia del cliente en cada uno de los puntos. Ahí hay un camino, yo creo, muy importante, que sinceramente creo que solamente BBVA o Allianz puede afrontar de manera exitosa.
Qué interesante, nos quedamos con este guante, además de lo que es la ciberseguridad, que desde luego es un punto súper importante, el añadir innovación en toda la etapa, y que a veces parece que innovación es meterle un montón de tecnología y un montón de cacharros y un montón de cosas, cuando simplemente es un poco igual lo que decía Pello, de que el viaje a través del móvil sea sencillo, con algo tan serio como una notificación o una única pantalla. Bueno, pues también lanzamos este guante a todos los que estáis aquí reunidos, que cualquier idea de innovación, por supuesto, también será bienvenida. Nos queda 1 minuto y medio y 20 segundos para conclusiones antes de cerrar, así que rapidísimamente 20 segundos cada uno, si queréis. Pello.
Pues yo diría que esta alianza nace desde la vocación del crecimiento, de dar el mejor servicio y experiencia a los clientes, y creo que el punto de partida es muy importante, y no es un punto de partida donde nosotros desde BBVA damos la distribución y Allianz da el seguro, sino que desde el nacimiento y desde los meses anteriores al nacimiento hemos trabajado conjuntamente, aportando el conocimiento evidente que tiene del sector Allianz durante tantos años, y aportando desde BBVA nuestras experiencias también digitales y nuestra experiencia y conocimiento de los clientes, ¿no?
Suma de fuerzas. Pep.
No, yo casi diría que, cogiendo parte del ADN de BBVA, recoger esa voluntad tan clara de innovar y transformar, para también transformar los modelos de banca seguros, ¿no? donde claramente tenemos una oportunidad enorme de crear la mejor operación de banca seguros, y estamos francamente en ello, basado en la centralidad del cliente, innovación y la transformación. Yo creo que tenemos claramente un camino definido, una hoja de ruta y una voluntad de dos compañías muy azules.
¿No veis cómo se miran entre ellos con un amor de verdad que no os lo creéis? Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias por compartir con nosotros las características de este nuevo organismo simbiótico, porque es lo que es, en constante evolución y siempre centrado en darle al cliente lo que necesita. Una clara apuesta por la innovación y sobre todo por la colaboración. Y justo estamos en tiempo. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos también. Un placer.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Marta.
Muchísimas gracias. Absolutely wonderful. That was such a great session. And we absolutely had 3 VIPs right there for you. Okay, we're going to move swiftly on. We are actually going to bring forward our fantastic section, which is all about the Scale Up Spain network. So if you want to know about what happens after the world of startups, you're looking at Scale Ups, and you're about to learn from the best of the best right here in Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your wonderful moderator for this next section. She is the director of Wayra Madrid. Please welcome Paloma Castellano. Thank you. Big round of applause for Paloma. Okay, I know there's lots of people watching us online. Please share the love using the hashtag SouthSummit21 and make sure we know you're there. Paloma, muchísimas gracias. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to switch into Spanish because we are going to talk about the Spain ecosystem and it deserves that we use our own language. La verdad es que me ha tocado a mí, no sé si me puedes pasar, Andrea, para ponerme la primera transparencia. Me ha tocado a mí el grandísimo honor de hacer la presentación de esta charla, ¿no? Que hemos estado trabajando muy duramente durante un año y medio ya. Nos juntamos hace ese tiempo Bankinter, Fundación Innovación Bankinter, Endeavor y Guaira, porque los tres compartimos una misma meta y un mismo ánimo. Nosotros creemos, bueno, nos hemos amanecido este mes de octubre con una maravillosa noticia, que es que si el año pasado el ecosistema español de startups cerró financiación por valor de 1.000 millones de euros, 1 billón de euros, ¿no? Para abreviar, en octubre de este año, gracias a los datos de Fundación Innovación Bankinter, sabemos que ya llevamos 3 veces esa cifra, que estamos ya en más de 3 billones de euros de financiación conseguidas por las startups de este país. Y llevamos menos de 3/4 partes del año, con lo cual 2021 va a ser un año récord hasta que llegue ya 2022. Entonces, nosotros creemos que al final el gran impacto en estas cifras lo conseguimos gracias a las scale-ups, ¿no? a las startups que ya han recorrido el camino y que han conseguido llegar a ser scale-ups. Hace justo un año y medio, Bankinter, Endeavor y nosotros nos juntamos para lanzar Scale Up Spain. Scale Up Spain es una iniciativa conjunta entre las 3 entidades. Lo estamos haciendo totalmente pro bono porque creemos en el efecto multiplicador de las scale-ups en España, en la creación de empleo, en la generación de valor, en la generación de nuevo contenido. Y lo que creemos que hay un gran número de iniciativas que ayudan a startups, a empresas un poquito más inmaduras a crecer y que el ecosistema español ya está ahí. Y queremos ayudarles a dar el siguiente paso, a ayudar a pasar de esa startup a una scale-up, a una startup a un nivel global que genere empleo, que genere inversión, que se internacionalice. Y nada, bueno, otra de las cosas que hemos hecho en esta iniciativa, han pasado por aquí 24 compañías, pues y nuestra aspiración es que en 4 años lleguemos a más de 80. Otra de las cosas que hemos hecho ha sido trabajar para generar un informe, una radiografía de cómo es el ecosistema de scale-ups aquí en España. Y yo creo que la mejor persona es el líder de todo esto, que es Javier Mejías. Entonces yo te dejo paso y muchísimas gracias.
No, muchísimas gracias. Lo que os queremos contar un poco son los hallazgos que hemos tenido dentro del informe, pero primero definiros qué es una scale-up para nosotros. Una scale-up para nosotros es una compañía que tiene al menos 1 millón de euros de ingresos de revenue en un periodo promedio de 3 años. Esto obviamente define la parte más pequeña o la parte más básica de lo que es una scale-up. Entonces, lo que hemos decidido es hacer un informe de cuáles son, según nosotros, pues una muestra bastante razonable del ecosistema scale-ups. Entonces, hicimos una encuesta entre pues una población de aproximadamente 100 scale-ups, de las cuales conseguimos 91 respuestas. ¿Cómo de representativo es esto? Bueno, pues para que tengáis una idea, nosotros haciendo un análisis desde el Observatorio de Startups de la Fundación Innovación Bankinter, calculamos que hay cerca de 350-400 scale-ups en España. Es decir, el número que tenemos yo creo que es bastante representativo de los datos que nos vamos a encontrar. ¿Y estas scale-ups, bueno, son todas iguales? No. Entonces, para nosotros era muy importante que tuvierais una visión de que no todas las scale-ups son creadas iguales y que además es un camino de crecimiento. Nos encontramos que dentro de las 91 scale-ups, y como pues parece comprensible, 70 de ellas son lo que nosotros hemos denominado scalers. ¿Qué son scalers? Son compañías que de media la facturación de sus 3 últimos años está entre 1 y 10 millones de euros. Después tenemos lo que nosotros llamamos compañías growth, que son las que han dado el siguiente nivel y tienen una facturación media en 3 años de 10 millones de euros. Y finalmente, que para mí es quizás lo que todos quizás consideramos como esos grandes casos de éxito del ecosistema español, son lo que nosotros llamamos los rockets, que son compañías que tienen una facturación media en los últimos 3 años de más de 50 millones de euros. Y como podéis ver, pues había 6 rockets, 14 growth y 70 en fases scaler. También nos parecía muy interesante valorar, pues desde una perspectiva de género, esto cómo funcionaba. Y lo que vimos es que de esas 91 compañías, 18, es decir, aproximadamente el 19%, estaban lideradas por mujeres, que como desgraciadamente viene siendo habitual, es una cifra absolutamente insuficiente desde una perspectiva de género. Entonces, les preguntamos también hasta ahora cómo se habían financiado y como pues parece razonablemente normal, vimos un peso muy relevante de financiación por parte de fondos españoles, un 45% de ellas se habían financiado con fondos españoles, un 27% europeos y la financiación proveniente de América y Asia era bastante residual. Lo interesante, y bueno, ya han captado en conjunto 3.200 millones de euros, que es una cifra llamativa. Lo interesante quizás es cuando les preguntamos ¿y cuáles son vuestras perspectivas de captar fondos? Es decir, ¿de dónde van a venir vuestros fondos en el futuro? Descubrimos primero que, curiosamente, y esto es una cosa que tenemos todavía que interiorizar, porque lo que estamos contando son los análisis preliminares, lo que tenemos que acabar de entender es por qué esas compañías tienen una aspiración de captar menos fondos de los que habían captado hasta ahora. Una de las posibles explicaciones es porque tienen capacidad suficiente de generar ingresos como para no necesitar tanto capital, pero es solo una de las explicaciones. Lo que es llamativo es que cambia completamente el mix de financiación y si os dais cuenta, la mayoría de estas compañías ya no piensa tanto en financiarse localmente como financiarse principalmente de Estados Unidos y de Europa. Y curiosamente el peso de Asia no varía mucho y es que el papel de Asia en la financiación de startups españolas es algo bastante cíclico. Ahora quiero compartir con vosotros lo que para mí son quizás los datos más llamativos, que son estas compañías que a nivel de ingresos cómo están operando. Bueno, y lo que vemos es que durante el año 2020 esas compañías captaron 1.660 millones de euros. Esto es un dato yo creo que positivo, pero quizás lo que más llama la atención o lo que más sorprende es la enorme ambición que plantean para 2021. Pues estamos hablando de un crecimiento en ingresos del 90% de estas compañías. Es decir, en global esperan captar 3.000 millones de euros en ingresos. Aquí no hablamos de financiación, estamos hablando de generación de riqueza. ¿Y cómo se distribuye eso según esos niveles? Pues bueno, yo creo que es un dato bastante interesante. Estas scalers, esas que están en fase inicial, que tienen unos ingresos de más de 1 millón de euros, de media esperan ingresar cerca de 3 millones de euros. ¿Vale? Asumamos que esta es la facturación prevista. Si damos el salto al siguiente nivel y pasamos a las de fase growth, las que tienen una facturación media de 10 millones de euros, nos encontramos que multiplican por 7 sus perspectivas de ingresos. Es decir, hay un salto cualitativo muy relevante. Ahora estamos hablando de más de 20 millones de euros de ingreso medio por compañía. Y esto desde luego es llamativo, pero realmente cuando por lo menos a nosotros nos cambiaron un poco los esquemas es cuando vimos los Rockets cuál era su perspectiva de ingresos. Estamos hablando de multiplicar por 10 de nuevo en el siguiente salto de fase, multiplicamos por 10 los ingresos hasta una media de 223 millones de euros por compañía. Es decir, si os dais cuenta, al final hay un patrón que lo vais a ver repetido a lo largo de todas las veces que hablemos de los 3 niveles, y es que no solamente son importantes las escalas en la economía española, sino que según van avanzando niveles estas compañías en su transición de escala pequeñita, si me permitís llamarlo así, a scale-ups grandes, a los rockets, multiplican su impacto. En este caso estamos hablando desde la perspectiva de revenue. Y bueno, y está muy bien y yo creo que es algo que todos entendemos, que estas son compañías que generan una gran riqueza, pero ¿y el empleo? ¿Verdad? Porque desgraciadamente es una de las grandes dudas que tenemos todos y que siempre nos cuestionan. Ya, pero es que las startups no generan mucho empleo, el empleo no es algo que realmente genera un impacto. Bueno, pues afortunadamente creo que con datos podemos demostrar lo contrario. Estas compañías en 2020 generaron 8.800 puestos directos de empleo, pero generaron 285.000 puestos indirectos. Es decir, estamos hablando que 91 compañías han generado 300 y pico, un poco menos de 300.000 puestos de empleo. Yo creo que es un dato francamente potente. Y de nuevo, volvemos a ver, bueno, estupendo, pero estos números, ¿cómo se distribuyen según el tipo de compañía? Bueno, pues las compañías en fases iniciales, y esto yo creo que también es muy interesante para aprender a entender o a censar en qué fase está cada compañía. Los scalers, estas que están en la primera fase, de media tienen 45 empleados y generan un poquito menos en indirectos, 36 puestos indirectos. Es decir, tiene un ratio de directos a indirectos de 0,8. ¿Qué pasa cuando dan el salto al siguiente nivel? Pues que pasan a tener un tamaño medio de 126 personas y generan 151 puestos indirectos. Esto yo creo además no solamente es relevante desde la óptica que estamos viéndolo, desde empleo y demás, sino también tenemos que entenderlo desde otra óptica. Y es una de las cosas que nosotros en el programa de Scale Up Spain intentamos ayudar a las compañías. Y es que en el momento que cambia tu escala de compañía, cambian muchas cosas dentro de la compañía. No es lo mismo gestionar una compañía de 45 personas que una compañía de 125, porque cambia las estructuras de gestión, las líneas de reporte e incluso los perfiles que necesitas. Y no alargo más la duda. ¿Y qué pasa con las compañías que llegan al siguiente nivel y se convierten en rockets, que son los que nosotros entendemos como la cúspide de las scale-ups? Pues que cambian mucho los números. De media son compañías que emplean a 700 personas de forma directa, 706, pero generan de forma indirecta 50.700 empleo cada una. Eso quiere decir que hay un ratio de directos a indirectos de 71. Es decir, por cada empleo directo que generan 71 puestos indirectos. Con lo cual, con números, lo que estamos intentando demostrar es que no solamente las startups son una de las partes relevantes como motor de la economía española, sino que además generan mucho empleo. Con todo esto, pues bueno, nuestro planteamiento y nuestra propuesta o nuestra forma de entender esto desde Scale Up Spain es que como país no solo deberíamos focalizarnos en que surjan startups, eso es enormemente importante, sino que deberíamos tener un objetivo muy claro de ayudar a que esas startups poco a poco crezcan y se conviertan en rockets, que son las que realmente van a transformar completamente la economía de España. Al final, no solamente nos quedemos con los datos que estas compañías generan, y podríamos hablar, como siempre, de oye, las top 100 compañías de Estados Unidos, de dónde vienen, si son tecnológicas, fueron en un momento startups, sino es que además estas compañías actúan como catalizadores de la innovación. Y por último, como os decíamos, lo que os acabamos de enseñar no es el informe en sí, son unos datos preliminares que queríamos compartir con vosotros un poco como preludio a la mesa redonda que vamos a tener ahora mismo. Presentaremos a principio de noviembre un informe muchísimo más detallado en el que desde luego estarán estos datos y donde esperamos poder sacaros y compartir datos yo creo que más interesantes. Entonces, ¿dónde lo podéis encontrar? Pues bueno, en el sitio web de Scale Up Spain. Y por mi lado, no mucho más, agradeceros vuestro tiempo y vamos a dar paso ahora a Antonio Iglesias, que va a conducir una mesa redonda donde vamos a sentar a dos scale-ups en fases diferentes y vamos a intentar entender desde una perspectiva mucho más cualitativa esos desafíos. Antonio, que creo que no me escucha.
Lo que nos va a hacer falta es... Sí, toma, mira, para ti. La cojo yo. Siéntate. Ah. Vale. Bueno. ¿Sobra uno? Aquí ya está. Venga. So, surprise, we're going to switch to English for this one. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. After learning from Paloma and Javier about the world of scale-ups here in Spain, what we wanted to do is to bring those stories closer, right, to home, and bring you two of the best examples of scale-up founders and leaders today in Spain. So I'm super happy to be here on stage with Jaime and Juan, founders of VoiceMoid and Job and Talent, companies that all of you guys know. What we're going to do is we have a few questions prepared. They're going to share their stories. Which never happens, we have some time at the end, we'll open up for questions from you guys. But the idea is for you to hear in first person the stories of these amazing entrepreneurs that we're lucky to have here with us in Spain. And I'm going to jump right into it. The first question that I have for you guys, and I don't know, let's go, we'll start with you, Jaime, if you want, is we know that the challenges that startup founders, when they're starting, when they're trying to figure out their product market fit, are different from the challenges you face when you're scaling up, right? So I wanted to ask you, what were those challenges that you faced as you started the transition from startup to scale up? You started growing so fast with such an amazing growth story as you guys have.
Yeah, in my experience, thank you for the question. In my experience, the core challenges are always related with, or mainly always related with the team. So the team is the most important thing in every company. And for me, one of the challenges was really having the same culture and values when we were 90 or 19 people in the team or 20 people in the team, and be able to scale this kind of communication, this decision-making process, this at the end of the day DNA of the company, when you have 100+ team, is really a challenge. So in the way you communicate it, in the way you basically show the rest of the company how values help you decide and help you take decisions, communicate with your colleagues, is one of, in my opinion, one of the biggest challenges that I experienced.
And I gotta say that I don't know if you guys know about how the company works inside, probably not a lot, but you guys are a great example of how to maintain and grow company culture. So it's really cool that you guys are so focused on that. It wasn't prepared, right? The fact that team and culture was Jaime's main challenge was not an intro for Juan to talk about job and talent, right?
Yeah, well, I think that you have actually mentioned what, in my opinion, is also the most relevant thing to scale up a company. I have an example of doing that badly, actually, in the past. You know, when we passed from being a startup to being a scale-up, we started to hire people based on the CV. Just only saying, okay, this person has worked in here, that has to be great. It's like, and we forgot about something relevant. The most relevant thing that it was actually recruiting based on the culture and seeing if those profiles that we're seeing were just only good CVs or were actually going to be working in the way that we like to work and do things as a company. Because again, for us, after learning that, it's the most relevant thing, and I agree with you, the team and the culture is. And so we committed a big mistake back in 2014, 16, scaling up the team with a lot of people that had great CVs, but didn't have the same culture. So they were not hands-on. In many cases, they were not creatives. They were not bootstrappers because they were used to work with very big budgets in their previous company. So there is we have like 5 pillars that define our operating principles of our culture. Then we have some values on top of that. But those pillars, those operating principles were not met by many of the people that we hired. And we need to fire a lot of people back in those days because they were not actually fitting the organization and the way that we like to work. Since then, we have put a lot of processes from the recruitment to the onboarding and to the feedback to make sure that everyone that comes into the company understands the 5 operating principles that they have, that is acting like an entrepreneur, being hands-on, bootstrapper, analytical, and communicating with good storytelling with the rest of the team. And this is the base to build like a big organization, because once you do that, everyone knows how to work, what to do, and how to react to the different situations that we have in our day-to-day. And this is something super scalable, because you can do that when you're a 100 people organization, when you are 800 people or 1,500 people, you know, and this is what you need to care much more of, you know, in this scale-up phase.
And another thing that I wanted to mention relatively of what I faced at one of the challenges also to scale up, that is something that I think is not talked enough about this, and it's actually the founders. So the founders, I as a founder and my co-founders, how you face that tremendous growth tremendous change on your role, tremendous change on your responsibilities, on how your company, your baby works. And all of that process is super hard to go on as a founder, and is a process in which you probably learn more than on the previous bootstrap seed stage. That is more the let's figure out what the product looks like, let's figure out how the market is reacting now to our solution, let's understand our customers. But then you are facing a new stage in which you as a founder have to change absolutely everything you do in your day-to-day basis. And this is only one thing that is a challenge, a real challenge on the scaling a company.
And it's not too often talked about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Those challenges you're facing. Who did you seek help from as you were facing those new challenges for the first time in your life? Actually, a question for both of you guys. Where did you get your support? Where did you find, I don't know, strength, knowledge, experience to learn from others?
Well, in my case, it was by talking with other founders. We were lucky to have some investors that were previous founders. Like in our case, we were backed by Atomico, which Niklas, I have a strong relationship with him, and he's a former founder. And then I have had a lot of, I wouldn't say coaching sessions, but a lot of sessions with different entrepreneurs that were at a higher level at that time, and that they were actually very successful in building 1,000 plus employees companies. And I got inspired by many of them. It's like you get something out of all of them. And again, the main pattern that was repeated in all of those sessions was culture, was the team culture. And how do you need to deal as a leader with the culture? That is actually by acting and by keep on showing how things are done, but by doing also. It's not only telling the rest, you should do this, actually you should do those things too. So because at the end of the day, you are what you do is who you are, as the book says, and I believe that's what I learned from all these founders.
The fun thing, right, is that we're talking about this in the past as if we were done, right, and there's nothing coming, but both of you guys are looking at being 10 times bigger in the next 2 to 3 years, right? You're keeping on growing. What are the challenges that you guys are expecting to face in the next phase of your company?
Well, one of the biggest challenges in my sector is hiring the best talent on engineering. So for us, now we're facing a new era of full remote work everywhere. That makes the market be basically global. So we are hiring and we are competing with companies in Silicon Valley, raising hundreds of millions. Mm-hmm. So this is, in my opinion, one of the biggest challenges we have right now is that this market has become global suddenly 1.5 years ago. And my opinion is here to stay, because many people want to work from wherever they want, and now they can access to almost any startup in the world. So that makes that salaries, Silicon Valley engineering salaries, or product managing North America salaries are now competing with salaries here and the other way around. So this competition is really, for me, one of the biggest challenges we have right now.
In our case, apart from the team that I absolutely agree with you, Jaime, is probably the main thing, for not repeating again the same thing like that. We have identified 2 key challenges for job and talent in this next phase. I think that we have done amazingly well in Europe as a company. We are the biggest company in our new category, job platforms. But we have a key challenge in front of us, actually becoming the global winner of this category. And to do that, we need to launch in the most competitive market, that is the US, where there is a massive opportunity. There is not so much competition yet, and I believe, we have a strong belief on our capacity to become player number 1 in the next 12, 18 months. And this is, being absolutely honest, one of the biggest challenges, and also one of the biggest opportunities, because if we become player number one in the US too, we'll be clearly the global winner of this category, and we'll have a tremendous output for us. And then, second point is how to build the team or new products and keep on innovating in a way that we can see for the next 10, 20 years actually sustainable growth. Because we're in a point right now where we keep on growing more than 100% year on year, but we know that if we don't keep improving our service, our platform, our technology, that growth will be stopped in the future. So we need to keep having the same mentality, the same innovation mentality, bringing new products for both the employers of the platform, for the workers to make them life better. And that's a big challenge for the next 2-3 years, because there is a lot of stuff that we need to do to make sure that the company keeps on growing sustainably at more than 35-40% year on year for the next 20 years. So that's the big thing, for us in the next 3 years.
That's some amazing stories. I love how at the end it's mostly about the team and having the right people that as enablers, right, of all that growth and keeping that innovation going. I'm going to switch gears slightly to talk about Spain as a country, as an innovation ecosystem. The first question that I'm going to ask you guys, and this was not prepared, so we're going to have to improvise, right, is how do you guys think being a Spanish company or being based in Spain has either helped or hindered your growth in this past years, right? Like the fact that we're talking here about the development of the Spanish ecosystem, right? There are good things about it. There are potentially some opportunities. How has this influenced your companies?
Let me ask first. So, in our case, I think it's a pretty different case, by the way, because we born international. Our first users were American. So we were basically always a weird Spanish startups doing things outside. A lot of people know at voice mode outside, and they didn't know we were Spanish. So we born as international from scratch because we were a mobile-first company. We started building mobile apps for iOS, then for Android. And in terms of growth, never was a stopper, never was either helpful to be Spanish because we were like agnostic. What I think it helped us a lot was the ecosystem built mainly for us in Valencia, our hometown. Great ecosystem of accelerators, of business angels, and also for us was really a boost, knowing Wayra and coming to Madrid and getting invested by Telefónica, and that really helped us to become a next stage startup. But in terms, as I mentioned, in terms of growth, as our business today, Spain represents less than 1% of our business. So in terms of growth, we never had that relation with our country.
Right.
In our case, we have seen some challenges, being totally honest, being a Spanish company, especially when it's about fueling the growth. Okay, we have shown huge growth. Like we have passed from 5 million revenue to 1 billion revenue in a matter of 4 years. Yep. We're actually one of the top 10 companies growing in Europe. But when it was about raising funds, it was hard to first of all attract international funds at the valuations that some of our competitors were getting, actually, that were tiny and were growing less, because the investors were not really believing so much on a Spanish company becoming a 5 billion plus entity in the next 5 years. So I think that it has been quite challenging to raise funds. And then what usually happens is that you need to raise less, because you cannot, at the valuation that you're raising, if you raise as much as your competition, you're going to be diluted much more. Right. So it creates a very negative circle. I think that now the things are changing. There are more examples. We have 4 unicorns or 5 unicorns right now in Spain. It was quite rare to see that 2 years ago, and now it's a reality. And we have some companies actually that can perfectly go to 10, 20 billion market cap valuation in the next 5 years, and the market is starting to see that. So this is generating a strong belief on the investment, on the investors' ecosystem globally, to believe that Spanish companies can become huge entities. And this is going to help a lot the new companies coming. And it's actually helping us now, because they're seeing that we can actually be one of those companies growing sustainably for the next 10 years. And it's a big change, in terms of the size of the investment that you can track, the quality of the investors, the valuation, the dilution, and all of that.
And we even see that also on the numbers on 21, right? So we are, yesterday we will have this article, 2.8x year-over-year growth in investment in Spain. Obviously, Flywire and Wallbox IPOs helped a lot to have this track record. Okay, Spanish companies, by the way, can make IPOs. And as you mentioned, having these unicorns in Spain that 2 years ago happened to be a weirdo is helping. I'm noticing that now in the conversations, for example, we are now starting any conversations about Series B with American investors and European investors. And they are like positive about, we already invested in Spain, so they are giving you the confidence instead of asking for confidence on your side. So I see how this trend is already.
So to give some data on that on the audience, in our particular case, we were 4x from a multiple perspective. We're 4x less valued than our competitor than some competitors in Germany and the UK and the US, that they were growing less than us. And now we are much more in line. It's like we have improved the multiples in a 2.5x. We're still below our peers and our competitors, but it's a big change. It's like it was hard to accept money at 4 times lower multiple than competition. It's like.
How long did it take for that? So when you said we're 4 times less, how long ago was that?
It was 2017 and 2018.
In a matter of 3-4 years.
2019 also, it's like we didn't get like it was correcting a bit, but it was not until this year where we have really closed that gap.
Wow.
Yeah.
So very natural segue to think, get out the crystal ball, right, and think about the future. How optimistic are you guys about the Spanish ecosystem and where this is going, right? And what are the key challenges? Not the key challenges, but the key, insights or trends that you guys think we're gonna see in the next years?
I think future is bright for Spanish ecosystem. We can see it on the numbers. There's for sure some challenges. I think some regulations around topics, for example, like this famous stock option topic, for example, to retain talent. There's some regulations in order to, if we are competing really, as I was saying before, if we are competing really on this global market for hiring people, then we should compete also on this global market in terms of how we can pay people, how we can let people have stock options or different mechanisms to retain the talent. So I think we have some challenges in terms of regulation to be, let's say, in a fair competition with the rest. But I think definitely the future is bright. Seeing the numbers and the trends, I hope so.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think there is a big change on the ambition, especially on the new founders. Yep. It's like years ago, the founders were starting companies to be sold for 20, 50, 100 million. Now the founders are actually creating companies that are aiming at least to be $1 billion, $1 billion companies. And I'm sure, I'm very optimistic. I think that probably by 2030, it will have in the top 10 companies in our country, probably 2 or 3 tech companies. It's like in terms of most valued companies in this country, as it has happened.
1 and 2 at least, right?
Well,
Let's see.
Stuff, like, probably some companies that people even don't know would be on that list. So it has happened in the rest of the countries, and we're probably 20 years behind the US, 10 years behind the UK, but it's happening. It's like it's the same trajectory. You see the numbers, it's very similar to where those countries were some years ago, and it's a matter of keep on believing and applying more money, more investment into the ecosystem. Like forgetting a bit about the public sector and governments, like, well, if they create laws and regulation that are favorable, good for us. If not, we'll make it happen also. It's like we have made it happen, and we'll keep on making it happen, even if they don't regulate in favor of the ecosystem.
That's why I love talking with you guys. We're closing the gap. So as expected, we are not going to have time for questions from the audience. I'm really sorry about that. For me, one of the key takeaways that as we were having the conversation, I was thinking about it, only like 3, 4, 5 years ago, we would have had this conversation with 2 international founders. Like if we wanted to talk about scale-ups and their challenges, it wouldn't have been Juan and Jaime, it would have been Peter and Steve somewhere else. I'm so excited that you guys are here. You guys are showing us what growth looks like, and you're optimistic about the ecosystem, and we should be more ambitious. So super excited to be with you guys here, and hopefully you guys will come out of this session as excited as I am.
Yeah, thank you
so
for
much.
having me.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, gracias. Wonderful session there. Remember, if you're feeling the love, tweet using the hashtag SouthSummit21. And I think the next session is going to be an absolute treat for you. I'm very honored to be hosting a very special fireside chat with a very remarkable individual. I'm going to tell you a bit about him, but first we're going to welcome him on stage. Please give a huge South Summit round of applause for Ryan Neese. Thank you. Welcome, Ryan. Great to have you here. So before we start, I'm just going to tell our folks streaming live, many thousands of people streaming live, many hundreds of people here at La Nave in Madrid. My name's Oisin Lunny. It's a pleasure to be here and introduce our next very special guest, Ryan Neese. He is a former NFL player and Super Bowl winner. He is the chairman of the Ryan Neese Foundation, which over the past 15 years has facilitated its student service program, whose curriculum is centered around teaching high school students the power of giving. It is fantastic work. He's currently the managing director of Next Play Capital. He founded the VC firm in 2015 to give his community the opportunity to invest with the brightest minds in tech. Next Play Capital, or NPC, is a Silicon Valley-based investment platform focused on investing in top-tier venture funds and companies. It's a minority-owned firm founded in 2014 with over $250 million under management. NPC leverages an investment thesis centered around specific manager selection designed to maximize risk-adjusted returns. The combination of a disciplined and experienced management team, a diverse and strategic investor base, and an overall value-add mentality allows NPC access to top-tier venture managers, including Accel, Greylock, Andreessen Horowitz, Forerunner Ventures, First Round, Lightspeed Venture Partners, True Ventures, and Union Square. Wow. So these relationships also drive specialized access into some of these funds' top-performing portfolio companies, including ByteDance, Exabeam, Flexiport, Guild Education, Hims, Impossible Foods, Peloton, Rubrik, and ThoughtSpot. Ryan is on the advisory board of DocuSign and Tonal, in addition to being part of the Aspen Institute as a Henry Crown Fellow. Oh my goodness, that's quite the CV. And if that is not enough, I'm thrilled to tell you that he's absolutely one of a kind. His father was also an NFL player and Hall of Famer who also won the Super Bowl like Ryan, and they are the only father-son duo in human history to have both won the Super Bowl. How about that? Can we just get another round of applause for Ryan Neese, please? That's just incredible. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, I think it's worth introducing you properly because it's an amazing CV.
That was very long. That was
so
not
sorry.
needed. But I will
Okay,
say, my father likes to remind me he has 4 Super Bowls and I only have 1. So it's a very competitive family.
Very good. I see where you get the drive from. That's brilliant. Brilliant. So, talk to us a bit about, transitioning from an NFL player to a VC. Were there any transferable skills that you were able to bring from the field into the boardroom? And did you receive any resistance from the sector that you had to break through?
That's what all NFL players do, right? They transition into VC and become investors. And the reality is that that's not the case. Fortunately for me, I grew up around Silicon Valley. My father played for the 49ers during the 80s and the 90s, and he got a chance to meet the men and women that laid the foundation of Silicon Valley and some of the most inspiring individuals that I've ever had a chance to be around. He too started investing with them, and so we drank the Kool-Aid pretty quickly as a family.
Nice.
When I played in the NFL, I spent my off seasons trying to learn the business, and I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley. I spent a lot of time as an investor. When I was finished playing, I thought I was going to go work at the family business. At that time, my father had a firm called HRJ Capital. They had about $2.5 billion under management. They sold to a European company, a conglomerate called an asset manager called Capital Dynamics. So I couldn't go work there. So I went to a family office and spent some time as an investor and an analyst. That got a little boring, and a friend of mine was in business school, called me, and he said, you know what, Ryan, I really would love for you to help me with this idea and this startup. What do you think? And I said, sounds like a great idea. I was young, naive, single, didn't have a lot of responsibilities, so we decided to co-found a business together. And we built a mobile video platform that enabled athletes to create HD videos from their phone and send it to television in 15 seconds. People might say video, that doesn't seem like that novel of an idea, but in 2010, there were very few people using video at that time, especially ubiquitously across all different platforms and in the media world. Slaved away at that company for 4.5 years. We were then acquired by Fox. And at that time, so many individuals in my community, and especially former teammates and other athletes, would come to me and say, Ryan, I'm investing in this idea. What do you think? Tell me if you would invest with me. Help me with this opportunity. And the reality is it was garbage. And the sad thing to see so many men and women put their money into startups and investments that had very little chance of making them money was really heartbreaking to me. And so we decided as a family to start Next Play Capital to give our community of individuals the opportunity to invest with the best investors in the world, and hopefully at times we could find ways to get into some of the most transformational companies in the world too.
Totally, and your CV really does speak for itself. The results are incredible. And you're both a VC and an LP, a limited partner, for folks tuning in, which are investors in VC funds. So how did you go about getting access to Silicon Valley top deals and VC firms who are so famously hard to penetrate? How did you break through?
Yeah, it's a great question. And when you think about it, the VC landscape, there are thousands of VCs, especially just in the US, but globally, I mean, there are thousands. We have, I think, 1,200 in our database as a firm now. But the reality is the delta between the top quartile and even the top decile funds and everybody else is pretty massive. And the reality is if you're really going to play in the game and be an allocator and invest in the space, you really want to get access to those firms. But the sad truth is when you really look at the returns and where they come from, even just in the past 5 years, it's roughly 90% of all the venture returns have come from 5% of the venture funds.
Wow.
The vast majority of those happen to be in the US. I think it's starting to expand. It's one of the reasons why I'm here today and here this week, and to be at the summit is to learn the landscape here. But we wanted to give our investors the opportunity to get into those funds. How do we do that? We had to make our dollar look a little bit different. As they were turning away hundreds of millions of dollars and people begging to be in their funds, we needed to find ways to make our dollar look different. And the way that we did that was 3 ways. One, we have established relationships already and friendships that we've been in the Valley as investors for a long period of time. We've been investing with Sequoia and Benchmark and Excel and Greylock and these firms as a family. So we had meaningful relationships so we could build on that. The second thing we had to do is create an LP base that was truly differentiated. And what do I mean by that? One of the things we worked really hard is we brought an entire community of athletes and influencers and leaders and CEOs across the entire landscape to bring value to the GPs and their founders when they made an investment. And so that community of influencers is extremely valuable. It's really hard to get in front of Patrick Mahomes or Steph Curry or Reese Witherspoon or any of the other individuals that are part of our community. But our ability to aggregate them and bring them to our GPs made us look different. And then the third was really, how do we listen to the needs, right? What are the things that GPs really needed help with? What were areas that their founders needed support with? And how can we show up? How can we spend time building those relationships and building those friendships and find ways to bring them value consistently over and over again? And so it has been a relentless effort, but all of that has allowed us to be able to invest with arguably some of the best venture funds in the entire world. We have about 25 in our portfolio, and so really grateful for the work we do as a team to execute around that philosophy.
Fantastic. So a lot of passion, a lot of hard work, a lot of kind of unique perspective and the connections that you can bring to the table. So, you know, how do you differentiate your offer as a VC to founders? What value add can you bring to the table?
Yeah,
what's that mix?
The terminology value add gets thrown around pretty ubiquitously and widely across venture. It's just something that you say when you end a conversation, how can I help you, or what can I do for you? It's just a polite thing to do. I think my wife actually gave me the best analogy, though, of what value add really means. And she said, Ryan, if I called you and said, can you bring me home flowers? And you brought me home roses, and you brought me home my favorite color, that would be very nice. And that's a really nice, treat, and I'd be really excited. But if I never called you and you brought me home flowers and you brought me home my favorite color, that's value add. And so your ability to anticipate what somebody wants or needs in advance of them asking and delivering on that is really what value add is. And so again, it's the idea of spending time with somebody so that you can understand where they have pain points or where there's friction or challenges and leaning in. One of the things that we've also worked really hard, a lot of founders are brilliant. I mean, just technically far superior than most people that I've ever been around, and definitely a lot smarter than I am. But it doesn't mean that all of them have been a part of teams and understand how to communicate and understand how to deal with failure and understand how to rally their troops. And so our ability to lean in and connect with the founder on a personal level and help them in those gray areas, because oftentimes being a founder is really lonely and you don't know who to turn to. We play a sounding board and sometimes a coach in those situations because that's our background. And those are the strengths and assets that we can bring to the table. So those are areas that we think a lot about in terms of value add.
Absolutely. Great advice from your wife there. A wise lady by all accounts. That's brilliant.
She is a wise lady.
Fantastic, fantastic. And so we've heard about the different LP structure, your celebrities, the athletes in the fund, how you're differentiating as a VC to founders. But I'm sure a lot of folks in the audience would be very curious to know, what's your own personal investment strategy? Are there any sectors that are kind of hot, any geographies, any technologies that you are looking at yourself?
Yeah, it's another great question. Clearly our background comes from the world of sports, media, and entertainment. I think we're still in the early days of how technology is helping to transform all of those sectors. It's an area that we like to look at, we get excited about. The three areas that we spend a lot of time as a firm, we love fintech, we love enterprise SaaS, we love consumer, and specifically within consumer, we think about this terminology of human optimization. How are we thinking about our lives personally in terms of mentally, physically, spiritually, and how is technology allowing us to pursue those efforts in a more meaningful way and to be better at trying to live a more optimal life? And then obviously professionally, in this world now where we're all working from all over the place, what tools and resources are helping companies achieve success at scale as we work distributed, and how are we protecting the industry around that?
Fantastic. And so, you've talked about, technology with purpose there, the kind of, the big picture, the kind of higher purpose of technology. Talk to us a bit about the Ryan Nease Foundation and your wonderful work, because that's so impressive, and it really is, giving something back to the world. That's incredible. How can people get involved?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it blends into what we do as a fund.
Sure.
And part of this idea of a philosophy that we believe in is this idea of the power of giving. And through the power of giving, we believe that if we can teach young minds about the responsibility and really the idea that there are so many needs around them, that to lift their head up and to not think about themselves all the time, that there's really unique power and meaningful purpose in trying to find ways to support other people. And so I wrote a curriculum that teaches young high school juniors and seniors the principles of the power of giving, so that hopefully by the end of the program, they're able to ask or answer one question that we ask at the beginning of the program and at the end of the program. When's the last time you asked a family member or friend, how can I help you? And that's a basic question, and it seems really easy, but it's really hard to do on a consistent basis over and over again. And so that philosophy, and that DNA resonates through all the things that we do as an organization, as a foundation, and all the things we do professionally with our firm at Next Play Capitals, finding the ways to ask that question and then deliver on it with actually having no strings attached. And in my life, when you give, you get way more back. And time again, it's doing that. And so we're very thankful that we've had now the foundation for 15 years, and we've been able to invest and change a lot of lives through that.
Outstanding. Well, listen, thank you so much for everything you do with the Ryan Neese Foundation. Thank you for all the wonderful investment work you're doing. You're opening up the world of investment to many more people and people that don't usually are not able to get through. So it's just fantastic work, and it's what the industry needs. And if anybody wants to get in touch with Next Play Capital or the Ryan Neese Foundation, about it.
Yeah, Next Play Capital, it's easy to look us up. I mean, obviously we're all online these days. I'm sure I'm on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me there. It's one of the things that I think that's really exciting, as I mentioned, in terms of the reason why I'm here is spending more and more time looking at the energy here that I see at the summit. What Maria's created here is truly phenomenal. Absolutely. I mean, one, it's a very attractive crowd. It's a very energetic crowd, but yet there's still a passion and a conviction to create innovation and create great change and do something bigger than just for self. And that's really the heart of what technology is all about. And for me, being here is something that I'm excited about. Next Play, how do we continue to expand our reach globally?
Fantastic. And what a perfect way to wrap up. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Ryan Neese. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Muchísimas gracias, amigo. So I just need to check and see who is next on the stage. So we're going to... Okay, amigos, pardon. We just had to kind of juggle around the schedule there and just make some magic happen at South Summit, because we can be agile, we can move on the fly. Remember, if you're enjoying yourselves, please share the love, install the South Summit app on Android or Apple, and do tweet or share on social media using the hashtag SouthSummit21. Okay, amigos, amigas, it is a great pleasure to introduce the next session, and it is called Accelerating Change, the Journey of the Scale-Up. And it's a great pleasure to introduce our wonderful moderator, who's the operating director at B Startup Banco Sabadell. Please welcome to the stage, Jose Manuel Caro. Thank you. Welcome, Jose. And his first VIP guest is the co-founder and CEO of Cobee, Borja Aranguren. Welcome, Borja. And rounding up our power trio of scale-up stars is the CEO of Exotica. Please welcome to the stage, Per Valles. Bienvenidos. Jose, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you, all of you, for being here. It's a pleasure. My name, as he said, it's Jose Manuel Carol. I'm the operating director at B Startup. And before introducing my colleagues on the panel, I would like to explain what is B Startup in just 20-30 minutes. B Startup, it's the business unit for entrepreneurs of Banco Sabadell. We have two different approaches for startups. The first one is related with banking. What we have done on this side is we have specialized branches for giving better service to the entrepreneurs and to the startups and to the whole ecosystem. And then we have our second approach is related with investment. We have two different investment vehicles. The first one is B Startup 10, in which we invest 100K per company in up to 13 companies per year. And then we also have inside the bank in BS Capital, Sabadell Venture Capital, which is a fund that invests from 200K up to 2 million. And it's normally they invest in pre-Series A or Series I. And today we are going to introduce two of our investing companies. The first one is Cobee, which is the CEO, Borja Aranguren, and then Pere Valles, CEO of Exotica. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today, guys. Can you please introduce your companies before entering in?
Sure. We at Cobee, we're a platform for employee benefits and compensation. Basically, what we do is we provide companies with an HR platform so that they can very easily upload their employees, select what kind of benefits they want to offer to their employees in a very simple manner, and we manage everything that has to do with payroll, taxes, whatever it is for them in a very simple way, right? And then for the employees, what we provide is an app and a Visa card so that they can use to consume their benefits in a very flexible manner and especially have full visibility of what their what the companies are providing them, right? Having that in their hands. And basically the value proposition is for companies, as I was saying, they do not have to manage all the different providers they were managing at the beginning, but everything is in one single place, so they remove all the hassle. And for the employees, they have much better view of their value proposition and much more flexibility when consuming their benefits.
Great. What about Exotica?
Yeah, Exotica is a company in the travel space. We are digitizing multi-day tour packages, which is one of the last segments of the travel industry that is still offline, that is still in the hands of the traditional brick-and-mortar travel agencies. A multi-day tour package is a trip that is very complex. It's probably one of the most complex products in travel because it includes an international flight. And once you reach the destination, there is a circuit that might require additional flights, land transportation, airport pickups, hotels in different locations, activities, tours, guides, etc. So because of this complexity, it's been one of the last products to be sold online. And basically what we want to do is we want to lead this digital transformation of the space. We started in Spain first, but we have already expanded into 5 other countries, in Germany, UK, France, United States, and Canada, although by far we found the best product market fit in the US, which right now represents around 60% of our sales. We've had very good growth. We started in 2015 with 2 million euros in sales, and 4 years later, in 2019, we were already doing 50 million euros. 2020 obviously was a very difficult year because of COVID, but because of certain measures that we put in place, we managed still to generate around 32 million euros in sales. And this year, we're on track to do around 75 million in sales.
Okay, perfect. I would like to start with the beginning of the companies instead of I would like to know, Borja, you start as a mainly solo founder. You have 2 other people on the team, but you were as mainly solo founder. And on the other side, Pere, you start, or you enter Exotica when the company was running, there was a founder, and you enter as a professional CEO at the company. I would like to know on that days how this experience was. I don't mind who starts.
Sure. No, I joined Exotica in 2018. The company was founded in 2015, and I'm not the founder. There was a founder. It's not the first time that I join a company as CEO where there is already a founder, and it's never an easy process, because usually it's very difficult for the founder that has created the company, that is used to running the company his own way, to share basically the decision-making power with somebody else who comes from the outside world. I think in general, what I have tried to apply, and it has worked for me in this type of transitions, is I think you need to have 2 things. The first one is you need to have and show respect and recognition for what the founder has achieved. I mean, the reason why you're there and because you have decided to join that project is because you found the project attractive, and that's to the founder's credit. And the second reason, the second thing I think you need to do is, I think very early once you join, you need to prove the founder and show the founder that you are bringing something new, and something different. In the case, for example, of Exotica, I joined in March. They told me that we had 9 months of runway. I found out that it was like 3 or 4 months, and we had to raise a financing round very quickly, and we were able to do that. And that's something that the company had struggled with, and that basically allowed me to show the founder that I was able to bring something that was valuable for him and for the company.
In my case, well, I wouldn't define myself as a solo founder, because from the very beginning I thought we were gonna have, I was gonna have co-founders, and I actually do. There are 2 of them. But it's true that I started this journey alone at the very beginning. I very soon became aware I wanted someone to come in this journey together with me. And also because it was going to be a technological product, and I have no idea about technology, right? So I found the CTO and co-founder, so he joined very soon, and it was the 2 of us from the very beginning. What we didn't know was that we were going to find a third co-founder to join the team. We thought it was going to be the two of us. But it's true that then we were looking for someone to lead sales, and we found a person to come into the team. And he really put a lot of effort, a lot of passion in the project. He brought part of his team from the previous company. And so it has been kind of a progressive thing. And we actually named him co-founder some months ago, which is something strange, right, to name someone co-founder in a later stage. But the truth is he was a co-founder because he entered the company pre-revenues, and he has put so much energy and power into the company. So yeah, that's how the story has been.
And you are talking that you start with just, well, by yourself, then another person came into your company. And I don't remember how many employees did Exotica had when you entered, maybe 20-something, no?
Yeah, it was about 25.
Oh, so I 20-something. Now you are roughly 150. I think you are 60-something, 70 people. How was the culture of your company has been changing? And Pere, you came in a company that had a culture before you entered because there was a founder. How was the culture of Exotica has been changing from 2015 till today?
Well, the culture of the company was really set by the founder. And he was a person who came from travel, and he was, I would say, very product-oriented. I mean, he was an expert in creating experiences. He knew and had a very, very strong intuition about what the customer wanted. And our growth has really been what you could call product-driven growth. I mean, we have a great product, we have a great price, and it almost sells by itself. You know, obviously, there are things that we can do around it in marketing, but we've had very good growth, especially at the beginning, with very low marketing investment, and it's because of this product-driven culture and because of this customer centricity, you know, that our founder has put in the company. And honestly, I would like to think that it hasn't really changed that much, even though the company has grown and has scaled, and we are right now 160 employees, and before we were like 20. We try to hire people that are a good cultural fit for us. It's something that is very important for us in the selection processes, and it's something that we also review periodically when we do the employee evaluations. And I think this spirit of focusing on what the customer wants and on doing good for the customer is still in the company.
And what about Kobe, Borja?
Yeah, well, in our case, I would say that you never invest too much in culture. One of the things that I regret maybe is not having invested more in culture from the very beginning. And it's because when we started the company, we knew what kind of values we wanted, what kind of culture we want to implement in our company. The truth is you do that, and you do that exercise, and you put the values all together, and it's super nice. But then you need to live that, right, on a day-to-day basis. And you need to also be very coherent in the kind of measures you take in the company that are coherent with the values, right? And so there, I think we haven't put that much effort. And so the culture has evolved with the time. Now we are kind of doing an exercise to reevaluate the culture and think again, are the values that we said at the beginning the one that we have today? So we are reevaluating this so that we put some values that are the actual values that the company has and the ones that we need to keep for the following months and years. And now we want to really put that effort in keeping that.
Okay. So in your case, the faster the company grows, the faster you need to add people on board. And nowadays, it's quite hard to find some profiles in Spain, like developers and things like that. What kind of tricks do you have on this field for trying to get people on board and trying to retain the talent that you have inside your companies? Which is, I think, one of the hardest parts for scale-ups.
Employee benefits, no? It's an easy answer for us.
And you have the solution.
Yeah, exactly. No, but, well, we were just having a chat before. We're now thinking about how to have the remote workforce together with more in-office workforce and having different people working in the same place, in the same company, and how to retain them, because now necessities are very different from the different people you have. So we're trying to be quite flexible and have different packages for different kind of roles, with different also even compensation packages. So we are framing different benefits and different flexible benefits depending on what package you choose in the company. If you are going to be remote, if you're going to be in office, if you're going to be flexible. So it's not only the way you work, but also the way you get compensated.
Yeah, I think, I think you need to do all that, but I think it's also important the storytelling. There is this old saying that says that people join for the project and leave because of a bad manager, you know, and I think it's true. I mean, I think people want to be part of something, you know, they want to have a purpose when they come to work. They want to be part of a great success, and being able to sell this to the employees, as we have to do as CEOs with our investors. I think it's part of our job. No? In the case of Exotica, for example, our purpose is to make people's dreams come true. You know, in trips, you know, we're very focused on the affordability of the trips. We're bringing down the prices of trips that until recently only a small minority could afford, so that a big majority can all of a sudden afford. You know, and so that purpose and being part of something that could be big, you know, is something that I think is increasingly appealing to new employees. And then to retain, you need to avoid the bad managers, and that's where the culture comes to play. And again, we're very, very careful on who we bring in, and once we bring somebody in, one of the big criteria which has equal weight to performance that we use to evaluate is the cultural fit, you know, and that's key to maintain a good work environment and to retain the key talent.
Yeah. And jumping to another topic, you are two kind of companies that has had really different go-to-market strategy. No, Cobee, it's a company that it's still, well, now you're start moving internationally, but has been selling just in Spain. And Exotica, it's a company that has been went international quite early on the first days. Why? What do you think it's better? Do you think it's better to first be part of a country and explore, or you prefer to go quickly, move to another country quickly? Which is the kind of go-to-market strategy that you prefer, and why have you done these kind of things on your company? Why didn't Exotica start selling, Cobee, sorry, start selling in Portugal the first year?
I would say, well, at least my opinion is it depends on the nature of the business. In our case, being very country specific is an asset in the way that we're very adapted to the legislation, and we are very flexibly adaptable to other legislations as well, right? So that's why going country by country at the beginning is an asset for us, because that way we are getting very deep, right? Also, our monetization allows us to do that, because we can get very deep in a country, because our market is quite big already in a country, because we can monetize a lot in many different ways. So yeah, we have, I would say for us, it's an asset, right? Or you have other business models where I guess it's much more international from day one.
Yeah, at the end, the trips that we sell, you know, they can be sold to a British, to an American, or to a Spaniard, and it's the same trip, you know. So you don't really need to customize or to need to adapt that trip for a specific customer of a specific nationality. So that's an advantage. So in the case where you have this advantage, I would recommend to go fast, you know, to go to multiple markets. Mainly because I would like to say that we did a very in-depth study of the different markets, and that's how we decided which markets we would open. But really, I like in these cases to use the trial and error method. You know, you open some big markets, you try. There will be markets that will work not great. You know, like for example for us, Germany and France, they've never really had the traction that we expected. But on the other hand, we had great traction in the UK, in Canada, and especially in the US. And then what you do is, instead of trying to analyze why these markets are not working and trying to fix those markets, you just double down on the ones that are working, you know. And I think when you have a product that can be sold easily in multiple places, it's an advantage, because you don't depend on the product market fit in a specific market. You can diversify your risk by opening several markets at the same time, and that's what we did at Exotica.
Yeah. Before we were talking about remotely workers, and you were both operating in a sector that was highly impact with the lockdown and with the pandemic that we had. Well, we had or we still have, but now it's much better. But that we have in March of last year. How did you manage your companies at one? And what kind of things did you did on that time to like pasar el temporal? I don't know how to say it in English, not or to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were hugely impacted by COVID because, not only because we are in travel, but because within travel, we do international travel, which has been the segment that has been the most affected by travel restrictions. So the impact has been huge. I mean, the company was doing great, and all of a sudden from really, literally in 1 month, we went from selling 5 million per month to selling almost nothing, less than 100,000 euros in the following month. So, I mean, I think we had two choices, basically, and one choice was to go into hibernation, basically put everybody under a furlough and try to conserve cash to extend the runway as much as possible. That was one option. And that's the option that a lot of our competitors follow, and a lot of the traditional players in the industry follow. And we chose a different path. We chose to remain active in the market. It's true that we had raised capital just before COVID, so we were lucky in that sense. So we could afford taking that risk, and we chose basically to try different things that were both creative and risky, to try to reactivate sales, even under the worst market conditions. And we gave it a try, and there were things that worked and things that didn't work, but the things that worked really worked well. And only 2 months after the COVID had impacted, we had already recovered around 60% of our sales. And after the announcement of the Pfizer vaccine in November of last year, we saw a big acceleration in our growth, and now in the last months, we're hitting record levels again of sales.
Mm-hmm. In our case, we didn't really know how much COVID was gonna impact us. So we continued selling. The first thing we realized was that we couldn't continue selling because companies had all the budgets frozen, so they were not ready to take any decisions. So once we realized that, what we thought is, okay, and are we gonna lose the client base that we currently have? So we didn't know either. What we did was we called all of our clients one by one in order to ask them, is our solution, is COVID something that you're gonna take out as the first thing because you're gonna cut in costs and you're gonna take it out? So we called all of our clients, and what we realized was that our solution was much more sticky than what we actually thought. And so that was very good news because none of them was planning to take out COVID. And so what we take that in our advantage. So what we thought was, if the budgets are frozen, but people are not taking out our solution, what we're gonna do is we're gonna offer it for free until next year, because we know that once they put it in the company, they are not gonna take it out. So what that way we continued growing for the next months. We had a growth curve that was the hypothetical growth curve, and the real curve that was flat, right? And the danger was that actually that curve was not projecting in reality, but we were lucky and we actually converted 98% of the clients.
Great. And what about investment rounds? You have raised quite a lot of money, both of you, and you have international investors from a long time ago. Which is the round that for you has been the most difficult to close? It's more difficult to close the Series A or the last round that it was Series C, I think. But it's harder to close that round, so it's harder to close the earliest one.
In general, the hardest round is the first one.
First one, no?
To me, I think is the most difficult one because you don't really have the metrics sometimes yet, and it's a leap of faith, on behalf of the investor. They have to really bet on you and on their intuition. And then the next rounds are like after Series A, everything is more, I would say, data-driven, and there are metrics, and there's a lot of tangible evidence that the business is progressing well. In my case, in Exotica in particular, obviously the first round was the most difficult one, mainly because we had a very short runway. We had only like 4 months of runway, and when you have a very short runway, there is no margin for error. You really have to go fast and make sure that that the investors don't drag their feet too much, you know. So that the first one was the most difficult one. The other ones, the Series B and the Series C, really it was more investors coming to us because they already knew us than us going out, and that's obviously puts you in a very strong position.
Borja, just in 10 seconds, do you agree with Pere that...
Yeah, I agree, and basically
totally?
the short answer is the first one as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we have to wrap it up just because we have a bit of a water situation in the sides there, and so we kind of have to bring people out. So the school play, we're going to have to cut that a bit short. But thank you, all three of you, so much for joining us here at South Summit 21. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give a big round of applause to our VIP speakers? That was excellent. Excellent scale-up tips there. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, so much. Okay, and as I mentioned, we're having a bit of a situation with a water pipe, opening or a tap opening or something like this. We're going to have to ask you to leave. I'm so sorry. But hey, it's lunchtime anyway. Please share the love for South Summit using the hashtag SouthSummit21. I'm going to be on the next big thing stage. We're going to have some amazing startup competitions. We're going to announce some winners. We're going to have, as we say in Ireland, excellent crack. See you afterwards. Have a nice lunch. Buen provecho.
Thank you.
Yes, dime. Okay. Yeah? Ooh. I'm on. There you go. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hey, buddies. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, we're sharp on time, huh? Surprising. Well, my name is Alex. It's my pleasure being here with you for this afternoon and the set of panels and the track we're going to start this afternoon, which is the Ferrovial track. So thank you very much, Ferrovial, for sponsoring. It wouldn't be possible to put in the show without you guys. So big pleasure. Thank you all. There's plenty of free space here at the front, so please, we need to feel your energy. Anyhow, to start, for the appetizer and the coffee after lunch, we have a very, very interesting talk. We're going to go in, it's actually a favorite theme of mine. Can you go and can you compete against car ownership and the shifting in ownership. So going from ecosystems to ecosystems, and a story of creating a startup with gigantic challenge. And to talk about that, we have two very important guests, and it's our pleasure having them on stage. So please give a very warm applause to the interview and moderator, the Director of Mobility at Ferrovial, Andrés Camacho. Big applause for Andrés. And his interview, Sampo Haitanen, founder and CEO of Mass Global. Thank you very much for being here. Stage is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm here today to interview Sampo, the CEO of Mass Global. Just before I start, just a quick minute to talk about Ferrovial, that it's a very well-known Spanish company, a large infrastructure company, and it is fair to say that today infrastructure hasn't really changed in the way that new mobility or new urban mobility is not yet affecting infrastructure, but it will, no? And it will affect physical infrastructure as well as tech infrastructure. And that's why a company like Ferrovial is interested in this type of businesses, new businesses, because eventually everything will change and we want to be there when that happens, no? So here with me today we have Sampo, the CEO of Mass Global. So maybe Sampo, we're going to start by if you can start by telling us a little bit about yourself and how you made it here.
All right, so my name is Sampo Hietanen. Don't try to pronounce it. It's a Finnish name. Come from Finland. You can blame me for a concept called mobility as a service, which nowadays is quite an honor. Trust me, 15 years ago, it meant that I'm pretty much the village idiot that's been talking about this change in mobility for quite a long time. That's the short background. Civil engineer, so okay. I love Ferrovial in that sense.
Yeah. Okay, good. And so you have this vision, no, of eliminating car ownership. I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about the vision and in practical terms what it means?
Well, yeah. If you think of mobility as a service, there are a few ways of looking at what we're after. I know if there are car owners here, you will probably kick me after this one, but just a couple of weeks ago, I was in the meeting for car salespeople, and even they didn't kick me out or beat me up afterwards. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, why it is all about car ownership has not to do so much with cars. It has to do with freedom of mobility. So it has to do with, if you think of what will happen in the field of mobility, how will the world look like after digital disruption? First of all, why car? Is if you think of what will be disrupted in any other fields, you take media or banking or anything, go after the winner. Now, transportation or mobility is out of your pocket, that's 20% of household costs. Altogether, roughly about $10,000 billion annually. Humongous market. Now, 76% of that market is consumed by car ownership, single occupancy vehicles. Those vehicles are used about 4% of the time. So if anyone here comes up with a better chance for productivity leaps, humongous productivity leaps, please tell me. But I've done this in front of pretty good economists, and there isn't a bigger solution to solve. So why cars? It's because they're the winners in this. And normally when you disrupt, you need, well, somebody will lose. Mm-hmm. Car industry will not lose, but the car ownership will. And that's why we go after it. It's not so much about cars. I mean, I know that there will be the 20-year-olds who said, that's already gone. I'm not going to own a car or anything. But what we need to do is try to find, it's a really great product. If you want to compete, it's like with football, with Real against Barcelona, you have to love your opponent, and the same applies to us. So we're not preaching to you that you should give up your car. We're here to tell that we can do something better. That's the whole idea. So what do you do to be better than owning a car? When T-Fords came a long time ago, it must have been a dream. The whole world opens to you. I mean, what we're after is the freedom of being able to go anywhere, anytime on a whim. Just like that. And that's what the car has provided. We have to do the same dream. How do we do it? Well, nothing else compares with it. But, and this was the way of finding out Moss, was my personal, I mean, I'm a transport engineer myself from background. And I started thinking, I know that it doesn't make any sense for me to own a car. I know how the system works, and I know it's not economically, but still, I had the car over there. And I started, what would someone have to say to me so that I would give up my car? So the whole essence of disruption in mobility and so on, all the technology that you can think of, lies in this one question that you can ask yourself. What do I have to promise today to you that you would give up your car? And of course, give me the same money. That's the whole thing. And it's not enough to have public transport, it's not enough to have taxis, it's not enough to have this. But if I put all of these together, package them, a bit like Netflix of mobility, you know, one monthly price, everything out there. So if I now promise to you here, you can access any train, any bus, any scooter, any bike, any taxi, any car share, any car rental, not just in Madrid, but the whole world. Would you, anyone, hands, would you give up your car for that? Oh yeah, we've got consumers, customers here. So this is what it is. We just have to dream bigger. And this is doable. We can actually do that. It's just digitally plugging all of those things together and molding that into a subscription where we promise you.
Okay, good. Thank you. And you usually talk about ecosystems and ecosystems, no? And it's part of the title of this session today. What do you exactly mean by that?
Yeah, look, I told you I've been the village idiot, also talking about this concept even before founding the company that actually does this thing. And whether I'm in Los Angeles or Madrid or anywhere, and I talk to normal people, and they say, yeah, it would be good if I could just have a subscription that works everywhere, and I can pick up anything that I want, and somebody else takes care of how I get there. Perfect. And then they think, that's not rocket science. That's pretty simple, should be. So why isn't it here yet? Why hasn't it been there before? And then we come to a lot of egos. Now, nobody, and trust me, nobody, no company in the world will ever have enough capacity to fulfill this thing. Not Uber, not Google, anyone. You need public transport, you need taxis, you need all of this, which means that to actually create the product for even one person, you need to have these completely different players that are all big. Over here, we need the metro, we need the taxis, we need the car shares, we need the bikes, we need everything. But they're not meant to work together. They're meant to hate each other. That's the thing. The problem of them is it goes in this kind of ecosystem way, where first everybody says, nah, the whole disruption will not touch us. I can just work on like it is. The second phase is, okay, there may be something in there. Let us study that for a couple of years. And then they say, hey, this is an opportunity. Let me alone do it. So the local players think that, okay, I will dominate alone. The global players will think that I will dominate alone. But then nobody has it. Nobody has that. So the only way of getting this done is that we get these market rules straight. A big problem is that all of the big business leaders, they've read too many books about platform economy of the past. So forget about all the rules of platform economy. This is an API economy. And if you think who will dominate this ecosystem, no one. The consumer will dominate it. Secondly, who will dominate it are, and now I lose my credibility here, the ones that make the market rules, which are the cities and governments. But let's be straight here. Cities and governments will make the rules, but like in football, you don't want to see the referees or the UEFAs playing. You want to see Ronaldo playing. Mm-hmm. But you don't want to see Ronaldo make the rules. That's the thing. And this is why it is so hard. You need to get these players on board that all want to dominate, that are not used to this. Otherwise, it is doable.
Mm-hmm. And who are more difficult, Sampo, in terms of the provision of transport? No, you have private operators and public operators. No, who are more difficult to deal with?
Depends. This is an industry where, especially on the public side, but with the big private ones also, I tend to say that for doing something new, there's 99 people in an organization that can stop it. I mean, we were just talking in my hometown, Helsinki, where everything was supposed to be exactly great, and we've run into trouble with some public side players, not because of their vision, not because of their leadership or anything. Only few people, and this kinds of things, anyone can block it. The same applies to some of the big companies over there. So the easiest ones are normally local small players. And you would think that they're not technically advanced, but it's not about technology. It's about the mindset of, can we cooperate? The ones that normally don't have this power attitude that it has to be me who controls everything, the pace of development, what the consumers are allowed to do, and so on. So small taxi companies are normally really easy. Even local big companies, nowadays even the Limes and Birds and many of them. The hardest ones are local public monopolies that want to be on top of everything, and there's some justified reasons for that as well. I understand some of the fears. And then maybe the global wannabe monopolies.
Okay.
Not naming them now.
No, not to name them, yes. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Mass Global and the company you created back in 2015, no? Can you tell us how the journey has been since then?
Yeah, it's a love child of quite open innovation. So born in Finland, and it's a pretty small country, and we can pretty much all fit in the same pub and talk about these things. From 2011 onwards, the Ministry of Transport and Communication, which lucky enough is the ministry who wrote the market rules for GSM, how the markets are actually done. So they picked up really easy. So this mobility as a service and how the ecosystem works on a competitive ground has been at the center of their transport policy. But it came 2014 and then on to 2015. People started saying this mobility as a service had in the industry become big. And since I've been known to be the father or whoever on it, people started asking, so are you going to do it? And we actually launched an open question. So who wants to make a business plan for this kind of company, the world's first mobility operator? And strangely enough, 24 companies, including even Uber, Siemens, Ericsson came on board, and we created a joint, really open business plan. And it seemed that, okay, it's doable. And after that, we found players like Transdev, that is quite a big one, who said that, okay, Sampo, if we're not going to continue as a project, let's make this into a company. It's been quite a ride, and if someone would have said 2015 that we will find investors like Ferrovial, Toyota Financial Services, Mitsubishi, British Petroleum, Transdev, and many, many other interesting names on it, I would have been surprised. So that's kind of the start. We're now, after COVID, relaunching in quite a number of geographies and proving that it is doable in the minds of people. We can be comparable with car ownership.
Okay. So what is the most relevant stopper of the concept? No, because the idea makes total sense, but it's taking time. It's proving difficult. No, in one places more than in others. In your view, what is the stopper?
It's maybe a bit of an old phrase, but it's true. It's a lack of collaboration or finding within yourself to, okay, try it out. Let's face it, I understand. For many industry players, they provide the means of transportation, and they're big. You know, if you're Renfe, you're Uber, you're this and this and this, you're used to taking your silo all the way to the end user. And here comes this startup who kind of wants to be molding that and making you just a part of it, which is really hard mentally for many of those players to start cooperating. Is this a threat? Do we have to worry about this? I mean, we were 4 people in the really early days, and we were talking to really big heads of one European OEM who said that they're so scared of us that they're not going to participate in the platform. And I had to put it on mute and start laughing. We were 3 people there. But this is, it's the fear and not understanding the whole, not having joint market rules that people all feel that, okay, let's play with these rules.
Okay, so how many employees do you have right now?
About 80 at the moment, now with the Spanish side coming in. So we did merge with Ferrovial company Wondo, which is a good thing. So a lot of the development happens here. And hopefully we can sell all of you. So we will be taking names afterwards, so who will be who will be our customers then.
Okay. And so if you take the history of the company from 3-4 people to 80 now, you are in several countries. I mean, what is next? What do you want to achieve in the next year or so?
Well, you have to eat the elephant. I mean, there's a good chance that we can be the biggest company on earth. There's no denying that the market is big enough, and of course this is our aim, to give you that global roaming freedom of mobility and be one of the most relevant ones in that market. But you have to take it step by step. So the next step for us is we want to prove to the world that, hey, we can do these sales in a few other geographies where we started from. We want to prove that the unit economics of how do you actually make money out of sustainability. We won't have time to go through the whole business logic, but I can explain that later, of this and how to do it. And after that, we can start really scaling.
Okay, that's talking a little bit about sustainability, you know, that is a buzzword that everybody uses. How do you apply that to the mass concept and to mass global?
I can really actually say that the reason why I started the company was not just to become filthy rich. I have 4 kids, and I promised them, I've done startups before, and I already promised that I'm not going to do it. But when I realized how big of an opportunity to really leave a mark with this one we have, is something what made me start. This is the only thing in mobility, only concept where we can actually draw good money out of sustainable choices, and I'll explain you why. Now, you promised that you will give up your car and you will give me the same money. In Europe, that's 616 euros per month on average. So you just gave me 616 euros, and that's what I have to live with. What I have to give you is all your trips per month. You will do 3.7 trips per day, I know that, and I know the average kilometers, and you will not do any more. So I know how many kilometers I have to produce, which means that if I want to be profitable, the cost of production needs to go lower. This means that every trip that I calculated in my books that you will be doing with car or taxi or anything that is expensive, and I do it lower, I will make profits. This means every car trip that I convert into biking, walking, using public transportation means a hefty profit for me every single time you do it, which means that, and it's actually quite a lot. So I can even reward you a lot every time you walk, you bike, you do all of this. And the model really works. I'll tell you an example. If I calculated that you will be doing 24% of your trips with car and 21% with taxi, and if I drop them to 19 and 17, I just earned 93 euros a month more profits. And this is what I love about the whole thing, is we have to find concepts where the need for humans is served. So we cannot take away from your freedom. That has to be there. It has to work also as a business, which is what we have, but it definitely also has to work for sustainability and societal goals. And this is what I love about the whole concept, is we got it figured out.
Okay, good. Okay, so we are running out of time, Sampo, but before we leave, you are an entrepreneur yourself with 4 kids, as you said, and can you, with 80 people now working with you and in your team, can you, for the audience here and for a lot of startups that are starting this year or last year their venture, can you just give us a couple of a few good pieces of advice for them?
I think with all of them is dare to ask big enough questions, but also dare to put that into numbers. The first startup I did was within a big civil engineering company, And I had a good idea, but of course I didn't get the investment money before I dared to put that into actual numbers to follow. So otherwise, you know, it will just be blurry in there. So yes, go big and ask these big enough questions, but always remember the numbers count.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sampo, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Wow, efficient. Thank you very much. Big applause. Again, thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure having you. And I'm very impressed. Hey, see people at the back? Hey, they listen to me. We're finishing on time. They keep telling me, we don't finish in time, we don't finish in time. Welcome, everyone. Wow, we're packing the room. That's very cool. Thank you very much all for being here. And we're going to keep going with our track. And we're going to start talking about smart cities, living smartly, living sustainably, specifically around mobility. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panel that's called A Living City, Smart and Sustainable Mobility. And to moderate it, let's welcome Ignacio González Posada. He's the Director of Business Development at MasterCard. Big applause to Ignacio. Thank you very much for joining us. Come on, big applause. And his co-hosts and speakers, Ana Espárrago Pérez, Director of Diversification at Mutua Madrileña. Big applause for Ana. Ian Silverton, MD at Ground Operations at FedEx Spain. Big applause. And José Benjumea, co-founder and CEO of Powen. Come on. Ignacio, stage is yours. Enjoy.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. What a fantastic opportunity to talk about smart cities and sustainability. As you know, the panel of today is Living Cities, Smart and Sustainable Mobility. And this is very relevant. And it's very relevant, why? Because we are facing new challenges linked to the growth of the cities and the sophistication of the mobility, and the fact that we need to keep the balance also with sustainability. And the perspective of MasterCard is this challenge is so big that it cannot be addressed by only one player. So this is why we support public and private initiatives which have as objective to create or to make our urban areas more efficient, more sustainable, and more inclusive. And this is why we have the luxury today of this fantastic panel. We do have Ana Espárrago. She's Director of Diversification in Mutua Madrileña. We have Ian Silverstone, which is Managing Director of Operations in FedEx. And we have José Benjumea, which is CEO and founder of Powen. And I would like to start the panel with a quick question. I'll let you also introduce a little bit about your company and yourselves. But regarding, you know, what is the biggest or the most relevant opportunities and challenges that our cities do have in terms of mobility? And then, if we have the time, what is how your companies are addressing these challenges? So, Ana, all yours.
All me. I think that one of the most challenges that we have detected, if right now the people it's super worried about the environment, and it's also that the mobility needs in the urban city it's increasing. So, for our perspective, as a company, we need to guarantee the balance between the environment and the mobility needs. So this is our big challenge for an insurance company as Mutua Madrileña. So it's true that we right now we are not worried for cover only the insurance in a private car. So we need to give our client always in a customer centricity perspective cover needs. What kind of needs? I mean, the mobility right now, it's changed a lot. We have the sharing things, we have all the ecosystem, all the platform in multimodal way. So Mutua want to give to our client not only the insurance car, we want to say, don't worry about if you cannot enter with your private car in the center of the city. We, as Mutua, as our client, we provide to you the solution. What the solution? The solution is to provide our client an investment as Movo, and we give our client the micro-mobility assets like bikes, motorbikes, car sharing. Also, we right now bought El Parking and Imbric. It's a multi-platform for mobility. So as a client of a Mutua, you can pick up and say, hey, I want to go to my office in a motorbike, and I want to go to my, buy a, I don't know, whatever, shopping in a car sharing from Mutua, and I want to go to everywhere in a taxi. And you can take these kind of things in a Mutua ecosystem. So for us, it's true, it's a challenge. All has the mobility. It's changing because it's changing our core business. We cannot forget that Mutua is an auto insurance company, but it's true that our values, it's not gain money, that's true, but also it's to provide solutions and services to our client, and because of that, we cannot want to lose this client. And you say, hey, don't worry if you don't have 2 or 3 cars, don't worry if you don't have used too much your private car, but we provide to you different solutions. And this is for us how we can contribute to balance the environment, don't using too much a private car, but also warranty the mobility needs for our clients and for the city in Madrid, which Mutua it has to play a big role in this kind of changes.
Okay, Ian, what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, good afternoon, Ignacio.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Anna, Jose. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for asking the question, and thank you for this organization, for this magnificent event. If I can put FedEx in perspective, just to talk about the company. FedEx is a worldwide company, 450,000 employees, serving 220 countries, territories worldwide, moving about 15 million packages a day. If we talk about Europe, where we're located at the moment, we're over 50,000 employees with covering 50 countries, 30,000 motorized vehicles, 1,000 stations, moving about 2.2 million shipments a day. That's just Europe per day. So, I mean, one thing that we're really looking at FedEx is absolutely decoupling. And I really like the word of decoupling what is the growth of a company with the emissions, with the carbon emissions. And you're talking about the challenge. I think the challenge, and I'll talk about the solutions to this challenge, the challenges that we have at the moment is really bringing logistics to the heart of the city centre. And that's not always possible. That has allowed us as a company to experiment with different solutions. And we were just talking outside here, what we are seeing is that every time that people are buying more online, and what we're seeing is that as purchases increase online, more deliveries and more restrictions in the city centre. So we really need to look at how we can provide a sustainable and emission-free solution. And that's why I think a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, FedEx worldwide declared its ambition to achieve zero emissions or carbon neutrality by 2040 at a global level for the global operations. Quite a challenge, but that has to be sustained by something. One of the ideas that we're using at the moment is the cargo bike. A cargo bike is capable of reducing CO2 emissions by about 6,700 kilos of CO2 per year, and is absolutely emission-free. We're actually testing these or using them in Barcelona, where really you can get into a city centre that's restricted, pedestrian area, and do deliveries. There is a weight restriction. We're not capable of moving 50-kilo shipments in a cargo bike. Otherwise, the cyclist would probably end up with his tongue out and a little bit tired. But 25-kilo shipments we can move. And then there's other opportunities and initiatives that FedEx is taking on a worldwide level, and especially in Europe. We have one which is called the Safe Cycling Advocacy Program, SCAP. This is basically funding through charitable donations to an alliance of NGOs, non-government organizations, to really work together with the European Cycling Federation to provide, with an objective to provide a sustainable environment, safe environment for cyclists. And I mean, not only for public cyclists, for people using cities on bicycles, but also it's in our interest to promote the cargo bicycles as well. And this is something that we're seeing is being taken very well. In fact, it's the third year we're helping this Safe Cycling Advocacy program, and we're initiating some bicycles in Bologna in Italy, in Torun in Poland, and also in Valencia. So in the coming months, we should be seeing that in Valencia as well. But just to finish, and I mean, I'd say that's a nice short-term non-emission solution, but as far as a sustainable solution towards the future, we're looking at the electric vehicles. And I think there's a lot of development in this area that needs to still continue. But that said, with what we're doing at a global level, we want to electrify or make an electric fleet by 2040. There's an objective by 2025 to have 50% of the new vehicles all electric, and by 2030 to reach 100% of electric vehicles, so that we can reach this 2040 carbon neutral objective or achievement. So basically, I mean, we're looking at a big company that we don't want to grow in emissions as we grow our business, and especially with the increase of online sales. We're looking at these cargo bike solutions, but it really does depend on cities and what solutions they can provide. I mean, I think we're in good path to be carbon neutral by 2040 with some of these and other solutions that we've got up our sleeves as well that I haven't talked about today.
Oh, that's very impressive. Jose, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this?
I think electric mobility is going to happen, or even is happening right now. And it's an opportunity because, first of all, it's clean. I think we were used in the past, a few years ago, people used to smoke in restaurants. And today, no one smokes in a restaurant. And we are in a better position than we were before. No? So I imagine that in the very near future, cities are going to have clean air. And we are not going to allow no one to enter with a car in the city. Walls will be clean. So first opportunity, to be clean. The second opportunity we have is that it's cheaper to charge a car or whatever, a bicycle, whatever, with electricity than with petrol. And although price right now is expensive of electricity, with solar, with storage, electricity will become close to free. So let's use it. It's cheaper. So second opportunity, you save money. And the third one, and is cool. I don't know who of you has drive a car or a motorbike that is electric. It's amazing. Once you prove or test one of those, you don't want to drive the old cars. So it's cheap, it's clean, and it's cool. So 3 fantastic opportunities to have an electric car. So which are the challenges? So we have 2 challenges, in my point of view. One is electric car can be expensive. I don't know when to change. Well, you have Mutua with car sharing. Perfect.
Sharing.
So there is an opportunity. So it's a challenge. No, you have very cheap mobility with bikes, car sharing, even taxis, whatever. So I think that challenge is going to happen for sure, and we need to see how we solve it, especially for long distance. But intercity is something that we can solve quite easy. And the second one that you were mentioning before, Ian, is how you charge all those cars and all those flutes that we need. And this is something that also we can do it. Cities normally are places with a lot of electricity because there's very good connectivity for cities. It's just to design the cities in such a way that you can charge a car very quickly. Just to give you an example, today you can charge 100 kilometers in 10 minutes. Okay, so it's not so difficult. No? So for me, it's absolutely clear. It's clean, cool, cheaper, and the challenges will take 5 years, 6 years. It's a question of time. But it's going to happen, and thanks God, it's going to happen. Otherwise, we will continue smelling the smoke in the city.
That's great. Well, I do have some more questions, so let's get to the debate. We have still some time, so that's very good, very positive. Anna, I would like to ask you more on the specifics of mobility as a service, right? It's like, how does Mutua Madrileña foresee mobility as a service? What is the role of the cities, the government of cities in this initiative? Do you see it is more driven by the private players or public players or both? And finally, if you have the time, also, what sort of business model you see, behind mobility as a service as such?
I think it's true. For me, or from my point of view, I think it's the best combination is public initiative with a private help. I think you cannot be a sustainable city if the people who live in this city don't believe in that, and in the company who live in this city don't believe in that. We have different ideas. Madrid has these two combinations, public and private, but also you have, Zaragoza or Badajoz has their own public transport, but sustainable. It's put car sharing, paid by the government of the municipality. In Madrid, it's different. For our perspective, I think it's true that I'm really grateful that Madrid, in this case, the council, it's really worried about the traffic, how we enter in this city, how Madrid is bigger and bigger and bigger, and we have like a really problem with the logistic and also with the private car. What's changing with the mobility as a service? That you can use the way of mobility that you need in the moment that you need. So I explain. I want to go to my office by walk, fine, but I don't want to use a car because I'm really conscientious about the environment. So I decided to take a car sharing or a motor sharing with an electric way. So as for me, the mobility as a service led to our citizens to decide how I want to change my world. And for me, this is a really big message. I mean, when I have a private car, I forced to use it. I pay an insurance, I have to pay rent, I have to use it. With the mobility as a service, I can decide it in what moment and in what point I want to use this type of transport, and give the citizen in a mobility in the cities this option. For me is fantastic. I mean, and I think Mutua it's helping to build a city more sustainable and with a really a lot of services. I mean, we are really. I think we are really enforced with the city. It's Mutua Madrileña, but we believe that we need to help to build a city more sustainable, more likely with the environment, but also it's a cool city. I mean, we have like a lot of sharing options, motorbikes, bikes, but in Mutua also we invest in Chipi, which is a small aggregator who tell you what's the best mobility way that you need to use for any point. So you go to an app and you say, I want to go from Castellana to Chamberí. What the best way with the less carbon print? And they say you need to go in a bus, and after that by walk, or in a car sharing, or in your private car. And Mutua believe in these things. Mutua believe in that the client or our client can change the city path for the future. This is what Mutua believe, and me too.
All right, very interesting. Ian, this is for you. I would like to kind of understand or how you see the situation in Spain. You know, you work for a multinational company, a large company with footprint all over the world. So how do you see mobility in Spain, or how the initiatives of mobility are in Spain compare against other countries, right? Yeah. Like, how do we rank, and what do you think is most positive about what's going on in Spain versus what could be going on in other markets you operate?
Yeah. It's a good question, and I don't have the answers to the whole of the world, but I'm sure between all of us we're gonna solve this for sure. No, I think you can't really compare with the United States because of the bigger infrastructure and the wider streets. But I think the issue we have in Europe specifically is city centres quite small, and we have it here in the centre of Madrid. There's a centre of Barcelona. There's a lot of these city centres that are very small streets. You can't park, you can't circulate. So I think one of the key issues is working with the local councils, the town halls, the local councils, see what can be done for mobility. We've talked about there's possibilities to do foot couriers as well. Didn't talk about that before, but foot couriers is like post office delivery. I mean, you go with a vehicle into the center and you can deliver packages by hand. But obviously, you need to have a center where you can do the logistics. I think within Spain, there's a certain number of areas where we as a company are more concerned because of how it's developing and how we have to put the solutions in. Barcelona is a clear example where we're 3 years with these cargo bikes delivering in the city center. Madrid was going to be an issue. I think they've postponed some of the restrictions on circulation in the city center. But then we were building up to that anyway with the electric vehicles. Valencia is another city that we're focusing on. Compared to other European cities, there's some, I think, more of the northern cities. You can mention Holland, Belgium, where we're actually going to work on a bicycle is something normal, where deliveries with cargo bikes can be done quite easily. And I think the town halls, the city centres are much more geared up for electric vehicles or for use of cargo bikes. So I think Spain is getting there, and I think this forum is just a sort of a demonstration of that we're actually thinking about this, and I think things are changing. I remember 10 years ago there was I think Jose, you were saying there was not a solution, a valid or a viable solution to having a vehicle that could take 500 kilos of freight, of packages, deliver, could run 200 kilometers, because some of the distance we need to go is 110, 150 kilometers a day, and they just didn't have that capability. And I think as we're seeing the technology is advancing, there's more solutions in the market, and that's what we're looking at. We're evaluating these solutions, looking at what we can do, and then really building a roadmap to how we can move forward. But I think we're in a living situation at the moment, and I think Spain is in a moment as well. Living the change.
Very interesting. Jose, this goes for you. I think you're the only one in the panel that somehow represents a startup, right? Or some sort of new company compared against other larger companies. And I would like to ask you regarding this, what is the role, or how do you see the role of this innovation that can be brought by smaller companies to the market? This is one related with mobility, and the other would be also, since you are kind of representing this panel, the energy side, right? So everybody is thirsty of energy nowadays. At the same time, that needs to be sustainable. So if you can address any of those or both of the questions, regarding the first more on the entrepreneur role as you see it, and then the role of the energy in all this ecosystem, sustainable ecosystem.
Okay, thank you very much. We created Powen because we realized that with solar energy, storage, and electric vehicle, you could have mobility and energy for everything. So there were only one restriction, that is space. So if you are in the middle of the countryside in a house, you have a space with 10K or 15K euros, you have mobility and all the electricity you need during the day and during the night. Right? So this is happening. And when you have amortized that, electricity is for free. Something that is difficult to understand today because of the high price of electricity, but it's going to happen. So with that, we realized that on top of that, it was needed to give a service inside of the cities for electric vehicles to charge those cars, those motorbikes, or whatever. No? So our business is focused to help people to generate their own electricity and also help people to charge the electric vehicles that they have. So we created a hub inside of the city in order to help car sharing. For example, we charge all the car-to-go cars in Madrid. Also for logistics, a company called PAC, that we give them the service to charge all the electric vehicles inside. also for individual people, for opportunistic, that's what we call. We have in ADIF, in train substations, chargers for people to charge. So give the solution, but not only solution, also with green energy, in order to help them, because I think it's the biggest challenge. We are a little bit at the first steps, and we need to continue improving that grid, but this is a question of money, and we have, thanks to the European Union funds, we will have the opportunity in the next 2 years to really develop that grid that will help. So what we try in Powen is to help people to generate their own electricity in their house, in their business, in their farm, and not only use it for the normal use, but also for the mobility, no? And that's where we are focused.
And how do you see the role of the startups or the ecosystem of innovation from smaller companies? How do
I
you
think there is a huge opportunity, because who give right now who are the ones who control the energy business or the petrol business? Are big companies that control the generation, that control the transport, and that normally control the sale to the final customer. And at that moment, with self-consumption, rooftop, or with electric mobility, that changed. So now I can go to your house, and I can put a solar panel, storage, and I'm selling you electricity without using Iberdrola generation, without using Iberdrola transportation, and without using Iberdrola commercialization. So I'm, by the back, entering in your house without the control of this big utility.
Mm-hmm.
If we go to mobility, if you want to enter in this business, you need to have a petrol station, you need to have a pipe, you need to have, I don't know how to say in English, refinería, but refinery. So, and now, Mutua or you in FedEx are able to have a car, and you charge your car with electricity, and you don't have a refinery, you don't have a pipe, you don't have a petrol station. So imagine the opportunity to enter in a different way to an amazing business, that is the electrical business and the mobility business, without any legacy at all. So we are quicker, more flexible. We don't need to have such a big investment. And those companies are so focused in surviving that they are not going to be able to switch as quickly as we're going to do. So the opportunity for me in renewable energy and in mobility, I always say for people who come to work in Powen, one thing. I'm opening you the window or the door to a business that there is no unemployment. It's always, everybody in this business always has a work.
That's true. I think it's very interesting. I think in the way like everybody's being disrupted nowadays, right? I think mobility is not an exception. We have 4 minutes. I would like you to give you the opportunity, of open stage to kind of say whatever you want, or whatever you want to kind of sum up on not the conclusion of the panel, but summing up the strategy of your company as you prefer, right? So Anna, you go first.
First, no, I think it's true. Mobility is changing. It's as Jose said, it's a door or a window to do whatever we want, and we have as a citizen, as a company, a role in that the world continue living after my grandsons, and I think this is our responsibility. And Mutua as company, it's truly confident in that way. Because of that, create the diversification department to looking for companies to cover our core business, which is the insurance of the private car, but also because we want to want more. So I encourage you to always believe in there are no traditional sector or industries like the insurance. If you want to be more, you can create more. So we are a traditional insurance company, but also we are in a platform for mobility, or we are in a sharing companies, and the people can say, hey, what's an insurance company invest in a sharing company? Because we want that, and we believe in that we need to do more for our country, our company, and our earth. So this is my point.
All right. Ian?
Yep, our world, right? No, I agree. I mean, if I said it very quickly, I think FedEx at a global level has a lot to play on carbon emissions. I think we have a solid plan. I think that the idea of decoupling growth from carbon emission or CO2 emissions is very real. I think we'll be very open to hearing about new innovations, new development, new techniques, and really develop a roadmap that is going to achieve our carbon neutral objective in 2040. So, you know, as a company, we're very conscious of this. We have a lot to play in the European market, in the global market, and that's our firm commitment.
Great. And Jose?
Yes, no, for me, the summary is this is going to happen. It's happening quicker than everybody thinks. So being in this environment, look for the opportunity, look for the edge and the angle, and shoot. There is plenty of opportunity for this. I promise you. There is no unemployment in this sector.
Right, great. So fantastic. We still have 1 minute. I would like to thank all the panelists and all of you for being here. I think what is clear to me is that we will be facing a lot of opportunities linked to sustainability, but also some challenges. And probably, as I mentioned previously, you know, the challenge is so huge that we will need everybody, like the public administration, the large companies, but also the ecosystem of startups to be able to progress forward and build more sustainable urban cities. So thank you very much, and we are around in case you want to comment or say anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I love it. I have very good students. They're nailing the time. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed. I hope everyone here is enjoying too. Room is getting packed also. That's very good. Feels good to see you guys here in person. Okay, so how are we doing? So far so good? Yeah? Coffee's kicking in? Maybe we need a little bit more coffee. Anyhow, we have a wonderful panel coming up next, full of very interesting people, very funny people, very smart people. It's going to be moderated by someone that, if you don't know him, you should know him because he's a stellar person, and his guests are even better. And we're going to be talking about putting the citizen at the heart of the technology-enabled mobility services. This is like power to the people. I keep wondering how good is that, though. We will see. So listen closely to our next panel. Please welcome the wonderful, the incredible, the Uber moderator, Joe Haslam. Associate professor at IU Business School, and his team of amazing panelists. So please welcome Boyd Cohen, founder and CEO of IOMob. Boyd, big applause, come on,
hey,
Boyd.
Come
Pleasure
on,
having
guys.
you again on stage. Luis Munoz, co-founder of Solum. Luis, come on board. Come on, you can keep applauding. The wonderful and super famous Pep Gomez, co-founder and chairman at Rebi. Pep, big applause for Pep. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Jose Maria Garcia Oz, marketing director of Empark. There you go. Have fun, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. I wanted to be an MC, but I'm just not good enough. You know, guys like this, you know, get all the jobs, you know. So maybe if I show more enthusiasm someday and work hard, I'll too will be a moderator. That's it, you know. Sometimes it's like the smallest things. So this is my 4th panel of South Summit, and all of them have been all-male panels. So, you know, we're at least, but one of them was on diversity. It was great to be on a diversity panel with 3 other guys. So anyway, this is going to be about mobility. So at least, well, I always say I've been interested in mobility from the time I could walk, but the jokes don't get any better than that one. So surprise, surprise, what we're going to have is everyone do is introduce themselves, tell a bit about themselves and what it is they're working on right now. So, Boyd, we'll start with you. Why don't you introduce yourself and what are you working on?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Boyd Cohen, CEO of IOMob. We're based in Barcelona. We supercharge apps and platforms with mobility. So we make it easy for you inside any app that you prefer to use, whether it's an airline app or a delivery app, to also access all the mobility services that are available in the city you're visiting or live in. Scooters, taxis, ride-hailing, all the rest. We work with a lot of very large organizations throughout Europe and North America at the moment.
Okay, Luis.
Okay, thanks, Guy, for being here. My name is Luis. I'm the co-founder of Solon. We have developed solar chargers for micromobility. We have a unique product. Right now, we have developed a solar pavement. So it's a pavement that you can walk on it, and it produces energy, and with that energy, we charge our vehicles. So as I said before, it's unique right now in the world. We're working in Spain, also in Netherlands too, and we are going to launch in other countries like France and Turkey.
Okay, so all you need to know is Pep said, oh, Luis has a really cool company. You don't need to know what it is or what it does, just that it's a cool company. Okay, right, Pep, the man who's forever 19 has grown up slightly, but anyway, introduce yourself. What are you up to these days?
Thanks, Joe. So I'm Pep. I'm the founder of Revi. What we do is we are the leading manufacturer for public sharing electric vehicles in Southern Europe. We were born 2 years ago, and we're planning to do 20 million revenue this year.
Okay, fantastic. And finally, Chema, at the end, what do you do? And try and make it interesting, because it's like...
Okay, I work at Telpark. In Telpark, we're the leading company owning car parks in Spain and Portugal. Actually, we're trying to digitize that world and by putting the customer at the center and actually converting and transforming our car parks into mobility hubs, because actually we do believe that it's not the end of cars as we know them, but actually the role of every different player in the mobility industry has to change, so has to change us as well. And that's why we are here for, and to understand how mobility is going to work in the future and to get to know you all guys.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, it is car parks, such as like pensions and all these things, insurance, you know, all these very sensible things in life. But everyone wants to talk about scooters, but the money is made out of, you know, people like Chema with his car parks. Okay, so you're living in Barcelona, as you were saying, but you're originally from the States. Talk to me about why you think Barcelona is a good place to be right now.
Oh, Barcelona, if you're talking about where...
Somebody laughed, and that joke was for you. So apart from can I mention burning containers and things like that? Talk to me, watch the smile. Why is Barcelona a great place to be right now?
Well, we're at a startup event, so I'd probably look at it from a startup perspective. And as probably most of you know, there's a lot of tension between Madrid and Barcelona, not just in who has the best football team, which unfortunately is definitely not Barcelona right now, but also who has the better startup ecosystem, better funding for startups. And if you look at the data, you'd say Barcelona has a slightly lead over Madrid with respect to the startup ecosystem. So, you know, it's been great startups out of Barcelona, some in the mobility and logistics space like Wallapop or Glovo, that kind of thing. Wallbox. We have some really good success stories in Barcelona. Funding maybe not as great in Barcelona. I would say Madrid's a little stronger on that one. But quality of life, pretty good. And Barcelona, from a mobility perspective, is a really vibrant city. Transit agency is very behind in terms of embracing technology, but we have seen a lot of innovation in the private sector in mobility. Think of Cultra, Revi, and many other companies that were born there. So it is a good place to live, and better than almost any place I can think of in the US where I'm from.
Okay. I mean, I have so many jokes about Brexit. That's usually my go-to joke area. But I've just realised there's a whole new ooh talking about Barcelona. I might have a receptive crowd as well. So Luis, I want to talk to you. Obviously, there's a lot of the biggest company right now just on the Nasdaq yesterday is Wallbox, and the picture of them ringing the bell. So I mean, in what ways are you like them, and in what ways are you not like them?
I would love to be like them right now. I mean, we'll try to be like them, but for micromobility. As I say, we are really focused on e-scooters, e-bikes, and motorbikes. Why? Because we charge with an old energy, with the solar energy. It's not enough for a car, but we are pretty confident that we can charge any light electric vehicles that there are in the market right now. So hopefully one day we'll be like them.
There you go. That's confidence for you. So, Pep, it's interesting. I mean, many people in the room would know you from Fever and, you know, embracing how to, you know, shall we say, the hedonistic parts of life. You know, how to have a good time. But now you've changed it all, right? And you want to sort of become a climate change person. Just talk to me about that journey. I mean, was it something that you I guess after Fever, you looked around and you thought, what am I going to do next? You know, are you kind of, is climate change just a business opportunity, or do you feel, you know, passionately connected to it?
Yeah. I mean, for me, you know, the first company I created, Fever, it's a marketplace, right? And it's a marketplace very focused on consumer. It's very focused on, I would say, conversion rates, UX, doing a product that works, that scales, but it doesn't have that much that hardware or, you know, kind of, you know, thing that Revit has, right? So to me, you know, after Fever, I was looking to start a company, you know, where, you know, I thought I could learn from other areas. One of them would be B2B, so selling franchises, establishing sales teams, and so on. Another thing would be hardware, right? And then, anyway, in general, you know, I'm a very passionate person about law and public law and infrastructure and so on. So I started studying, you know, many different things in infrastructure, water, chargers, and then I came up with this mobility idea. So then I decided to start that. I thought there was an angle to do it different.
Is that you?
I think that, yeah, that was me. I think.
Okay,
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be an opportunity to do something significantly different to the other players, and that's where we position ourselves.
Okay, so Gemma, I mean, because you're the other side of the panel for me, you know, you're not within swinging distance. So, you know, if I was a young up and coming startup, you know, I always say stay away from the existing players, you know, because they all get up and say, like, you know, we are embracing electric cars and we are embracing new ways of doing things. But fundamentally, you know, life is pretty good for you the way things were. You know, so in what sense are you kind of, you know, embracing the future only because you have to? And in what sense are you embracing the future because, you know, you think this is an even better opportunity than before?
No, actually, I haven't mentioned one of the most important things about us. That is, we are the leading app these days in terms of users for parking, for car parks, even on and off street. We have over 2.5 million users in our app, and they actually, what I think they found interesting is not only the digitalization that I was talking about before. It's not only about having an app to do the pre-books or to do the different kind of use cases that you can have in a car park, but you can also, for example, start using this app as one of the main merge of the different services. So we believe the car park is going to become actually a mobility hub, where actually you don't only park your car, but you also charge actually your park. You can find different alternatives for scooters or car sharing. The different models, alternative models that we have these days that are actually burning these days.
So maybe you might drive somewhere, leave your car, then get a scooter, Yeah, okay,
exactly.
I see.
I mean, there's a lot of things to do around that, but I believe that with the regulation in place, with the technology and the data, I think that there's a huge possibility for our car parks, because I believe in the long term, it's true that the traffic is going to be reduced, but still we have an excessive number of car park spaces on street that we can get it for the pedestrians, actually.
Okay.
That's our ultimate goal.
And just in terms, because I might forget to ask you about this later, so just let me ask about the effect of the pandemic now. So, I mean, I guess it's pretty rough on you and, you know, basically no cars on the road. So how has it been and what have you learned?
Well, it's been really, really tough, especially the hardest days of the confinement. But I believe that these days, one of the things that I believe the Spaniards have learned and the Portuguese have learned is it's beautiful actually of our country. So actually this summer we had the best summer in ages, because there's a lot of change towards national tourism, and actually not only national tourism but private car national tourism that has been the main driver in this during the summer. And it's been really good for us. Actually, what we need to understand it's what is the role, and that's a minor challenge that we have, but we need to understand what is the role of car parks, of digital, and how can we actually put things easier for the different citizens and their customer needs, actually.
Yeah, okay, it's interesting. I've just noted your hat is actually a branded hat, right?
Correct.
I sort of see, okay, there you go. This, if you're in entrepreneurship, you're in sales, so maybe you should turn it around and wear your hat in the other direction. Okay, so what mobility tips do you have for people? Like, I mean, are you these people who, like, I'm thinking of my father about this, who would, like, calculate, my mother used to just jump in the car and start driving and somehow get to where she needed to go. My father would, like, because he grew up by the sea, so he would work out the tides and things like that. So he was a much more strategic planner, in terms of how he would do. So what kind of mobility tips are out there? I mean, are you kind of, like, calculating all your mobility, or are you a bit like my mother and you just just get there by whatever means?
I'm a bit of a freak for some people because I don't have a driver's license and I'm an American, and that just is like, how is that possible? Like, we love our cars, but and I grew up with cars as I was driving age, but since I moved to Barcelona 6 years ago, I haven't had a driver's license. So my thing is, I'm a fanatic for accessing all the modes of mobility and not being married to any single one. Mm-hmm. I want to be able to access the ecosystem when I want it. And that's why we created IAMOB, is because we realized there's this exciting amount of new types of mobility services coming to our cities. But, we did a calculation before COVID. There was over 50 companies in Barcelona, over 60 in Madrid, that had an app with a specific mode of mobility available in their app. And so our job at IAMOB is to make it easy so that you can find that one app that works for you, and we don't care which one, because IAMOB wants to power all of them. We're this invisible middleware aggregating mobility services so you can have at your fingertips whatever mobility device makes sense for you right now. And if it's not obvious, because maybe you're going somewhere you're not used to going, or you want a scooter and you go on the street and you don't see one, instead of opening up 20 different scooter apps for pre-COVID, Madrid had 21 scooter services that were licensed to operate in the city. So instead of opening them all up to try to find out where a scooter is and you say, forget it, have them all seamlessly integrated in one experience, and I can choose whatever scooter is available. So my tip is, find that app that helps you solve that pain point so you can find the best service to get where you want to go.
Yeah, and it's like one app to rule them all and all that kind of stuff, the mobility aggregation services. But it's interesting you mentioned middleware, and that's very often the smartest play, right? Be the person, be the payments network, when that is often the smartest way to set up a company. Lisa, I want to ask you just about, in terms of what you do, there's a lot of, engineering and moving parts and stuff like that. So, I mean, what were the biggest lessons kind of you learned, in terms of like stuff breaking down that you thought was more reliable, or stuff taking longer to charge that you thought would, those kind of like, because this is the sort of the things about starting a company that you never see, right? It's like sort of like you start and then you just like, it's like a fully formed thing, right? But there was a million things that went on to make that happen. So, like, I mean, you always have these things about like the wind generators and who are like all these birds decide to fly into them and things like that. So you always have kind of unusual sort of stuff happen. So
in public, tell the audience all your failures. That's what wants you to do.
And we'll give you a hug if you need one.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it's hard. It's really hard when you're developing technology, and especially when that technology doesn't exist, just only in your mind.
Yeah.
It's really hard, but it's possible. I mean, it's possible. We have a great industry here in Spain. We have a lot of suppliers. So when you are relying on them, talking to them, trying to figure out how to do it, they help you. And we have received a lot of help for many suppliers, for many people in the industry. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, it has been so challenging to develop a product like us, but it is possible. It's possible also because the people believe in it.
Okay, so I'm gonna like get more specific on that. It's a beautiful politician's answer. Everything is possible, and people believe in you. Like you didn't answer the question. So, so
you told us we don't have to answer your question.
I want to hear about a bird breaking your machine, or like a raccoon or something like that. Probably if a guy from the Midwest has loads of like animal breaking technology stories. But if I was I don't know, Harry Potter or something, just to pick one child wizard. He's the only child wizard I know. If I could make one thing happen that would make your life easier, like what would that be?
One thing, the public administration go quick.
Yeah.
No, but I mean...
I'm going to ask Pep the same question, by the way, so you can be preparing.
Same answer,
if I could make one thing happen that would make your life easier...
No, but talking about failures that we were before, for example, many of our solar pavement has been broken by vandalism.
There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
We face a lot of vandalism. We have faced a lot of different ways of breaks our pavement, but we keep developing, we keep improving, and we try to make it harder and harder. Right now, our pavement is twice harder than concrete. And they still have make it to break just one, this time just one. But truth is, it's hard, but as I said before, it's possible with work, with challenging yourself every day, and challenge the guys on the street to break it.
But you have to expect this to happen. You know, it's always, you have to start telling yourself these things happen for a reason, you know, because somebody vandalized my thing, we made the glass stronger, and that then made consumers embrace us. So I'd like to thank those vandals for vandalizing our stuff originally.
Right now we are trying to put our pilot projects in the worst places just to find out how you can break it.
Yeah, there you go. Like, this is typical entrepreneurial stories, but yeah, I mean, I co-founded 6 companies, and it's literally like heartbreak day after day, followed by, you know, one piece of joy, and then you kind of start the whole thing all over again. But but this is what it's about, right? It's about this kind of thing. Okay, Pep, the same sort of question to you. If I could do something to make your life easier, you know, what would it be?
I'm going to be a little bit polemic here, because you told me to be straightforward and so on. So, you know, the biggest problem that a company like us is facing is venture capital funds are still funding inefficient companies in the mobility space, and that's very bad. What we see is, you know, there's a lot of companies in the market which, whether are scooters, mopeds, and I don't want to name any in particular, but essentially these companies are having more or less a 4 to 5x times cost of revenue versus revenue. So if a company makes 50 million, then, you know, maybe they burn to make, you know, I don't know, 200 million to make 50 million, right? So anyway, and then venture funds, for some reason, because there's so much capital, they're still funding these companies. The problem with those kind of situations is, you know, companies like us have to struggle growing and have to innovate at the same path or better or faster than these other companies. We believe in the mid to long term. That's why we're doing this, right? So that's we're building the strategy of being a profitable company, sustainable since day one, and so on. But you know, biggest pain we see right now is we need to be very alert and very in constant movement, because we're just doing the same thing, but you know with 10 times less money than the rest, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I mean, it's amazing. Although, you know, I saw Diana earlier, who was like, people have made a lot of money out of these scooters, you know. So it was a sort of, it's interesting how there just seemed to be, you weren't a VC unless you had like a Patagonia vest and an investment in a scooter company. That's the third joke of the day, which fell even flatter than the previous
I smiled.
two. You got one?
I liked it, yeah.
There you go, thanks. So Gemma, in terms of like, so you're, you know, cash generating company, are you buying startups, or what's kind of, or are you going to just like steal their ideas?
Actually, I was preparing to the previous question. But,
okay, go with that if you want.
But actually,
you know.
we're working a lot with different startups, and I believe the future of mobility these days, it's just to find for us, is to find the correct partnerships. So, for example, just from electric vehicles, for autonomous vehicles, for car sharing and different alternatives, we're in the moment that we're actually embracing all of them, because we have a space for all of them in our car parks, and we actually have the infrastructure that they need, actually.
Yeah.
And I think we're talking with a lot of startups, especially in those kind of the middleware that help us to get our legacy systems into a most API middleware ecosystem, so we can work with all of them. But these days, we're kind of working with an MVP kind of focus, and we have, for example, in Colón here in Madrid, in our car park there, we have, I would say, like 10 different startups mobility startups that even they need our spaces, even they need the chargers, or they need security, for example, for bike or the scooters, or even they need to match a regulation. For example, in Madrid, it's not well known, but you cannot actually park your scooter in the street unless it's in specific conditions that Berlin, no street in Madrid accomplished with that. And car parks are for that, so that the life on the street is for the pedestrians. And for that, we need those startups to embrace and to be part of the mobility hubs that we want to become.
Okay, Boyd, I'm just going to ask you a technical question because I think you wear glasses, so you must be know technical questions. Is there such a thing as like a mobility API? Any kind of cross-industry standards, or is everyone fighting to have the standard that wins?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot.
It happens only once. It does happen once.
There's a lot of discussion around open data, open APIs, different formats globally on this purpose, and then there's different stages of open data and standards, right? So there's about data sharing around where vehicles are located. That's one level of data sharing. Data sharing about journey behavior so that you can change the infrastructure to support better forms of mobility. There's efforts to create data standards around what we would call deep integration of supply, which is that any supplier who wants a license to operate in a city should report not just vehicle location data, not just pricing data, but also enable via APIs that third parties can aggregate their service and offer a full experience booking and pay in a third-party platform. There's a standard that's emerged in the Netherlands around that. It's hard to get, as you know, in any industry, it's hard to get a standard adopted globally. There's always fights around it. And what we decided to do at IAMOB is to not worry about it and instead build our own APIs in-house for each mode of mobility. So when we reach out to a scooter company, they can expose their API to us, and we don't care what standard or format it's in. We can internalize it into our platform, usually within 5 days. So our decision was avoid worrying about if and when some future standard will emerge to allow this and build our own capability in-house so we don't have to wait.
Okay, cool. Luis, question for you just about working with large companies, because it's always an issue. Just listening to what Gemma was saying, I study scaling, and that's everything I've been studying for years. And I always say partner. There's always like the easiest way to get forward is to partner, because it isn't just to solve. If you partner with someone, you don't just solve the problem you're solving, but you sort of future-proof the solving as well. Like the iPhone in my hand is just a collection of other people's technology, all of whom get better. So, wondering, Luis, like what kind of partnerships are you seeking out? Are you going? There's large Spanish companies and things like that. But I guess if I could get you one, it sounds very like Harry Potter question. If I could get you one telephone number of somebody or a meeting with somebody, who's that person you would like to meet?
Well, I cannot say only one, because we are actually working with Telefónica, Iberdrola, and Naturgy.
Yeah.
So they are the really, really big players. And the time to market, it's easy with industry partners to get into the market. You reduce the time to market. You can prove with them. You can get access to really big companies thanks to them. So it's really, really helpful. The bad thing is the paperwork.
Yeah.
We have a lot of paperwork just to pay you, 6,000 euros. You need to bury yourself in paperwork, but it's worth it, because if not the time to market for a startup, it's a long way, it's a long path, especially if you are hardware.
Yeah.
So with this kind of partner, you get closer and you get quicker to the market.
And what do you think they want from you? You know what you want from them, but what do you think they want from you?
Innovation. They are so big, they have the capacity to innovate, but they don't innovate a lot, and it's really hard to move that machine, that elephant that they are right now. So it's flexibility and it's.
There was a famous partner in Andreessen Horowitz always said that the battle between disruption is all about who can get innovation before who can get distribution. In other words, that the startup innovates, but if the startup can innovate and distribute, then they will win. Also, if the incumbent, if they can innovate as well as distribute, then they will win. But the best combination is always that the startup innovates and then they put that into the distribution, whether it's manufacturing or whatever. I've seen that work many times. I actually think acquisitions are usually a great deal for large companies. I mean, I remember debating or helping somebody sell their company, and for what they were haggling over, I said, if you implemented this in your value chain, you'll make the money back in 1 day. And here you are fighting with me over, or fighting with us over the price. And basically it's 1 day's revenue for you if you were to implement this properly. But, so it's a great deal. Acquiring startups is a great deal generally for large companies. And they, they agonize over it as if it's like this, I don't know why that happens, but in general, it's a fantastic deal. Okay, we've only 1:40 left, so I just wanted to get just Pep and Chema. Pep, you're an ambitious guy and have been ever since I've known you. I mean, how big do you think this can get? Like, what's your vision for your...
How big do I think this company can
get?
I think we're not in a rush, but I think, essentially any provider of infrastructure in the terms of in the mobility space has an if somebody who's doing what we do, which is building infrastructure for mobility, I think this can get to as big as you want, right? I mean, for us, I think we've been doubling revenue since inception, year on year. But we're not in a rush. So we think we can do maybe IPO, maybe we just want to remain private, maybe we don't know yet, but for sure we're going to continue to grow. Yeah.
Yeah, and finally, Chema, in the remaining time, what do you see in the future? I mean, do you see do you think how soon do you think one day we'll have no petrol cars, that it'll all be electric? I mean, I presume a board or someone is saying that to you, how soon do you think that will happen?
I'm not sure. I know that we are in a beautiful moment in the industry. Actually, I don't think we can speak about mobility as an industry. It's just a mix of different industries. And I think that the beautiful of this moment is that every single player talking about Renfe, talking about Iberia, but talking about El Parking, or talking about Telpark, or talking about Cabify or Uber, has to find its own way. And actually, I think the key there is how to collaborate and how to understand the big companies can work with the startups to gain that speedboats kind of a strategy for innovation. And there's also a timing issue. So actually, I was talking before that we have over 400 EV chargers. The occupation that we have these days is not that big, but we will keep investing on them because at the end, at some point, the customer will get there, and we need to be there. So it's kind of a timing and performing the industry.
Okay, there's a man at the side that wants us to get off the stage. So that just remains me to thank Chema, to thank Pep, to thank Luis, and to thank Boyd, and to thank you, the audience, for listening, and to thank everyone online for watching up. My name is Joe Haslam, and this has been a delight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. This is a good thing about knowing Joe and working with him is that I can abuse him on stage. So thank you very much, guys. How are we doing? Still here? Still surviving? We're nearly there. And to talk about our next panel, we're going to be talking about, surprisingly, I would say, a field that a lot of people feel like unsexy, which I find it extremely interesting, which is logistics and supply chains. It's the kind of stuff that many entrepreneurs and many people in technology don't tend to talk too much about. Well, now we're talking a lot about supply chains and stuff like that, but before it was like, yeah, that thing about moving stuff, right? However, it's the blood of everything, of commerce, of the whole civilization. And to talk about that, we have a very interesting panel now that's called Logistics Gearing Up for New Horizons, which I'm going to be moderating. So I'm going to be calling my panelists. So please welcome our first speaker, Luis Martin Lázaro, co-CEO of Luda Partners. Big applause for Luis. And who's going to be joined by Raúl García from the Correos Lab ecosystem and workplace manager at Correos. Thank you very much, Raúl, for being here. And let me move to the side. And joining us online, we have two other guests. So please welcome Carl Siebrecht, co-founder and CEO of Flex. Carl, where are you? Here. There you go. Hello, Carl. How are you doing? Big applause
Great,
to Carl. He can hear us too.
I can.
And last but not least, I want to welcome our 4 panelists, Nabil Malouli, VP of DHL. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Nabil. Thank you both for joining. We're a little bit stressed, like, will they be able to join? Are they coming here? I love this setting where you can actually talk with Carl here, and it feels, I nearly can touch you. It feels you're here with me. Anyhow, so thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure having you. And let's start with maybe the elephant in the room, which is, and maybe I want to split this question into 2 parts, right? Consumer behavior has been changing dramatically during the past few years, and that change has been accelerating, and I would say peaking during the pandemic. So how is that change affecting the supply line? How is that affecting how you deal with that? What kind of problems are you seeing? What kind of impact you're feeling directly? I mean, we are going from maybe the more traditional side of the post office, also to a private enterprise running also logistics, to the big guys here running the even bigger one. And I won't bring Amazon into this. But I know, let's start with you, Luis. What do you think?
Okay, apart from the obvious, that is customers, especially during the pandemic, they are used to receive before things in 1 week, then in 2 days, now 24 hours, and now is, if you are not delivering in 2 hours, you are out of the market. So that's the obvious stuff. But what I'm feeling also is that the customer, and we also have data, is hyper specialized. So now it's not enough one item, it's one item in the color that I wanted, in the shape that I wanted, and it's not similar to the shape that you want. So
is that true in the pharmacy space?
Yeah, we have 340,000 products. So imagine how special it is. The best example that I can give you is chopsticks, for when you have dry lipsticks. And there are, for one specific brand, we have 350 references. So that's how specialized is the market. So that means you have to either have a humongous warehouse or many warehouses specialized in the area, customer, weather, whatever it affects your customer in many places. That is the new challenge for me. Super specialization and how to be able to have logistics for such a huge amount of products.
This kind of interesting is hitting more on what Gorillas, for example, is doing in moving the warehouses inside the city. Smaller warehouses, but 2-hour delivery getting to your home. Wow. May I get the condom delivery warehouse, please?
You will have whatever you need through our company.
Thank you. Raul, what about you guys?
I will bring up to the table a new concept that I really came across, which is bracketing. You know what's bracketing within the e-commerce industry? It's when a consumer buys online the same product but different versions, different sizes, and then try them on and return the ones that don't fit or don't match or don't like.
Yeah.
That's causing a lot of reverse logistics, and that is impacting a lot of in the supply chains, inverse supply chains. And because of the pandemic, it's been increasing over the last few months, of course.
Wow. Well, I think it's going to increase now that we're hitting Christmas also in no time. I have a lot of friends in Correos, and they always tell me, it's like, no, we don't want Christmas to come. Like, it's just like, you have no idea how bad it gets. And like, I can't imagine, but it's like, no. It's whatever you're imagining.
It's 7.4 million deliveries a day.
7.4?
Yeah, those are the figures. Yeah.
Oh. It's interesting, I was reading recently that the US Postal Office is charging more and taking longer to deliver things. So I'm guessing everyone is feeling the pain when it comes to national infrastructure there. What about you, Carl?
Yeah, look, I'd start with the big picture and just, if you think of logistics as moving goods from their origin, which is a plant, or in many cases it's an overseas manufacturing area, from origin to destination, that is the logistics industry. And that industry in developed markets is over 8% of GDP. So it's this massive industry. And what's happening is for decades and decades, the retail model was ship goods to a place, the people, consumers would go to that place and they would buy the goods. This is all very obvious, but think about how that 8% of GDP was optimized for decades and decades and decades to get it right. And there are many companies in the world who got really, really good at that, very, very efficient. And then the destination started to change. It was your doorstep, the residential house instead of the store. And it turns out that much of the infrastructure required to ship to a doorstep is entirely different. And because there's so much more complexity, the industry is shifting from an asset-driven industry, assets, planes, ships, buildings, to a technology-driven industry that leverages the assets. And it's an incredibly fundamental shift. And this is what is inherently causing the disruption and the challenges behind that consumer behavior change, which is, hey, I'd like you to ship the stuff to my house instead of having to go down the street to the store.
Yeah, I mean, you nail it. It's a beautiful perspective. And it's interesting because we've had several startups this past few days where they were trying to fix or optimize some of this new bottlenecks that we are having. One is like last mile delivery when it comes to choking traffic and things like that. And the other one is things like, well, I had employees before because people will come and buy things at the shop, and now suddenly they're using the shop as a picking place, right? So we're more of a delivery place. So the amount of employees I need and when I need them has dramatically changed in a lot of these selling points, customer selling points. So very, very well defined. And what about you, Nabil?
Yeah, so I think I will agree on all the topics that were mentioned. I love the fact that you started with the fact that logistics is usually not sexy, and now it's becoming. I mean, I've been in the industry for 14 years, and I never seen so many interest actually from my friend and from the people around me, and even from the media around logistics. So I think we are in a point where people start to really get it, the importance of this industry as an enabler. And I like also the way you described it. I mean, this is the blood of the economy, ultimately, or it's what is enabling really the world to move and for us to consume. I think what we see is there's a huge demand for a couple of reasons. You saw a huge injection of cash, in many of the economies through government programs. You saw an imbalance of products in different categories across the globe because everybody went out and bought laptops or monitors or desks, putting home offices and so on. So you have all these components that are creating imbalance between supply and demand. And in the middle of this, you have this huge digitalization boom and technology-driven enablement that Carl is mentioning. And you combine that with some of the other more structural problems, which are labor is tight. There's even in countries where there is a high level of unemployment, it's actually really hard to find people in some of these categories of jobs around warehousing, around deliveries, around truck drivers, which is creating now a very interesting time, especially as we go into the peak season now, which is, for certain retailers, the last 4 months of the year represent 60 to 65% of the total sales. So it's a really, really critical time. Shipping rates are at rocket high prices, which we will all pay ultimately for this at some point. We already start to see increases on prices on some products. And so we are in the middle of this tipping point of, how does this get worse or does this get better, moving forward? I think as we go beyond the peak, I think things will start to balance and we'll start to go back to a bit more stable logistic and supply chain networks globally. But I think the next 3 months are going to be particularly complicated for many companies and for many logistic organizations. And for us as consumers, if there are specific gifts that you want to buy, you should buy them early because they'll be sold out.
I think you're being so optimistic, to be honest. I mean, this was kind of like my second part of the question that I'm going to weave it later on when you guys answer some of the questions. But it is true that the 3 next months are going to be painful, very painful. I would stretch it even more. Like, there's a lot of things going on right now in the supply chain that are like, it's super tense at more than one point with many points of failure, and it's going to be bad. But before we get to the bad part, which is lovely, let's go back to, I would love to hear a bit more of what are you guys doing at Raúl at Correos, right? Because you are in charge of connecting with the startups. There has always been probably DHL also has some of those notions. Like the big companies or the national companies have always had a hard time acquiring this technology. And as Carl was mentioning before, right, we're moving from assets to becoming technology companies. And you're kind of like the middleware, right? You're in between there doing all these things with the startup. So we would love to hear a bit more of how do you guys work with that?
Well, I think the Correos, as you know, is a very well-known company here in Spain. We are a public company. We have more than 300 years running business in the market, and we hope to be 300 more years. And I think the commitment of Correos now within the innovation is to be this big S of South Summit sustainability, which is the big word today and these days. And we are trying to be more sustainable, to get our deliveries more and more sustainable. Let me give you an example with regards to this big season we are expecting now in the next quarter. Last Black Friday campaign, we were encouraging our customers to select this new option that we were providing them to send their packages with conscious delivery, or as we say, responsible delivery. That means that it doesn't matter if the delivery arrives in a 2-day, 3-day, 4-day fashion, as long as it is sustainable. And how we do it? How we do this? We don't issue the delivery until the container or the vehicle is fully loaded, and that means we optimize also the routes and saving energy, saving fuel, saving mileage, and at the end of the day, being more sustainable.
Do you have any reports where you guys show this kind of increases in efficiency and with these new initiatives?
Sorry?
Do you have any reports where you are actually showing the impact of these initiatives that you guys have?
Not yet, but it's an action that we've been taking action during the last few months. And for sure, it's a service that the customer can provide, can select. So
yeah, no, I think it's a brilliant idea, but I think more people would need to hear about it, because if the impact is, I mean, if it's not urgent, and well, as we were mentioning, as Luis was mentioning before, like if you don't really want it now or yesterday, it has a brilliant impact on.
And everyone as a consumer, we've been experiencing that you get a non-idle purchase in the same day delivery, and you think about, come on, I would have taken that also three more days, in 3 more days or 3 days later.
Exactly.
So, and at Correos, we are, as a public company, we are much committed to bringing service to the citizen. We are, for example, we have strong commitment with this demographic challenge we are facing now in Spain, and we are using our logistics network not only to send goods or certain information, but to get our services, our postal offices services, right at the door of our customers. We are equipping our postman, our delivery staff, with technology such as PDAs with point of sales capabilities, so that any customer can purchase any service of Correos running in front of his door. And that's especially important in rural areas where not everyone is knowledgeable in digital services, and not everyone has a postal office at the end of the street. So that's another point of interest in Correos as a public company.
I'm just curious, how many of you wouldn't mind waiting, maybe not for all the things you buy online and stuff, but wouldn't you mind waiting maybe an extra couple days for most of the things that you get online? Raise your hand. Most of you, wow. Yeah. That's interesting. It's a change in changing behaviors. It's quite interesting. And well, thank you very much, Raul. And what about you, Luis? I think it's been like the whole drug market has been undergoing a massive change, both in regulations, lack of main ingredients to do some of the drugs. I believe you guys run out of stock of specific parts of the stock in the pharmacies. And also a change in behavior. I've always felt like people go to the pharmacies to have a chat in some cases. So there's also a human element here that kind of weaves. So how do you see this, you guys? How do you work, and how do you see this change happening for you guys?
You are absolutely right about the two parts of the pharmacy that you have certain times to one, like a priest almost there. What we do in lack of a better word is we are a global distribution system, like Amadeus or Sabre. We don't deal with the actual box, so I'm here in the panel of logistics, but I'm more a tool for them, okay? What we do is we are connected to, right now, 1,500 pharmacies, but we are in a growth ratio of 200 every month, so it's kind of big. And what we do is we are able to ask for the items of their stocks or a basket of items of their stocks. So that helps in two ways. If you go physically to a pharmacy, which is what you said, and the supply chain didn't work for several reasons, and it is impossible to deliver a certain medicine because there was no actually supplier for that, and it was kept in some other country or whatever, so they don't have it, they cannot deliver it. So what we do is we make every pharmacy warehouse in which you can ask where is the nearest box of Tranquimacin, which is actually a medicine for depression, and we will tell you, okay, the 20th.
Nice choice, huh? You see, happy guy, nice choice, huh?
I am actually a happy guy. So, or anything, a medicine for whatever, and then you can find it there. But at the same time, once you can do that, what we are doing is whomever has patients or clients for the pharmacy, we provide them the engine. So the best example I can give you is Nutriben, which is the biggest baby food manufacturer in Spain and one of the biggest in Europe. And they wanted to do online, but they don't want, sorry, to piss off the pharmacies. So how do I say it online without making my actual supply chain very, very angry? And what we did is, okay, you sell in your website, you name the products, and behind the scenes, we run the wheel, we look for the closest pharmacy who has all the products and we can deliver. And that has a huge impact in many things. First, for the little commerce, of course, but logistics, which is the main panel, carbon footprint. We make, in this project, 80% of the deliveries in less than 2 hours because they were less than 5 kilometers. That allows bicycles, electric things, to the vehicles, which is the two main things that you can do to downgrade the carbon footprint is either choose another vehicle or a better route, less fuel. We do that because we use all the pharmacies as okay, again, a bad example probably, but I like it a lot. Like the electric line, I mean, there are many electric companies, but only one electric line.
Yeah.
So we'll use this as a line. So the nearest dot is the one who's supplying, and then the smart guys of the logistics will do the very best route, the very best environmental thing, because we provide them a tool to do it very efficiently.
Yeah. So if I had to give like a metaphor, that would be like you are the OS for the pharma logistic world. You are digitalizing the OS that digitalizes the channel, basically.
Yeah, we basically did that.
That's very cool. That's very cool. Okay, so let's go back to our guests online. And this is I would say, a curve and a hard ball. How sustainable is the supply chain? Is sustainability a possibility in the supply chain with all the stuff we're seeing, with the high prices of fuel, with the last mile delivery issues? Like there's plenty of points where kind of like the notion of sustainability in the supply chain goes down in flames. So let's start with Card. What's your take on this?
I think absolutely supply chains can and will be sustainable. It's difficult. It's going to be very difficult, but it's absolutely possible. Look, the three drivers in my opinion, and I think this is shared by others because in many cases I've borrowed their research, there are three components for sustainability. One is increasing asset utilization, which fundamentally means, by the way, the assets need to be shared by multiple parties, multiple service providers and multiple merchants. Assets, again, trucks, ships, buildings. So one is asset utilization. Two is route optimization, which we were just talking about a couple minutes ago. And three is electrification of the transportation parts of the supply chain, the arcs that connect the nodes along the logistics path. So I think all three of these things, like we're just barely getting started in any of them. These are hard problems. These are problems that will be solved fundamentally by technology and data to drive asset utilization, to drive route optimization. I would point at anyone who cares about this. There's a big investment company called Generation Investment Management. They've done some great research, some of the best that I've ever seen, on exactly this topic, where they look at the carbon footprint as one example of e-commerce versus brick and mortar retail, and they break it down in the components, and they talk about sort of which cumulatively has the higher carbon footprint, and then for each element of the flow of goods, sort of which one currently today is more sustainable, and then they sort of take it down to the next step, which is, okay, here's where we are today, so what could we imagine happening in the future that would lower the carbon footprint of each step along the way, and where are the biggest opportunities? So again, Generation Investment Management, it's a great fund. They're focused on sustainability. They've been around for almost 20 years, and they've done some great research on this.
Well, I'm going to get you to dabble here. If you had to choose one of the most challenging ones that you see personally, like this is just going to be really hard, because others are, as you say, as you point out, like in the process of it. But if there's one that kind of sticks like a sore thumb, which one would that be?
Yep, for me, it is getting large companies to realize that sharing assets is actually a good thing instead of potentially a bad thing. You know, we operate in the logistics world, we operate primarily with the nodes. In this distribution network, there are nodes, which are warehouses of different shapes and sizes, and there are arcs, transportation lanes that connect them. We, Flex, operate primarily within warehouses and connecting warehouses. And there's this thing that particularly big companies have, many of them, which is I need my own warehouse, right? I need a dedicated facility because my goods are different and special and unique. And in many cases that's true, but in many cases that is not true. And to share an asset with other merchants, particularly when you want to push your inventory to the edge, to where the population centers are, every company simply can't afford to build their own distributed network of warehouses, so these assets must be shared. But there is this sort of mentality amongst many folks who have been in the industry for a long time that sharing might be a bad thing. Yeah. So I think that behavioral change will take some time. Look, we already do see it today, and one of the things I point out when I hear these kinds of objectives, look, we work with 6 of the 10 largest retailers in the States and most of the large CPG companies and many of the biggest brands in the world. So when I hear these objections, what we'll often say is like, look, you're okay putting your box on the same FedEx truck or the same UPS truck as other merchants. How different is that really than sharing, a multi-100,000-foot box?
It's funny because it kind of reminds me so much of Amazon Web Services and sharing the metal, as we say. Okay, we have 4 minutes. Nabil, so it's your turn. Can we make it in the 4 minutes? Go ahead. What's your take?
Yes, I think so. There is a bit of a delay, so I'm sorry if it seems that I'm not right away responding. But look, I think so. Maybe one of the topics which I think Carl just spoke on, I think which is really important for all of us, is really the topic of sustainability. I think there is no other way around for the industry to move towards sustainability and accelerated innovation. And I think the reason why it's an absolute must is that the industry overall is just so important for the economy, and we see it today more than we see it more today than any other opportunity that I've seen, at least in the last decade. So, if you look at like emissions, 20% of CO2 emissions come from transport and buildings, right? Which is what buildings is, of course, offices, but it's a lot of the commercial real estate, which is warehousing and manufacturing plants and so on. So the industry overall has a big role in helping to make a more sustainable environment. And there are a lot of things that are being actually already done that are actually progressing. I think I would fully agree that the future of logistics is a shared future. I think we will see more and more companies on board around the fact that there is a need of mindset change around some of these dimensions, but I think the future is shared. Fully agree, the future of logistics is technologically enabled. And I think there are some of the things that are going to be harder to change, right? I mean, if you think about, to your question, what is going to be the most difficult, I think, look, aircrafts, right? I mean, the airline industry as part of the emissions is one of the most, is the one that's contributing the most, right? And so there is no alternative today for air transportation yet really at scale. We just purchased the first electric aircrafts, 7 of them, but it's going to take a long time before we start to see a meaningful, massive landscape with electric aircraft. And I'm not talking about drones, I'm talking about electric aircraft. And the same apply for the shipping industry. If you look at the fleet of ships that we see across the globe, port terminal, that industry actually need a massive improvement and massive innovation wave into it. But that's not going to be also an easy task because 90% of what we consume moves by vessels, moves on the sea at some point. Yeah. And to change that industry also, which is heavily, it's capex intensive, is a big takeover. So I think there will be a couple of the things that I think we have to work on. But it's ongoing, it's underway.
No, but very, very good points, and I'll close with this. I'll get two major takeaways here, like the whole sharing thing that you both kind of highlighted. I wonder if it's more, the sharing is going to start more on the smaller scale companies, as what we saw with Amazon Web Service, like it's the startups coming into that space and then the bigger guys kind of buying into it. And at the same time, as you said, like some of the transportation, especially ships, are, as you say, very heavy in capex. And it takes not just money, it takes time to retrofit some of the boats that we have. So that's going to take time. And with that, I'm going to shut up and really appreciate this wonderful conversation with all 4 of you. It was an immense pleasure having you here. So this big applause from our audience is directly at you. Thank you very much, Carl. Thank you very much, Raul. Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you very much, Naib. It was a pleasure, and this is your home. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whoa, that was fun. I really liked it. I'm a nerd of logistics and stuff like that. I really like it. Anyhow, so we're going to keep moving forward, and this time it's not going to be me moderating. I'm going to kind of switch gears, but not switch gears. And speaking of, how do you drive change, right? How do you get people to change their behaviors, big companies, logistics, supply chain, operations? And I keep wondering sometimes, especially in mobility, is really innovation what drives change? Is really like pushing for disruptive technologies that drive change? And to talk about that, how innovation and technology can drive and reinvent mobility, we have our one and only Super Marisol Menendez. She's going to be the moderator. She's our Chief Open Innovation Officer at South Summit. Big applause to our dear Marisol. Thank you so much. And with her, we're going to have on stage Sonia Segade, Head of Technological Transformation at Renfe. Big applause for Sonia, please. Fernando Vallejo, Managing Director of Open Via Mobility and Global Via. And last but not least, I'm running here. Ignacio Tobar, Head of Innovation and Digital Transformation. And last but not least, Rodrigo Castiñeira, Innovation and Business Development Manager at Indra. Big applause. And gentlemen, ladies, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Hello, how are you? I'm sure that with the energy that Alex has, you are all energetic, even if it's almost one of the last sessions of the day. Everyone is okay today? Energy in the room? Energy?
Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. So let's have this amazing conversation. You can see that we have a deluxe panel here with us today to discuss really a simple topic, as simple as talking about the innovation and reinventing mobility through technology. It's a really interesting topic. And so we are going to have a friendly conversation among all the panelists. But to be friends, we need to be acquainted, to get acquainted first. So let's do a round of introductions. Let's begin with you, Sonia.
Thank you, Marisol. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to me share this time with all of you. I'm Sonia. I'm the head of digital transformation at Renfe. I think that everybody knows Renfe, but Renfe is the leader in rail transport and a point of reference in mobility sector in Spain. I belong to the Strategy and Digital Transformation Department, and due to this, we are involved in a lot of initiatives and digital transformation projects. One of the most important projects in this line is Renfe as a Service. It's a mobility as a service platform, and in the next intervention, I am going to speak about this project.
Wow. This is nice, and I think that many of us are users of Renfe, so thank you and welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Hello Marisol. Thank you, South Summit, for inviting me here today. My name is Fernando Vallejo. I'm the Head of Innovation and Systems in Global Via and the Managing Director of OpenVia. You may not know Global Via. Global Via is an infrastructure company. We are present in 7 countries, and we operate toll roads and metros. For example, if you have been to Seville, Metro de Seville belongs to Global Via, so it's a very nice place to go and a very interesting infrastructure to visit. And I'm here also not only because of Global Via, but as you may have seen, is OpenVia by Global Via. What's that? What's OpenVia? Well, we have realized that we need an independent unit to create innovation, and we have created a technological and innovation platform in the group that will build the future of the mobility, the mobility of tomorrow. So I'm representing OpenVia, which is a new platform for the new mobility solutions for the future.
Yeah, perfectly connected to the topic of the day. Welcome. And we love innovation and we love connections, so we will have lots to talk about. Nacho?
Hi, everyone. This is Nacho Tobar. I'm leading innovation and digital transformation for Iberia. You know Iberia, part of IAG Group, so together with British Airways, with Vueling in Barcelona, with Aer Lingus in Ireland. So we fly aircraft, we move people, we maintain also aircraft, so we have a business there too, and we also provide airport services. And we do innovate. I'm here to try to explain the kind of things that we are doing around innovation and specifically thinking on the present and the future and how we manage to recover and to fly again after this big pandemic and crisis that we are suffering. We need to think positively and share the things that we are doing.
Lots of things that you've learned and that we are growing, and everyone, I think, is hoping to travel more again soon, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the invitation, and my pleasure to share the stage with you guys, and especially with you, Marisol. You're an inspiration of South Summit, so great to be here again.
Thank you, guys. Welcome, welcome. And last but not least.
Hi, Marisol. My name is Rodrigo Castiñeira. I work at Indra. It's a Spanish technological company. I am Innovation and Business Development Manager at the Mobility Business Unit at Indra. I've been coordinating R&D activities during the last 8 years at Indra with different research and innovation projects to bring new technologies to our mobile solutions that are the solutions that we provide to the different transport modes in order to bring the new mobility with a cutting-edge technology.
It's interesting, and when we were talking before, we realized that we have different perspectives, which really, I love to have this, because we have consumer-oriented services, no? And we also have infrastructure, and these are two different dimensions that we hope to bring into the conversation. But maybe another way to looking into how we can create the future of mobility and transform mobility, I propose to you that we begin talking about how we are today, and later on move to where we want to be. So in your own perspectives, you are all working on innovation, of course, so you are already working in the future. Each of you, what kind of projects are you doing today? How are you working to create this transformation of the future? We can begin, let's begin with you, Sonia.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we found out about the title of the panel, how innovation and technology can drive and reinvent transport, we think about one of the most important projects, no? Renfe as a Service. Renfe as a Service is a new way of understanding transport through a mobility as a service application. Our goal is cover 27 cities with this application at the end of 2022, and we want to form alliance with more than 100 operation transport in 2 years. Our first goal of the MVP will be in the next June, and at this time we're going to have 11 cities and 7 operation transport services.
Wow.
The most important things of this project, or what makes us different, is that other mobility as a service application offer service within the city, but not between different cities. And we are going to get it thank you of the train service at Renfe.
Mobility as a service, and in all these cities, wow, this is something. I see, Nacho, you're smiling. What are you thinking about? What are you working, how this connects with what you're doing?
No, I think absolutely. You know, the present and the future is linked with the concept of ecosystem and platform, we could say, and I think that is a great approach from Renfe. I was just smiling because of that.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
But now we're talking with you, so what are you thinking in Iberia?
So thinking Iberia's present, you know, I would like just to ask a question to all the attendees is how many of you took a flight in the last 1.5 years? Please raise your hand. How many of you took Iberia flight? That's good, that's good. No matter the company, so just fly. And yeah, you know, maybe what happened a year ago was hard for almost everyone, especially hard for companies around travel. And I think what we've been doing around innovation is trying to rethink and offer new services and new experiences in a completely new customer journey. So suddenly we have new things like restrictions to fly to countries. You suffered that in the past, so you need new documentation. So this is the time for real-time information to try to explain clearly what is required to fly. And then, you know, working with the ecosystem, and that is a good, an open innovation, that is what South Summit is about. We work with, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 new startups. For example, to get the real-time info around restrictions, we work with SmartBell. It's a Spanish company in Madrid. Then, I don't know, to try and have a look inside an aircraft and to see directly like a concept of a hotel, so you can see in 3D, have an immersive experience inside a cabin. We work with Renaissance, which is a company from Extremadura. You can take your bag from home directly to your destination using Bag on Board. It's another startup that's working for us. You can have direct access to the airports and an aircraft using the new services like biometrics, so biometria. So getting a flight por la cara, so just with your face, no document, nothing to do, so you just enroll a plan and you go through security and you go through a boarding gate without showing anything. Or another example, and this is the last one, you can pre-order your meal and get directly in a sustainable bag just in your seat. with good food, good quality food, like poke of salmon, for example, if you pre-order that, even some hours before that flight. And we work with another company, it's called Gomeria in Extremadura, to try to arrange all this. So as a summary for me, getting closer to the customer, listening to what is happening, what they are demanding. We still have customers, and we are doing strong research, and you will have in the future some news around the kind of community that we are building to get feedback directly from our customers and society. So listen to them and just get over all the issues that we are having and challenges that we are having in this period. Hopefully getting closer to what we used to be, but yeah, being positive and showing that flying and traveling is part of what we do as human beings. Having this kind of direct contacts is what we need, and trying to support that. That is our present.
It's really interesting because when you were talking about all these solutions that are focused in creating the right kind of experience today, because the problem is today, and I know that you work so hard in creating and getting up to these requests from the market, and it creates the urgency of today, building, I imagine, over all the innovation that you've done in the past. And later on we will discuss about the future, but frankly we are seeing how this future is happening today, and really congratulations, and I want to fly again really soon. But when we're talking about this future, and so how do you the present, we are right now in the present, how are you living that in Indra? What's your own perspective?
Yeah, now what we think that is essential for the mobility that we have now is to access to the value of the data. All these examples that have just been presented by my colleagues are based on data. So from Indra, what we are working is to unlock all the data that the transport infrastructure has, because there is a lot of data that with IoT, with 5G, it can be very useful to create new services and new business models. So we think that this is something that we can do now, because data is like the new gold. I mean, you need data to train artificial intelligent algorithms. So this is something that we can do already with the technology. But I think we need to have this mechanism to exchange data between the different stakeholders in order to bring new services based on multimodality, and that these services are sustainable. So I think now is the moment to exploit all this data and unlock the mobility that we have.
It's amazing because data is the backbone of every industry nowadays. I was wondering how many times the word data or anything related to it has been mentioned in these days in South Summit. I'm sure that this is one of the elements that is connected among, and if we're looking at the human dimension, the data is connected to everything, and many exciting things that will come from that, no? Mm-hmm. And how do you do that in OpenVIA by Global VIA?
I cannot agree more on what he said before. In our case, we think about, let's forget about infrastructure. Let's forget about it. Let's think about the user. So there's a change of the mindset that we have in our mind, in our vision. So we don't want to talk about pavement or about rails. That's not cool. That's not cool anymore. And that's not useful for the user. So what we are doing is to transform the reality that we are living. We are changing the roads into digital roads. We are implementing solutions for detecting the cars in the roads, to trace the vehicles where they go, to be able, for example, to detect a vehicle when they are in the wrong direction and to inform the users, oh, be careful, someone is going onto you. We are also introducing electrical charging points in our highways because we think that the future is electric, is green, it has to be sustainable. So it's something that we have to take into account as well. When we talk about railways, let's forget about railways. Let's talk about digital railways. When you went to Seville some months ago, you had to go to this machine to buy a ticket. It was like a puzzle. It was, what? No, just forget about that. Let's pay with the mobile phone. Everybody has a mobile phone. So let's go with our mobile phone and let's pay in Seville in the metro. And that's it. That's simple. You don't have to be crazy about buying the right ticket. Or, oh, how many tickets do I have to buy? Because I'm going to be here for 6 weeks. Forget about that. We are introducing the account-based ticketing so that now, at the end of the month, you will pay, not before, but at the end, and they will tell you, okay, you have been going here for 12 months, so the best tariff for you is to pay this 10 and then 2 single tickets. Just don't make the math. We make it for you. So we are introducing the digital solutions to our infrastructure to make them more simple for the user. Another example in Seville, we have introduced also the mobility as a service solution so that you can plan what is the best trip to go to one place to another, not only based in an economical basis, but also based in the carbon footprint that the metro or the bicycle or the next means of transport will add into the whole end-to-end process. So let's forget about the infra. Let's think about the user. Let's think about the digital user. There's one thing that I know that you do every day when you wake up in the morning. Look at your mobile phone. So we have to live with that. And that's our vision for the future.
That's really working also from today to the future. And it's, I think, I kept thinking about all these experiences that you were referring to, which really affect our daily lives nowadays. And are creating a new way to interact with the world, no? And mobility is connected to everything we do. We always move from A to B in one way or another, and at the end it's creating culture and a new way of existing as humans, no? It's interesting. So we are talking about this is what we are doing today, but truly we were supposed to discuss reinvent mobility. So what do we have for the future? What do we have for the future? What's the disruption or the continuity of this evolution of the future? Who wants to go first? I open the table.
I can go.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure.
No, I think we already discussed the present, and as we agree, data is our goal to build this new mobility. But from Indra, our vision is that we will have automated, connected, and cooperative mobility. We think this is common to all the transport modes. We provide solutions in the railway sector, in the ports operation, but also in highways. And in all these transport modes, there is this common element. We want to have automation in order to reduce accidents, that at the end of the day, this is the most important. Okay, we can have a nice service, but we want to be safe in the service. We want to have connectivity to access to all these amazing services that we will build with data. And also, it's very important to have this cooperative mobility, where not a single mode, it will plan a trip. You will need to consider a whole ecosystem. And then I think it's where Indra, since we are experts in different transport modes, we can provide an added value to this new mobility in the future.
This connects really well, Sonia, with what you were talking about, mobility as a service, no?
Yes, yes. I think that we have two important messages. No? There are a lot of application, information, platform, channels, mobile application, but I think the key is that we have to offer the clients what they want and need in each moment. No? I think that we have to think about this. I think that the innovation is changing. No? In the past and now we are focused on thinking different products and services, but in the future probably is platforms. Other sectors have done this before. No? We can think about accommodation industry with Booking or Airbnb, and I think the future of mobility is the same.
Interesting. What do you think?
The future. Well, we are here to think about the future. So I think, first of all, in the future, we will all be working together. And that's good. I mean, there are many
I love
things,
that
many
from the
capabilities.
Open innovation perspective, I love that.
But I think there are many skills that we don't have, that Iberia has, that Renfe has, that Indra has. So this is something that we have to change a little bit the mindset to be more cooperative. I think that's the future. But thinking more about what we are going to do in 5-10 years, we are going to take off in a drone. In 30 years' time, I think that we will be able to take a drone and to make a flight in Seville, for example, with an autonomous drone, and have a nice view of the city, or maybe in the Caribbean. So wait and see, because you are going to be one of the main users, because I guess that you are early adopters. Here the people are innovators, so you will be the early adopters and the first users of these drone flights. Another thing for the future, you will have an autonomous car. And you will drive through the open via and global vias roads that will be ready for the autonomous cars. And when you go to a highway, you will see a sign saying, autonomous ready. And then you will click a button, and then the car will go on without your help. It will go alone. Because thanks to the technology that we are going to inject into our pavement, this digital technology that we are doing today to prepare the roads for tomorrow, you will be able to drive your car without any other effort, just that reading the newspaper. So the future is incredible. More metros. You will live in a city, and you will pay the Metroflix. What is the Metroflix? The Metroflix is that you will pay a certain amount of money, and then you will be able to ride all means of transport in the city. The Renfe train, the Metro de Seville, maybe an Iberia flight, or I don't know. But you will have a flat tariff rate to use a lot of means of transport in a city. And it will be the Netflix of the mobility. So that will happen sooner or later, but that will happen.
Interesting. How do you see that, Nacho?
Yeah, so being the last one is good or bad things, not much to be added, because I think I am absolutely aligning, perspective around data, perspective around platforms. I love your approach of no infrastructure being part of that. So it's the digital infrastructure, so digital highway. So in my opinion, the future, so I think it depends on the term. So if you think in 25 years or 5 years, but yeah, I see the future of Iberia working with others to try and fix things and some issues that has been there for ages. So for the last 50 years, we need to change some of the things. And that is not easy, because you cannot imagine what happens when you are told that you cannot fly from A to B because of weather condition 10 minutes in advance. So that is what is happening, in the backstage is absolutely amazing and difficult. So I see, that technology and innovation is the only way to move forward in that things. And then, maybe two concepts is, we think that we always say about collaborating, but then we are fighting for the customer. And, this vision of fighting for the customer is not the right one, I could say. So we need to find the way to get, the ambition of going from A to B seamless, and you are part of that, and you are legitimated to be part of that, and not legitimated to be in other stages. And I think we need all to understand that point, and not a kind of thinking always in going end to end and building apps that are not useful because are not requested by customers, for example. And then I'm a kind of, and this is like a personal opinion, this is Nacho, rather than Iberia, is obsessed about time. So for me, seamless is about time, and Iberia, is really good. I think not many people know about that, but we are top 5 globally in terms of punctuality, so what we call on-time performance, and that is measuring, from ramp to ramp, airport A, airport B. But there's also a meaning of process time for customers, or how much time do you spend to book a ticket, to pay, to do a check-in, to go to the airport, to be in that kind of processes. And we need definitely to make that shorter, make that easier, and to make people just relax and be comfortable in what you can get shorter is that, you know, you need 7 hours today to fly from Madrid to New York, so enjoy the flight, but let's do quickly like the wasting times and that kind of thing. So I think the future is around that data platform, digital, collaboration, legitimation, I think is important, and being obsessed about experience and time. I think that's important.
And that's amazing, and that last summary that you made really shows us, I think, a common thread of all the things that you've said is that we are using technology to improve human capabilities, to do better where we are not good at doing, like calculating which rate is the best for me to travel or whatever, or everything that technology can enhance our own capabilities, but also give us back part of our humanity through time, being with our family. And so I think industries as mobility, for me, are so interesting to think about because they affect all our life. The same when I was in banking. So you are talking about money and it's embedded in all our lives. So these industries working together to solve is really shaping our lives. Yeah. We only have 2 minutes to close. Let's finish with one final call to action, one final thought. If you are talking to these people tomorrow when they leave the room, what idea do you want them to have in their hearts after this panel? Let's begin with you, Sana.
Yeah, I think the future is platform, is collaboration with different companies. And I think the claim of the event, it's really good, no? Is innovation is business.
It's true, it is true, and we are doing it here. Let's go with you, Rodrigo.
No, I agree that we need to build this together. This is not a silo. We need to create a mobility with a holistic point of view. And definitely we need to collaborate. But also we need really to bring technology, and I think we are here because startups, they provide companies like Indra new solutions that we can include in this future of mobility to have more sustainability and at the end of the day, better quality of life.
That's true. And also many startups here at South Summit. So connect. Nacho.
So for me, maybe 3 words. 2 of those is open innovation. And maybe the most important one is real open innovation. Is that we make this real, so that we are going to have a chat with a startup and that we really listen to them and do things together. That we say that we are going to share data and we really do that with a purpose. So for me, that's the most important thing for me.
I agree. And?
Final, I would say let's dream. Let's have a vision. What is my vision here after this session? That one day I will take a Renfe train, I will go to a city, I will go into a drone operated by an airline like Iberia, that for that you will need a vertiport operated by OpenVIA, and there will be some Indra technology inside. So that's my vision, that's my dream.
That's the dream, guys. That's the dream, and that's the future of mobility through technology and innovation. Thank you very much for spending this afternoon time with us, and thank you for being together with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marisol, always on time. Thank you very much, people.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Okay. A lot of movements, a lot of going ins, going outs. So, how are we enjoying it so far? Good? Well, let's wait until we settle. Okay. Plenty of free space here at the front. Okay. So, our next panel, and we have this one and one more to go, and then we'll finish with the panels. But the next panel, I don't know what's gonna happen in this panel, to be honest, because it's like, whoa, if there's a panel that you can see sparks flying, and you know, I'm waiting for. Do you want something to soak the blood around here? Maybe we need to call someone to help, because we're going to be talking about improving car sharing operations teleoperation of vehicles. But the interesting thing is not the topic, which is very, very interesting, but who's going to be talking about it. So please welcome our moderator of the table, Javier Mateos. He's the CEO of Citi. Big applause for Javier. And joining Javier, he has Jorge Ordaz. He's the Deputy Director General of Mobility and Technology Management at DGT. Big applause for Jorge. Thank you very much for joining, Jorge. We also have Jose Javier Rodriguez. He's the Deputy Director General for Traffic Regulation and Taxi Service at the Madrid City Council. Big applause for Jose Javier. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, and from the intertubes and the interweb, we have Amit Rosenzweig, founder and CEO of Autopia. Amit, welcome. Thank you for joining. Big applause. Come on,
thank you for having me. Hello,
thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being here. I'm Javier Mateos. I'm the General Manager of Citi, the car sharing company, and our aim, the aim of an electric car sharing company is, of course, to provide sustainable mobility and to help cities and contribute to cities to have a more sustainable and more eco-friendly mobility in the city. The presence of Citi is a huge amount of people. More than 500,000 people has joined us in Madrid and in Paris, the two cities where we play the car-sharing businesses. And our 1,300 cars has saved more than 6,000 tons of CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. In the context of a more connected world, we need to do a step further and to make a huge effort in terms of innovation and technology. And this comes to the collaboration that we are having with the DGT and the Madrid City Council, and also with Ferrovial, of course, support, to develop our project called Teleoperated Driving Solution Project. This project has the access to the roadmap to remote driving our cars in order to have in 2022, in certain locations, in certain control areas, some of our cars teleoperated in a remote control. This is going to be done through the Autopia teleoperated technology that will be our technical support. Internal city movements, in terms of relocated cars, or move these cars to certain locations to be charged or to be cleaned, are the first goals in the internal movements, and these inefficient trips to be improved or to gain more efficient in this remote control mode. But it will not only serve to city improvement in terms of efficiency, but also the improvement for our service to the customers, and also to create a cleaner and safer city. Let me change, sorry, Amit, to Spanish. Para profundizar en este proyecto y sus ventajas, voy a presentarles a algunos de los principales colaboradores. Como hemos comentado, Jorge Ordaz Alonso, Deputy Director General of Mobility Management and Technology, General Directorate of Traffic, DGT. From Madrid City Council, José Javier Rodríguez Hernández, Deputy Director of Traffic Regulation and Taxi Service, General Directorate of Traffic Management and Surveillance, and of course, Amit Rosenzweig, CIO of Autopia and Autopia's founder. Vamos a empezar. Si os parece, me gustaría preguntar a Javier Rodríguez, del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, más allá de las ventajas que hemos comentado para Citi, para los movimientos internos de Citi y también para sus usuarios, revisando que últimamente en las pasadas semanas se ha aprobado la Ordenanza de Movilidad de la Ciudad de Madrid, que regula específicamente, entre otras muchas cosas, el marco normativo donde este tipo de proyectos puede llevarse a cabo. ¿Qué ofrece Madrid y su ecosistema y sus normativas internas para que este proyecto y otros similares puedan llegar a buen puerto?
Bueno, muchas gracias por invitarnos a este panel. Bueno, en primer lugar, me gustaría nosotros recientemente, como decía Javier, hemos aprobado una ordenanza nueva de movilidad sostenible en la que hemos querido recoger una necesidad que cada día estaba más presente. En el mundo de la movilidad, movilidad autónoma, movilidad conectada, movilidad telecomandada, como en el caso de City, hay cada vez más propuestas tecnológicas, pero que necesitan una validación en una ciudad grande como Madrid en este caso. Para ello, por primera vez en las ordenanzas de movilidad de Madrid, hemos establecido un procedimiento para hacer esto realidad, es decir, que un camino donde se explica qué requisitos se van a pedir a las empresas, cuáles van a ser los criterios de decisión para autorizar este tipo de proyectos, que sabemos que son muy necesarios para ir incorporando, tanto desde el punto de vista de los vehículos, como desde el punto de vista de las infraestructuras de control, de cámaras, qué información se tiene que proporcionar a estos vehículos y demás. En este artículo, que está calentito, que se aprobó el 13 de septiembre, con lo cual estamos empezando a recibir los primeros proyectos, establecemos este tipo de condiciones. ¿Qué es lo que aporta una ciudad como Madrid? Pues Madrid, en primer lugar, es una ciudad en la cual es una ciudad compleja, es decir, podemos encontrar distintas condiciones de tráfico, podemos encontrar tráfico ligero, pues en determinadas zonas residenciales, podemos encontrar un tráfico urbano denso, podemos encontrar tráfico interurbano en nuestras carreteras de circunvalación, incluso en los accesos a Madrid, que proporcionan un escenario interesante donde probar distintas cuestiones del vehículo conectado, que en una ciudad más pequeña pues a lo mejor se puede encontrar modelos de tráfico más sencillos y no nos permite probar en todos los escenarios posibles, o sea, tener capacidad de probar en todos los escenarios. También Madrid es una ciudad compleja en cuanto a las condiciones de tráfico y en cuanto a los temas de propagación, de 5G. Tenemos una infraestructura 5G incipiente, pero que ya está desplegada en la ciudad de Madrid, con lo cual otra ayuda a este tipo de proyectos. Y también existe una demanda sofisticada que puede aprovechar este tipo de proyectos, ¿no? City, por ejemplo, es una compañía muy exitosa que lleva operando en Madrid con vehículos eléctricos de car sharing, con una demanda importante, y de esta demanda y de esta experiencia es donde surgen estos casos de estudio que pueden ser interesantes probar dentro de la ciudad. Y nosotros, desde el punto de vista del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, queremos apoyar que se prueben este tipo de soluciones en una ciudad como la nuestra.
Perfecto. Es muy de agradecer ese soporte, porque sin vosotros es imposible tirar adelante un proyecto de esta envergadura, ¿no? Igual que con la DGT, que es responsable también de dar cobertura legal al proyecto y poder poner en la calle ese vehículo teleoperado, ¿no? Te quería preguntar, Jorge, desde vuestra opinión, desde vuestro punto de vista en la DGT, ¿cuáles son los principales retos para la adopción de este tipo de tecnología, no ya en un uso masivo, sino en este tipo de proyectos en los que tenemos un control remoto del vehículo, y cuáles son los objetivos que deben cumplir para que la circulación, algo que es línea roja y fundamental, sea segura o al menos tan segura como es la conducción tradicional?
Bueno, la Dirección General de Tráfico siempre ha estado muy cerca de la tecnología. Nosotros no tenemos otra finalidad que por una parte contribuir a la reducción de los atascos y por otra parte intentar llegar a una cifra lo más cercana a cero en materia de accidentes. Por lo tanto, nos apoyamos mucho en la tecnología y consideramos que este tipo de tecnología no deja de ser un paso intermedio para llegar a los vehículos plenamente automatizados. Entonces, en este campo hemos hecho muchas cosas, vemos oportunidades, vemos que contribuirá a reducir los desplazamientos y, por lo tanto, ese es un gran potencial. Si se reducen los desplazamientos, esperamos también una reducción de factores medioambientales, una mejora de la calidad, en definitiva, del aire, ¿no? Y de la sostenibilidad de la ciudad. Y por otra parte, vemos que en el camino hacia el autónomo los vehículos cada vez vendrán mejor dotados de elementos electrónicos, de sensores, de elementos ADAS, y los vehículos que vosotros proponéis son vehículos muy potentes en este sentido, y respetaréis lo que viene a imponer ahora el reglamento de la Unión Europea, que en 2022 exige muchos elementos. Estos vehículos vienen con esos elementos, por lo tanto, vemos ahí un cierto potencial. ¿Retos? Pues lógicamente tenemos que garantizar que un vehículo de estas características use la tecnología para ser como mínimo tan seguro como un vehículo normal. Por lo tanto, tenemos que ser capaces de garantizar primero la latencia. Yo creo que es el factor crítico de éxito del proyecto, conseguir que las comunicaciones permitan conducir y tener esa sensación de que según actúas el coche recibe la acción que tú le telecomandas. Por lo tanto, ese sería yo creo que el factor crítico de éxito más importante, y también que quien está conduciendo tenga esa sensación de conducir, ¿no? Que sea capaz de percibir lo que pasa en su entorno, lo mismo que le pasa al ser humano en condiciones normales. Y luego, si conseguís batir esos retos, por delante todo son oportunidades, porque al final nos imaginamos o os exigiremos, en todo caso, ¿no?, que quien se siente en ese vehículo a distancia pues tiene que cumplir. Tendremos que ser especialmente exigentes, ¿no?, en cuanto a si los vehículos ya van a empezar a venir con una interfaz para tener alcohol para que no bebas en el vehículo, pues quien esté lógicamente trabajando en una oficina, pues estará el tiempo adecuado, tendrá que estar controlado tema del alcohol, tema de teléfono móvil. Por lo tanto, se nos abre un capítulo en el que vuestra responsabilidad puede salvar muchas vidas en la carretera.
Totalmente de acuerdo. Y ese mayor control del comportamiento del conductor y del entorno que le rodea en el momento que está conduciendo es crítico para el éxito de este tipo de proyectos, y también lo es, y traslado un poco a Amit, esa sensación de conducción en tiempo real, ¿no? ese real time en todo momento que nos permita circular de una forma segura, ¿no? I'm going to change into English just for a question and for Amit. Amit, what's your previous experience in the application of this technology and in urban environments? And second question for you, do you know if there is any other similar project already been done in other European cities, or indeed Madrid is a pioneer in this regard?
First of all, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you for having me here, although from Tel Aviv, but live on stage, speaking about this great work we do together with Ferrovial, GT, Madrid City Council. So thank you. In terms of your question, we have a lot of experience with previous projects. I will give two examples, not sharing any secrets, but in terms of urban environment, one, I can give an example of a last mile delivery project. So we are talking about transportation of goods on public roads in the United States, in the state of Michigan. A lot of experience working, big companies, interacting with human beings. You do a delivery, it gets to you, you have questions, and there must be a human operator that supervises everything that is going on, and of course handle any edge cases for the robot and any questions for the end customer, the human being. So this is one example, last mile delivery of goods in city streets. The second example that we have experienced, and this was also publicly announced on a Forbes article, we have a very big commercial agreement with one of the leading companies in robotaxis, autonomous robotaxis in that space. It started in the United States, and we're expanding as we speak to other countries in other continents. So we have a fair amount of experience both in last mile delivery, transportation of goods, and also cars, real cars, robotaxis, transportation of people. In terms of your second question, we are aware, as far as we know, of only one more place in Europe that is doing something like this, teleoperation, remote control, remote assistance of cars, and that is in Berlin. Still a very small footprint, still it is a pilot. With that being said, Madrid is definitely a pioneer, not just in the vision and the approach, but also the hard work of understanding all the implication, how you can do it efficiently, how to make transportation as efficient as possible, as green as possible, both for people and for goods. So we are very grateful and appreciate the comprehensive approach of not just being a visionary as the city of Madrid, but also do the hard work, think about all the safety cases and how to make this 100% safe. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Amit. And Another question regarding the answers, the previous answers that we have had, and I guess it's easy for you to answer because it's not in the paper. Regarding this latency, regarding this real-time feeling we could have once we teleoperate, what are the main challenges? Or second question, it could be depending on the infrastructure, depending on the city, depending on the location, or is something that is regarding the technology, something to work in progress and to be developed or solved in the coming future?
Yes, it's not just in the coming future, but we are talking about now, today. We have commercial agreements, commercial deployments, not in every country, not in all the globe, but what you just said about the network and the reliability of public network infrastructure, that is exactly the reason why there are companies who go and specialize in that, like us, like Autopia. And we have not solved, every single place, every single geography. But when we get to a new place, we realize that what we have built so far, and we've been working on it for almost 4 years now, millions and millions of dollars with the best experts, we have come with a certain architecture and a certain approach that solves the big issues of latency and reliability and high quality video, and not like we have here, which could have sometimes big delay, sometimes small delay. When you do teleoperation, it needs to be always the same. So if you have a certain target for delay, for latency, we can assure you that this target is being met. That is exactly why there are companies like Autopia who specialize in that. And yes, it's still not 100% all across the globe, but we have solved in major cities, for example, in Las Vegas, in Singapore, in Tel Aviv, in other places in Europe. We have solved exactly that to fit the needs of the client.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good to know. Good to know that this is the roadmap and what we have in front. Changing again, because we have enough time to do it in a different way. Cambio en español. ¿Qué pasa con la regulación, ¿no? ¿Estamos preparados para ese tipo de tecnología ya en Madrid, en España, en Europa era AMIT? ¿Estamos preparados para acoger ese nuevo flujo de nuevas tecnologías que llegan, bien sea semiautónoma, como es el caso de este proyecto de City, o bien autónoma totalmente? O viendo un poco la presencia de este tipo de tecnologías en nuestras ciudades, ¿cuáles son las grandes ventajas que tenemos adoptando este nuevo flujo de tecnologías? Si quieres, Javier.
Empiezo. Para nosotros la cuestión clave, ya lo decía Jorge, es la seguridad. Es el nivel de seguridad que tienen que proporcionar estas tecnologías tiene que ser similar al que proporciona la conducción humana ordinaria. Y es verdad que incluso sistemas que potencialmente tienen cierta capacidad tienen que ser probados en condiciones reales para determinar de una forma muy cuidadosa en qué condiciones funcionan, en cuáles no, porque esto va a guiar también el desarrollo regulatorio posterior. No tenemos que olvidar en ningún momento que esto que estamos haciendo en este momento es un piloto en el cual tiene que haber un aprendizaje tanto por parte del operador como tiene que haber un aprendizaje por parte de los reguladores y de los gestores de la ciudad. Y en esto tiene que hacerse con un nivel de calidad y un nivel de seguridad muy importante para evitar que un accidente o una mala gestión en este desarrollo tecnológico, que siempre es inseguro, pues va a producir un efecto rebote que pare completamente lo que es la regulación de este tipo de cuestiones. Por eso es muy importante enfocar este tipo de proyectos de una forma muy seria, muy rigurosa, yendo muy paso a paso en lo que vamos haciendo y para tener la completa seguridad de que van a funcionar correctamente y que también los ciudadanos que van a compartir con este tipo de vehículos las calles de la ciudad pues se sienten seguros coexistiendo con este tipo de vehículos.
Bueno, nosotros desde nuestro punto de vista, lo que tiene que ver con regulación, es verdad que siempre hemos creído que el vehículo autónomo o todo el avance de la tecnología hasta llegar al vehículo autónomo va a ser positivo una vez que esté implementado. Por otra parte, es verdad que nos gustaría ver que España estuviera posicionada a nivel mundial a la hora de que cuando alguien de la industria quiera hacer una prueba, pues que este piloto venga a hacerlo a España, ¿no? Con la misma vocación que Javier habla de Madrid, pues nosotros hablamos de, como país, nos parece que España tiene que facilitar a la industria por muchos motivos. La industria de la automoción en España es muy potente, tenemos unos centros de investigación también muy valorados a nivel mundial y, oye, yo creo que cualquier instituto de investigación, cualquier marca que decida poner su oficina de investigación en materia de vehículo autónomo en España, pues es un trabajo de calidad y que nos posiciona. Al final, a España una cosa que le hace falta es potenciar la industria al máximo, ¿no? Entonces, desde este punto de vista, lo que hemos ido, los pasos que hemos ido dando fue, en primer lugar, ya en 2015, sacamos una instrucción que regulaba la posibilidad de hacer pruebas con vehículos autónomos en carretera. Se tenían que pasar una serie de controles y permitíamos salir a la carretera. Esto fuimos el primer país de la Unión Europea que lo permitió. Luego hemos ido dando también pasos, permitíamos el aparcamiento autónomo y el único punto que nos queda ahora, y es una instrucción en la que estamos trabajando también utilizando este piloto para ir dando pasos y ir rompiendo estas barreras que nos encontramos, es la instrucción que permita hacer pruebas y que permita que posibilite este piloto para hacerlo, en este caso en Madrid con vosotros o más adelante con otras compañías que quieran también dar pasos. Por lo tanto, este sería el primer paso, una instrucción. Y luego, como dice Javier, cuando consigamos convencernos y convencer de que esto es seguro, tendremos que llevar esto a la regulación. Para eso, bueno, pues en estos momentos en el Congreso tenemos ya, bueno, en este momento en el Senado, la Ley de Tráfico y Seguridad Vial, que por primera vez pensamos que va a llegar a decir, bueno, pues que el vehículo autónomo es una realidad y que hay que regularlo, que hay que hacer un desarrollo reglamentario. Por lo tanto, bueno, no estamos cerrando los ojos, sabemos que es algo que hay que abordarlo y si no lo hacemos nosotros, lo hará otro y será un recorrido que haga otro país en vez de nosotros. Por lo tanto, yo creo que tenemos que apostar por hacer pilotos y además porque todo esto es muy enriquecedor, porque nuestra experiencia es que los muertos en la carretera son lamentables, lo vivimos en el día a día, lo vemos en el día a día, pero también sabemos que la tecnología puede tener fallos, pero al menos que nos dé la posibilidad de que de cada fallo tengamos mucho aprendizaje, o sea, que seamos capaces de ir mejorando esos algoritmos para que al final podamos de una manera contundente y firme ir reduciendo la siniestralidad gracias a la tecnología.
Me parece fundamental y muy interesante lo que dices, que este tipo de pilotos empujan un poco a la construcción de esa normativa que es necesaria para que el uso normal o habitual de esas tecnologías pueda ser posible, ¿no? Yo creo que ahí estamos todos con ese empujón necesario y esos casos de uso concretos y específicos que pueden alimentar a la normativa. Me parece fundamental. Amit, just regarding the European use cases or European law, applicable law, what's the situation? As far as you know, what's the situation? If it could be different from Spain to the rest of the countries of the European Union, or what's the situation as far as you know?
Yes, so as far as I know, from the research that we are doing, in Spain, we don't know on the national level if there is a mandate and regulation to do teleoperation. However, if we're talking about the rest of Europe, we know of several countries, and there is a big trend in terms of regulation, several countries that already mandate teleoperation. And what does it mean? It means that these countries, they necessitate teleoperation if you want to deploy any type of autonomous vehicle. So if a company wants to do even a pilot or a test, and all the way to commercial deployment of autonomous vehicle. And when I say autonomous, I mean without a driver, without a safety driver. But imagine a robotaxi that you order and there is no driver inside. So if you want to deploy in Germany, Sweden, United Kingdom, Finland, Netherlands, these are the places that we know that you must have a teleoperation. It is part of the law, part of the regulation. Sometimes in the context of commercial tests, and sometimes in the context of a full commercial deployment, such as in Germany, which a couple of weeks ago passed the full regulation about autonomy combined with teleoperation as mandatory. So these are a few examples that we know: Germany, Sweden, United Kingdom, Finland, and Netherlands. And in terms of use case, this is for anything that is self-driving, anything that is on the road, does not regulate the sidewalk. So sidewalk is a different story. If you're talking about a last mile delivery on sidewalk, is not regulated by that. But if you're talking about anything that drives on the roads, in the cities, outside of the cities, it's a very big regulatory mega trend that we see just in the last 2.5 years. And therefore we expect more and more countries in Europe and outside of Europe to follow.
Okay. It's quite interesting for us also, no? How scalable could be the project, because as you know, it is international lane company, and we need also to understand if this technology could be applicable also in the rest of the cities that are our targets. Regarding the use cases you have mentioned before, Amit, the good delivery. Could you imagine any other use cases out of car sharing as a city case or good delivery? I mean, it could be applicable for public transport. It could be applicable for parking solutions. What's your approach on that?
Yes, so not just our approach, but what we see. We are a group of engineers working on this, and we are data driven. So when I say data, I'm talking about the customers that we see and engage with, and we see needs in mobility, in delivery, also in trucks. Highway trucks, freight. They would also need this monitoring and even control capability in the context of the autonomous journey. When you get from no autonomy at all to full autonomy, you need the capability to control, to monitor, and even when it's fully autonomous, the regulation says that you need so. But it's not just for public roads. We also see clients, customers in shipping ports, airports, manufacturing facilities, material handling, construction, agriculture, defense and military, mining. All these verticals, all these domains, they are introducing automation. They are introducing autonomy, and it goes hand in hand together with a human in the loop that can monitor and control and intervene. There is no such thing as a perfect robot, not in mining and not in buses, and therefore teleoperation is here to help and it's here to stay. So we see a lot of verticals, practically unlimited use cases for the business of teleoperation.
Amazing world out of car sharing, out of our world, the kind of use cases, very different use cases that we could have in this remote control of the driving of the cars or any vehicle. Okay, it's just a pleasure to have in this roundtable, in this chat. Quiero agradeceros personalmente el apoyo que estáis dando al proyecto y lo importante que es para City contar con el soporte del Ayuntamiento de Madrid y de la DGT. Creo que es fundamental dar pasos como este para construir ese futuro de movilidad mucho más sostenible y que vayamos en la línea de la diferenciación a través de la tecnología, a través de la innovación, ¿no? Ese es el ánimo de City y ahí es donde queremos estar. Seguro que el año que viene tendremos los resultados de este proyecto, podremos enseñarlos y podemos decir que ha sido un gran éxito gracias al apoyo de todos. And thanks for Autopia to be with us, and also for Amit to share with us all their previous experiences. And of course, next year I will have the opportunity to congratulate you and our team to launch this amazing project. Thank you very much. Gracias a todos y gracias al Ayuntamiento de Madrid.
Thank you very much, all four of you. It was a big pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. And they're good students, finishing on time. Thank you. Okay, and now we're rolling for the last panel of the track before we start hitting the final keynotes. And we're going to be talking about transforming the eco-travel industry, the eco-traveler offer. How do we do that? And to do that, we have I would say, interesting combination panel, because it's going to be my good friend Joe here. Joe, come on board here. You've met Joe before. Joe, come here with me. So there you go. Big applause for Joe.
There's only one of me, so it's like it's going to be hard. It's going to be so. I'm hoping these virtual people joining us. Yeah.
Well, we will call them. We'll call them. You okay?
Yeah.
Tired?
I'd like world peace. I'd like. Can I have world peace?
He wants world peace. Okay. Well, let's see if your panelists are going to be able to give you world peace.
Okay. Great.
So please join us, Daniel Kraus, CEO of Flixbus. Daniel, where are you? There you go. Hello, Daniel.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Let's welcome also Natalia Bayona, Director of Innovation, Education and Investment at the UNWTO. Nati, where are you? Hello,
there
my
she
dear.
is. Hello, Nati. Hello. Oh, wow.
She was part of our team.
Wow.
Eons ago.
Okay.
Look at you, all the way from Bogota. And last but not least, please welcome our wonderful speaker, Monica Wiederhold, Executive Vice President of Ecosystem Initiatives at Amadeus. Monica, where are you?
Oh, there she is.
Hey,
Okay.
Monica, thank you. Well, Joe, I'll let you with
No, don't leave me. Don't leave. You're gonna leave me.
beautiful speakers, and good luck. Have fun, guys.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Alex is. I've been living in Madrid for 16 years, and Alex is one of the very first people I met. So it's quite amazing to think to see all of us together. So this is going to be quite a challenge, guys. Let me begin first of all by saying hello to Daniel, who I'm meeting for the first time. Nati, who of course I have known for many years, is one of my favorite people in the world, and then Monica, who's like somehow over my left shoulder, which is it's going to be a big test of my neck muscles. So why don't we all start let us actually start with Monica, because she's on the other side. If you could just introduce yourselves and tell me where you're speaking to us from today. So maybe Monica, could you start off, please?
Hello, and really thank you for having me on that panel. I'm working for Amadeus on global ecosystem initiatives, and among them, there's one initiative which is very close to my heart, and it's called the Sustainable Travel Initiative. So really focused on using the power of technology to reduce the carbon footprint of travel. And that is something I think which is very beneficial for travel, but also for this panel here.
Okay, fantastic. And just a bit about yourself. People are always curious. You know, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
Well, I'm based in Germany. I'm German. I worked around the globe in South America, in the US. I grew up as a manager in the airline industry. So I worked in various functions of the Lufthansa Group, really from flight operations to corporate strategy, cargo, freight logistics. And I'm with Amadeus since 5 years almost.
Okay.
Focusing very much on both airline technology and now on transversal technology across the journey. And I really have to say the last year was a really exciting one, because driven by the pandemic, we've seen that travelers are adopting more technology. They are willing to adopt more technology. I was leading a safe travel ecosystem initiative on health validation capabilities and broader safe travel capabilities. We see the sustainability value really rising for the travelers. That's why we are here. But also data, API, multimodality, a lot of different initiatives I'm heading now to really serve, at the end, the traveler, and really use the whole ecosystem to serve better journeys through technology.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll get into that in a second, but we need to get the intros over and done with first. I'll go to Daniel next. So Daniel, where are you speaking to us from? And could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure, Joe. Thanks for having me, by the way. That's a kind of a semi-German panel. I'm also around Germany in Nuremberg, which is northern Bavaria, and I'm German, having lived in China and the US for a while, and 10 years ago with two co-founders founded up Flix, which is basically a mixture of making travel more collective and more sustainable, therefore, and having used digitalization at heart. That's the only reason why we are there, basically. So providing bus and train services all across Europe, Turkey, over to the US, and heading over to start our services in Brazil as well.
Okay, fantastic. And finally, Nati, you're in Bogota, I believe. Could you introduce yourself this evening?
My dearest Joe, it's my pleasure to be in South Summit from my hometown, Colombia. So, of course, I work for the United Nations World Tourism Organization, and part of my job is to help governments to create and rebound the tourism innovation ecosystem, and of course, to work with the private sector in order to empower more corporate ventures and to strengthen the international venture capital culture inside the tourism, hospitality, and transport. So it's my pleasure to be here with my partners in crime, with you, with Amadeus. So it's really nice to be here today.
Okay, fantastic. I need to try. I need to try and because I'm just drawn to speaking with you as I am always. So my big fear about moderating this panel is that I'll talk too much to you and forget about Daniel and Monica. So let me start, Monica, by maybe you could define what you mean by an eco-traveler. I mean, do you have imagine it's a phrase that people mightn't be familiar with. What kind of things do you think of if I asked you to define the phrase?
Well, what we see is that sustainability is really a very important value right now for a lot of travelers, more and more. And people really would like to reduce their personal carbon impact. Yeah? And to do so, they need to have and need to be able to make a conscious choice how to really minimize the individual carbon impact, still enjoying traveling, and really how to find more eco-friendly solutions along the journey. And we really mean from mode of transportation, where to stay, what to do. So it's really a very holistic approach to travel and really creating sustainable journey. What we see from our perspective, we are the biggest technology provider for travel. We really see an increasing acceptance of technology to enable the travelers. So in our surveys, we could see this rising over the last year. And we see in our B2B customers, the travel suppliers actually brought efforts to offset, to reduce carbon footprint, to be able to deliver this eco-friendly journey. We see a lot more offerings in multimodality, and we have Flixbox here on the stage. So that's part of it, really shifting towards more sustainable modes of transport. And we see a lot of travel providers creating more transparency on their carbon input to really enable this choice for the traveler. And we absolutely work very hard to enable, from a technology perspective, this eco-friendly, carbon-neutral travel, which is, I think, really the overall motive for the eco-traveler, reducing and minimizing personal carbon impact.
Okay, and one of the things, of course, Amadeus is a $1 billion corporation, and NATI, the UNTO, is a sort of a governmental organization. But I guess coming to the entrepreneurial side, I mean, Daniel, they often say it's the entrepreneur who comes up with the innovation, and it's the government who comes up with the regulation, and then it's the large company who comes up with the distribution and so where do you see your role in enabling eco-traveling?
I think, we have all the ingredients, and Flixbus is a good example that if you mix them properly, you can have alternative ways, which obviously in a collective manner, and doesn't matter whether it's a train or a bus, they really are pushing eco-friendly and sustainable travel. And the users or customers are literally using it all over the place. That's the reason why we've grown that fast. And where we stuck is exactly the second step. I think we are good in partnering not only with our mobility partners, but also with other large corporates like Amadeus and others. But regulatory here and there is not as fast as we are, the customer demands are. I mean, taking Spain as an example, we can't provide our services as broad as we would like to, because still on one line, on one route, only one provider can serve it. And that's, rather legacy in the European Union compared to whatever Greece or Romania. Other countries like Italy or France are much, much further advanced. There you have seen a rising competition with not only entrepreneurial companies, but also other private train companies where people just have a larger inventory, a better offer, and then they have the ability to use collective travels like buses and trains over individual travels. And that's the main trigger in order to really reduce the carbon footprint, I think.
Sure. I mean, okay. did I hear some criticism there, Daniel, by any chance? Or I think I heard you vaguely saying that
maybe a little bit,
not
right?
everything was perfect. Okay, and that Spain could work. Yeah, it's funny because we had the scooter people in earlier on, and they were saying how wonderful Spain is and how wonderful Madrid is, and how I guess France and Spain and all the France and Italy needed to change their offer and be more receptive. So I guess you can't win everything, right? Different cities.
Well, if I can win buses in addition to trains, I mean, Spain was really successful in deregulating train services, and the offer increased towards the customer and towards the carbon footprint. And now in Spain, it's for buses. So I'm also cool if Italy and France follow on scooters. I love scooters as well.
Okay, let me go to Nati. I mean, two words that I've heard you use many times are innovation and sustainability. Could you just sort of talk about the relationship between the two? Is it 50% innovation and 50% sustainability, or does it lean in one direction or the other? Or could you just maybe outline why those two words mean so much to you?
My dear Joe, I have to say that, of course, they're like brother and sister. So they're part of the family. So if you want to innovate, you need the power of sustainability. If you want to be sustainable, you need to use technology and innovation. So what do we see in the most human economic sector, that is tourism? First of all, sustainability is not only about taking care about the environment. Sustainability is about talking and taking care about the future of the economy by ethical behaviors, of course, by using technology, of course, by innovating, by creating tech for good in terms of having and taking better decisions. And of course, that's why in tourism, the concept about smart destinations has been really powerful all around the world in the last decade. I have to say that when we see the startup ecosystem from tourism, I can say that always when it comes to a solution, there's always a sustainable component inside of the innovators. The challenge is that we need to help the different stakeholders inside the ecosystem to understand that sustainability is a business as well. Most of the times people think that sustainability is about corporate social responsibility. Remember when we created South Summit, people thought in that time that working with the startups and working with entrepreneurs 10 years ago was about giving back to the society and corporate social responsibility. And lucky us that today, after 10 years, people knows that innovation is a business, that of course, working with the startups is pretty a business. The same is the challenge that we have today with sustainability. We need to include sustainability not as the minimum part of a business, it's part of the whole business, it's part of the core business. And of course, the more green you are, the more sustainable you are, the better. Just to finalize my intervention, when we did during COVID-19 a survey to our UNWTO investment network, Joe, believe it or not, 50% of the investors told us that they will keep investing in startups. Nonetheless, that they will focus on sustainable startups, climate change, governance, and of course, social impact. So the opportunity is there. And of course, we need to improve more those connections in order to lead by example this change.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard it said a lot of time that it's not really innovative unless it's also sustainable, because, that's a kind of a way of describing a lot of innovation, and that, in some ways we just sort of assume, but you can do something that works maybe in the short term, but it's not really of value unless it continues to work. Monica, if you don't mind, I want to ask you about technology, because of course, Amadeus is a technology company. So, I mean, what kind of technologies are you working on? I mean, are there things that you're particularly excited about that we might start to see?
Absolutely, and I mean, if you think about it, technology is, I would say, the key enabler in all categories working on sustainability. No? It's, if we talk about carbon footprint reduction, we have 4 categories thinking about technology. One is about really calculating, informing, creating transparency for the traveler. One is working on resource efficiency, reduce carbon footprint. One is on offsetting carbon footprint. And one emerging is on actually capturing carbon emissions and capture it from the air. So these 4 categories, if you start thinking about it, are all enabled and driven through technology. And of course, I just would like to repeat what has been said before, that innovation is also key in delivering solutions around these capabilities. So from things that sound easy, like, okay, just calculate the carbon footprint. Yeah, it's an easy, sounds like an easy task, but it's very difficult to do it in a standardized way. Of course, my favorite category is actually, of course, a reduction of carbon footprint. Yeah? And that is something very, very much driven by increasing the resource efficiency. I mean, just think about optimizing fuel consumption of airlines, yeah? A major driver for carbon emissions. That is one. I did a project years ago already on that. That is one of my favorite topics. I think it's crucial for the airlines to reach that goal, and a lot of technology is needed behind to optimize that. But also offsetting and even capturing a lot of innovation will go on. Yeah, and I see. Yeah, I would really say technology is the enabler, and innovation will be the driving force to make it happen for Amadeus, but also for all the travel verticals to reach their goals. Most of them have publicly announced goals to be carbon neutral in the, maybe not in the near future, but midterm certainly, within 10, 20, 30 years. And that needs technology and all angles. And actually it needs a collective effort of the industry, each player, to adapt technology, to use it, and to create this neutrality.
Okay, let me go to Daniel. I mean, the question I always ask entrepreneurs is the roadblock. You know, what's holding you back? So, I mean, this is a standard entrepreneur question. I'm sure you've had it a million times. If I could give you one wish, my standard entrepreneur question is, if I could give you one wish, or if there's one person I could get you an hour with, you know, what would those things be? So who's your wish? If I could make something happen that wasn't happening. And the second is, who's the person that getting you FaceTime with would really help?
The truth is, there is not a single person. As we're a multilateral world, and the regulatory is very different, there are multiple persons, and for me it would depend on whose country, what market is our next priority, and that will depend on the person's answer. Generally, and if you've asked that question a couple of times already, I assume you got the answer a couple of times already, it's regulatory. This is the only case. I mean, you know, yes, we have to, and we trialed out already electric buses, fuel cell buses, biogas buses. For instance, the biogas buses we currently run in Benelux and Scandinavia, they can't be run in Germany because of regulatory. You know, these kind of things are odd. And also from a capacity planning point of view, yes, we have to offset and we have to reduce and even pull carbon dioxide out of the air. But in traffic and mobility, there is still so much overcapacity. If we look back on the customer's demand and plan according to that, and also rethink regulatory according to the demand, we have less empty capacity running around emitting carbon dioxide. And that's important. And most of the things are there, and we have so much cool digital AI-driven algorithms who optimize, for instance, these kind of things. But we have to be allowed to test them and to roll them out properly. And it's not about protecting incumbents, but protecting our planet.
Okay, so we only have 2 minutes left, but let me go to Nathy then on the regulation. I mean, you speak to governments regularly, and I mean, I'm sure in your kind of quiet, persistent, determined way, you suggest that they probably need to go a bit more aggressive on regulation. I mean, do you see the situation getting better for entrepreneurs like Daniel?
Okay, I have to tell you 2 facts that are a part of our reality. How can we speak about sustainability if only 15 countries only have a public policy focused on giving incentives to tourism and sustainability. I have to say that, of course, the most modern are the countries with the law, the more incentives they are. Colombia is one of the most modern countries when it comes to public policy on sustainability and entrepreneurship. The government just launched 1 year ago the law. Nonetheless, we need more. We need all the governments developing incentives in order to create not only sustainable business, but also ecological capital, human capital, and of course, economic capital. We need to create different economic incentives. Without them, the poor entrepreneurs, of course, they can dream and they can do everything, but then they will have a lot of bureaucracy in order to scale up their business.
Yeah. So, I mean, I always try and finish on a positive note before we're almost out of time. So, Daniel, can you help us? Can you give us a positive note to finish on?
Of course I can. I mean, look at South Summit as one of the really growing, successful gathering places where people come together and discuss our challenges. And that's the first step in order to resolve them. So I'm pretty sure we as humanity are being able, and the will is there. And, you know, I'm very confident that we're going to manage.
Perfect. Okay, so we're out of time, so it just remains me to thank you, Monica. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you, of course, to Natty. I look forward to seeing you again in Madrid. My name is Joe Haslam, and it's been a pleasure to moderate this panel. Thank you very much.
Boom! Thank you so much, all. Pleasure. Thank you, Joe, as always. You the man. Thank you so much. And I am very, 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 very excited with what's coming next. Those of you that know me, you know that I'm a big space technology fan. So now we're going to go on a roll with space tech. And to start that, I want to welcome a live keynote that we're doing from the US, and to talk about the entrepreneur's journey to space. And to do that, I want to welcome our next keynote speaker, Jim Cantrell, co-founder and CEO of Phantom Space. Big applause for Jim.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you guys having me here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Travel being what it is, it was very difficult to make the journey. But what I'm going to talk to you about here today is a little bit of you know, where space has changed over the last 35 years. I've been in this business a long time, and it's really become very exciting. And there's a lot of people who are very, very involved in this, but it wasn't always this way. And so what we're going to talk about here is how things are changing. See if I can get my clicker to work here. Connection lost. Okay, so my clicker's not working. Can somebody advance the slide? Okay, there we go. Thank you. So we're sitting here in the new space economy, and there's a new age, and it wasn't always this way, but this new age is really, really exciting, and it actually has some historical context. This new age is leading to a new economy that will be every bit as important as the economy that is around us. It'll integrate slowly into it. It's becoming very large, and it's an economy all of its own that's rising. However, to me, it's a lot like the New World. 500 years ago, ships sailed from where you're sitting, from Spain, to the New World where I am, and nobody could really imagine what that would be. The space economy is really a lot like the New World was 500 years ago, where we stand today. Back then, you know, people journeyed across the vast oceans, and they, if you were standing on the shores of Spain, you would see the galleons coming and going and coming back with riches, filled the galleons with gold and other sorts of things. And but nobody could really imagine what would happen in the future. Let me see if I can get a. Okay, can you move forward for me on one of the slides? My clicker is not working. Okay. Thank you. So few of us could have imagined standing on the shores of Spain, what the new world would be. Next slide, if you can. All right. So the new world today is a very big part of the world economy. 500 years ago, it was a wild land, and pretty much that's what we have today with space. It's a frontier economy, and we're standing really on the cosmic shores of space today, economically and physically. And when we look out, we have the same sort of inability to see what it will be in the future, but we can start to see what it's starting to look like. It's starting to take shape, and that's the exciting part about what's happening today. Right now, it's about a $500 billion a year economy. Most of the forecasts show it to be a $2 trillion economy by 2040. It's something most of us, I think, dreamed about going to. I know when I was a kid, I thought a lot about flying in space, but it was something that was really just what nation states did, and very few nation states. And so if you wanted to fly into space or to do anything in space, you had to become involved with the governments. And because they possess the technology to go there, and they also had the money to make it a reality. It has traditionally been a very, very expensive thing to do. And what we're seeing today, though, is a revolution, and it's a magical revolution that is happening, and it's one that's going to change the world. And it's being led by private companies, which I like because I'm an entrepreneur and a capitalist, and I think this is the way it should be. And they're creating an emerging space community, an emerging space economy, so fast that it's eclipsing in just 10 years what has been done in the previous 50 years in terms of the number of launches and the number of satellites built so far. It's also globally connecting the world in ways that we can never imagine before, and that's pretty important these days. It will also revolutionize the way we communicate. Most of our communications is terrestrial, and gradually this will become a larger and larger part of it will become in space. And so we have also looking at ourselves. We fight about what the Earth really is and what's really going on the Earth, but going into space will really allow us to look back on the Earth and see it for what it truly is. And there's a tremendous perspective and value in that. And people hopefully gradually realize that we're alone on this blue terraqueous globe, very fragile in the middle of the blackness of space. So I started Phantom Space about 2 years ago, and wanted to really pick up where we left off with SpaceX 20 years ago, and start all over as if we were, building another SpaceX in the modern era. And this is really focused on building the next generation of space transportation, picking up on the shoulders of giants who've come before us and doing what's next. And that the goal really is to accelerate the space economy. We've got to make space easier to access. It's got to be people like yourselves who have an interest, who have ideas maybe of doing things in space. We've got to lower those barriers and accelerate the economy through that. It's a lot like computers when I was in college. Computers were just for the universities and the people who had access to them, but now they're everywhere. And that's our vision for space, is to make that happen. So we're going to do this by employing mass production techniques that we see in the automotive industry. And this has been proven over and over to lower the cost, increase reliability, and increase the average person's access to the technology. This was pioneered by Henry Ford, who took automobiles, which were really simply unaffordable playthings for the rich, and turned them into something that even his own employees who built the cars could afford. And Henry Ford not only changed the way we moved around the world, but he also changed society itself. And so we're also focused on building satellites that ride along. We've managed to garner a number of satellite contracts so far. So we believe that these markets need to be vertically integrated so that eventually we can build our own space applications. And by space applications, meaning what we do in space. So like the mobile phone is not terribly valuable without the applications on them. The same is true of space systems. Ultimately, at Phantom, we look to use our own launch vehicles and satellites to put our own cloud systems in space for satellite-based intranets, observation systems, and so forth to create value in space and vertically integrate the markets. So we're also focused on building innovative point-to-point transportation systems that'll lead us into being able to move around the Earth a lot faster. This is one of our rocket-powered aircraft that we've acquired. We're looking way down the future as well as trying to satisfy the immediate needs. And ultimately, this is about the future. This is about our families. This is about humanity. This is about bringing us all together and making us a spacefaring species and a better species for it. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much for having me here. I've really enjoyed this and the opportunity to give you my vision for where space is going.
Okay, big applause. Thank you so much, Jim. It was our pleasure having you, and really big thank for being connected here for us. It was delightful. I hope you have a very good rest of the day. And
thank you.
Let's keep on going with the space theme. And I'm very honored and very happy to introduce our next speaker or set of speakers. They go in pairs, you know how this is done. But I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker. I've heard he's a native from LA, and I've heard he wanted to be a musician, but something happened with his music, never really panned out, and so he turned to be a diplomat. And he's the charge d'affaires for the US Embassy in Spain. So please give a fantastic applause to our next guest speaker, Conrad Tribble. Thank you, Conrad.
Thank you. So I guess you could say my musical career never took off, given the theme of the afternoon. So yes, I'm not Conrad Tribble. I am the chargé d'affaires. It's the fancy term for the guy in charge of the US Embassy here, and I just want to welcome you. An extra special welcome from us to something slightly different. Yes, this is still South Summit. The party is still happening fairly soon, but we have within South Summit a little conference that we call InCubed, that this is the first inaugural event for this little speech, this little keynote speech. And our regular program will be tomorrow afternoon. I hope you can see some of you there. We've had a lot of good sponsors, Wayda, Spain Startup, Chambéry Valley, Endeavor, and Spain Startup. So we really appreciate them. But what I'm here to do today really is just to talk about the guy who's coming up to speak. We do a lot of work trying to put Spanish entrepreneurs together with American entrepreneurs, startups, and every other sector. Charlie Candy is the Chief Revenue Officer at Planet, which I have been learning about the last hour or so. It's a really fascinating company that started out based in California that works in satellite imagery and does a lot of interesting and fun stuff with satellite imagery. And he's going to talk about the trajectory of the company, what it's been doing, how it's succeeded, what its challenges are. Don't be confused by the British accent. We are a very diverse United States. We have a lot of people from a lot of countries, so this is an American company that you're going to hear from. So, Charlie Candy, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, yes, he's already taken my British accent gag. So, I'm here representing a US company, Planet. So, before I start, how many people know who Planet is, who have heard of Planet before? Okay, a few, well, apart from the people I briefed earlier. I'm today just going to give you a little bit of a insight into the story behind Planet, and there's really three things that I want to cover. The first is just our journey. You know, we were a startup and kind of where we are and the distance we've traveled and where we are now and what the future looks like. The second is I want to talk about our relevance to other companies, other startups, because we do a lot of work with them. And the third is just to talk about our role within sustainability, which is very significant. So I will say I'm the Chief Revenue Officer, so I'm not a rocket scientist. there are a lot of people in the company that are a lot smarter than me, that did amazing things, and I'm really just here to tell you about some of the amazing things that they've done. I think we'll have some slides kind of go through as we're talking, hopefully that will help illustrate some of the things I'm talking about. So for those that don't know Planet, so Planet has the largest fleet of Earth observation satellites, over 200 in space today. And we image the entire landmass of the Earth every single day. And we make that data available to governments, NGOs, commercial organizations to create insights and make decisions. But our mission as a company was to help life on Earth through space. And I'm going to go back to where this story began with our founders who they're physicists working at NASA, and they had this incredible vision for how Earth observation could be different, but also frustration through some of the very big, complex, expensive projects that they worked on that took a long, long time to come to fruition. And they really came up with agile aerospace, and they have completely disrupted and innovated in the industry. So their thesis was that you could put commercial-grade electronic components in space, and they would survive. And a lot of people thought that wouldn't be feasible. Space is a very hostile environment. You have very big extremes of temperature. You've got all of the vibration and forces impacted on anything you put up into space. And then you also have radiation as well. So it's a pretty hostile environment. It's also very expensive to put things in space. So anything you put into space, you need to be absolutely sure that it doesn't fail. And that's why Earth observation satellites, still being produced today, but also of the past, cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And our whole company was founded and got to this point on less than the cost of just some of those satellites. So the story is really about how the founders bootstrapped, and through this frustration with how long it took, how expensive it was, and the lack of speed of innovation within industry, they actually set up the Planet with this mission to image the entire landmass every day. And they did that through very small satellites. Do we have any slides that are going to go or not? Are they somewhere? No? Okay, I'm just going to have to talk to it instead then. The satellites are about this big, and it wasn't easy getting there, and there's a lot of challenges in actually manufacturing, building them, getting up into space. There's a lot of very, very serious barriers that they had to overcome in doing this. A lot of people didn't think that they would be able to. But the rapid iteration allows for failure to happen. So not all of the satellites work. Some of them fail, and that's okay because you're able to rapidly innovate and put these satellites up, and if they don't work, you replenish them. And space is difficult. We lost a rocket last year with 6 satellites on, and that's expensive. But if that was just one satellite that had spent 7 years being developed and 3 years being built, that would have been, potentially a life-changing event for our company. So why did Robbie and Will and the others found the company? And it was really not just to prove that they could overcome these technical obstacles, but it's because they really believed by creating greater transparency and making information available about change happening and making that change visible, actionable, accessible and actionable, it meant that people in the world could take more responsibility and make better decisions about the resources on this planet and take better care of them. And we do a lot of work within sustainability. So I joined Planet a couple of years ago, and I was really taken in by the amazing commercial potential of the organization, but also the fact that that doesn't come at the expense of creating a better world. Actually, the more successful we are as a company, the more positive impact that we can deliver through our customers, making better decisions about how we manage the resources on the planet. So I'll talk a little bit about what some of the use cases are, in case they're not obvious. But we have actually 2 constellations. So we have a monitoring constellation, which is imaging like a land scanner, traveling across the Earth in a sun-synchronous orbit about 10:30 each morning, imaging the entire world on a daily basis. That's about a 3 to 4 meter pixel, so quite significant, quite small in comparison to Landsat and Sentinel, but you can't see a car, but you can see a building or a plane or a ship or a tree, which was one of the kind of conical use cases behind setting up Planet. But some of the industries that we support, obviously government, both civil and defence, but also agriculture, forestry, energy, finance, insurance, all of these industries are looking to make better decisions about what's happening in the world. And our data set is incredibly valuable in being able to do that. And in addition to the monitoring capability, we then have a very high resolution tasking system, which offers a rapid revisit. So within the day, you could have between 4 and up to potentially 10 revisits within the day, capturing at 50 centimeters, so the pixel size is about this big. So you can, at that point, start to see things like a car. We have some slides and a beautiful image of Madrid there in the background. So these are just going to run. Now, at the end of the session, if you are interested to learn more about Planet, then we actually have our global customer conference taking place next week on the 12th and 13th. And it's a free event, and you can register. And there's some amazing speakers like Mark Benioff from Salesforce and Sarah Butica from Bayer going to be talking about their vision and how they're using and working with Planet today. So what about sustainability? What is our role there? Well, that was one of kind of the driving forces of setting up Planet, was to really to make sure that we could help provide our data to help people take better care of the planet. And there's a number of really, really interesting use cases that continue to develop. I was actually talking to my colleague Andres earlier about a startup company in Spain that's been collaborating with the state of California around creating a very, very detailed, high-resolution map of the whole state of California for fire protection and emergency response, to help understand and model where fires are going to happen and how you can then take measures to prevent, but also then to can respond very quickly in an emergency situation. And that's just a really good example of that sort of collaboration that we see in sustainability with startups. The other one is forestry, which is obviously it's very sad to see the depletion of the world's forests globally. And last year we actually created a partnership with the Norwegian government and the Norwegian NICFI, Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative. And that's focused on the Norwegian government funded our data for all of the world's tropical countries that have rainforests. So they're now getting monthly base maps that they can actually see the change to these forests happening over time. And that's allowing them to take actions and go and try and prevent the deforestation rather than just reviewing it later. If you get this data in near real time, you're better able to make decisions much, much faster. One of the other projects that the late Paul Allen, one of the founders of Microsoft, through his organization, we have been working on something called the Allen Coral Atlas, which is a complete global map of all of the coral reefs around the world in very high resolution detail. And from that work, there's been a number of marine protected habitats that have been set up to support protecting and looking after these reefs in places like Sri Lanka and Fiji. And that's incredibly important work. And if people are aware of what's happening in the world, they care, and they're able to actually, take actions to do something with that. So I also want to talk about, startups. So Planet, in our journey, we were a startup. We were founded back in 2011. We're just in the process now of actually going public through a SPAC, which is hopefully going to happen between now and the end of the year. And that's a really exciting time for us. We've made it to this point, and then having public money is going to help us accelerate on delivery of the mission and take that even further. So we're excited about that point. But we also work very extensively with startups. And our data is really the fuel that drives a lot of their businesses. Because a lot of people, when they think about the space industry, they think about the hardware, they think about rockets, and they think about SpaceX. And there's been incredible innovation through particularly SpaceX, which is a big partner of Planet's, in enabling us to get satellites up to space much more cheaply and more regularly. But actually, where we see a huge amount of innovation potential, and particularly in Europe, is within the downstream applications. So the data set is so large that it's impossible to actually look through it manually. What we require is organizations that can bring their expertise around industry, machine learning, analytics, and then derive insights from that data to be able to help people answer the questions that they have, so that they're not looking at pictures, that they're actually getting reports and analysis directly from the data. And there's some really, really interesting companies that we're working with, and particularly across Europe. And the other area is education and research. So there's huge amount of education and research now which is being powered by Planet's dataset. And we do a lot with NASA as well as a lot of universities in Europe and across the globe. And less than every 24 hours, there is a new paper written that's citing Planet's dataset. And that, in its turn, is obviously furthering the human understanding, but it's also then spawning new companies with new ideas to actually, go out into industry and try and be successful and actually, provide these insights to other companies. So we see this green wave happening right now in the world through things like COP, the Climate Change Conference, which is taking place next month in the UK. Obviously, the Paris Accord, this is the next conference since then, which was delayed a year. But also through industry, organizations looking to take much more responsibility for the natural resources of the world. And that's where we see a huge potential within the finance, insurance, ratings agencies in being able to track what's happening. There's a lot of carbon offsetting. A lot of companies now are producing statements about, their the commitments that they're making to support getting to being carbon neutral. But there isn't actually a reliable way of measuring or managing those commitments today. There's no consistency there. And that's where Planet really has a really critical role to play, because we provide that consistent measurement through time so that you can see. So if people are committing to sustainable supply chains, you can see where they're sourcing from to make sure that they are making those commitments, that they're not sourcing from biodiverse or restricted areas. So just on the screen here, this is actually some of the satellites. So these are the SuperDoves. They're only about this long, capture a swath width about 35 kilometers wide, and traveling across the Earth in this sun-synchronous orbit. So very, very small. And just when I was talking earlier about the rapid innovation, iteration, this agile aerospace, this is now, I think, the 14th build of the SuperDove. So we're constantly, every time we're launching new satellites, we're replenishing that fleet. Now, one of the questions we do get is, well, what about space debris? Are you actually contributing to the problem here? But these satellites, they actually fly at a pretty low orbit, and they're very, very small. So actually what happens is we plan for them to be up in orbit for about 3 years, and after that time they just deorbit and they come down and they burn up on re-entry. So it's something that our leadership team is very, very conscious of, and we don't want to contribute towards that problem, and we're just very responsible in the way that we manage our own capabilities to make sure that that's a non-issue. So I'm just looking at the time. I am going to be speaking again tomorrow, but I just want to again reference the Global Connection event, Explore, which is taking place next week. And if you aren't interested, then it's explore21.planet.com, and please feel free. And there's just amazing speakers there that will do a much better job than me talking about about Planet and some of the amazing things they're doing with our capabilities. So with that, I will close, and happy to take any questions if there's time.
Well, that was an absolute pleasure. Please, big round of applause to Charlie. Sorry for the sound effects. We have like a huge band right here in the corner, and they're starting their semi-show. I was thinking, you were mentioning before, like, yeah, I don't have the hardest job in the company. You have rocket scientists. And I was thinking, no, you have the hardest job in the company. You're Chief Revenue Officer. Now it's easy to talk about this stuff, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't that rosy when you guys started. Like, getting this off the ground and making money, getting clients, that's a different story.
It's been tricky, but honestly, it's inspiring to work alongside the founders and some of the people in the company and see what they've done. They were so visionary and doing things for really the right reasons, and that was what drew me to Planet. Was my mind started racing when I saw the possibilities. I think we're still nowhere near where we could be in terms of the commercial applications. A lot of these things are still so nascent, and that's why we need kind of the startup community to come and to innovate and to build applications on top of the data, because that's what people want. They want insights to be able to take actions. They don't want just huge data sets.
Actually, speaking of data and data being used, I was just mentioning this before, that I believe that some of the footage that we've seen of the La Palma volcano has come from Planet. So there's very important applications for
absolutely
emergency response.
Even if you've not heard of Planet, you've seen our imagery because it's used in the press regularly. Is there a question there? Oh.
They're killing me. I know. Sorry about this. Yes, you're going to kill me afterwards. I know.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, just a very quick one. Would you mind explaining again how your collaboration with academic institutions work? Is the data made available for free, or do you reach agreements? Do you sell the data?
So at very, very low cost. So it's not sort of a profitable, like it's not there to make money from education. We provide a huge, huge amount of data, but there's still quite high cost to Planet in providing it. So we basically create these packages for education and research that makes it very, very affordable for students and researchers and organizations to get hold of it. It's not an area that we're driving big commercial revenues.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, well, with this, we're going to close. Charlie, once again, it was a pleasure having you. Conrad, also, big pleasure having you. Big applause for both of them. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, I'm very fast. We are hitting the final video, the final talk of the day. So please welcome the last talk of the track and of the day. I hope you're enjoying so far. We're going to be talking about emerging opportunities in space. And to do that, please welcome Mia Kierkegaard. She's the transformation lead for the Swedish Space Agency. Big applause, please.
Hello, and thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be invited here today, and I'm so sorry I couldn't join you in place in Madrid. But for the coming minutes, I'm going to try to take you into my world, to welcome you into a world of emerging opportunities in space. My name is Mia, and today I work as a transformation lead at the Swedish Space Corporation, which is a state-owned company. But the journey here has been long and filled with loads of experience. And it started, I would say, back in 2017, when I really got my interest for the future of technology. I went to Singularity University in Silicon Valley and learned all about space technology, AI, deep learning, machine learning, and a whole new world opened for me. But what you learn when you're in Silicon Valley and in Singularity University is also a new mindset, an exponential mindset and an attitude that we don't really have when it comes to the common world today. I got caught up in a vision, and a vision that I got caught up is the one that you see ahead of you. It's the vision of SpaceX. Actually, it is Starship on the surface of Mars. You can see it on the blue skyline. In the middle of the picture, you can also see a greenhouse. That's where I ended up, working as a CEO for an urban farming company, trying to solve the global challenges within food, energy, and water. But my dream about space never left my mind. And I began to work for Tesla and to really learn the future of technology, but also with an interest of the founder of SpaceX and Tesla, Elon, who is today disrupting most of our industries. So when you see a vision like this, a bold vision is a key to a lot of things we do. But can they actually happen? Yes, that's what you should do. And today we have the prototype of Starship, like you saw in the vision picture. This one is actually based in Boca Chica in Texas. It will fly within 1 to 2 weeks to try to hit orbit, and all the licenses and everything is ready. And that's something that's taught when you work in that environment. And failing is an option, because if we're not failing, we haven't been trying hard enough. And that's something that I took with me from my years in Tesla, but also close to Elon. But today, this is recorded on a Wednesday, 15th of September. We also have something else that's happening around us, something that really want to be of inspiration, not only for us, but for everyone. Today, we have the crew on Inspiration 4, the first civilians that are going to be sent up in space, headed by SpaceX and the Dragon capsule, to orbit around the Earth for 3 days. Civilians in space. That's how far we have come as humanity. That's how far we have pushed our technologies. And that's so exciting. So this world is just an honor to be in every day. And it's not only civilians that's orbiting around Earth. We also have a lot of satellites orbiting the Earth. And I would say that's the revolution that we're looking at now. And what I'm going to deep dive with you today is really to understand the power and the impact that all these satellites will have. Today, we have, as you can see on the timeline, about 4,000 satellites orbiting all around the Earth. They will soon double, and they will soon go up to, I think on SpaceX has approved, or Starlink has approved to get 42,000 satellites all around the Earth. So we will have satellites looking down at us. They will take pictures, they will monitor, they will sensor, and that's a lot of data coming down to us. But that data is also a game changer when it comes to humanity and to our challenges that we stand upon it today. And what we do is, when you have all these satellites going around the Earth, Swedish Space Corporation today offers one of the largest ground station antennas, situated in just perfect places around the Earth, to be able to take down and downstream all the data that's coming our way. And that's just a true honor to be in a company like that, that really trying to grasp the development and speed up with the exponential growth that we see in the area. So what do we do by fact? Yeah, what you can see today is a global game change through space. And you can look at them at 4 different arenas. You can have the Earth observation, which is really key when it comes to fighting climate change. Today, we receive data in real time where we can see what's happening. We can measure, we can picture. But not only that, all those satellites, it's also providing us a GPS. And the navigation and positioning that comes our way is something that we today can't live without. We all have our GPSs on our phones, and I think we more or less should be lost without it. So our technology is helping us improve not only our society, but also us as human beings. But when it comes to the communication, I mentioned before Starlink, which is a part of SpaceX. They're providing today about 5,000 satellites. They're launching about 60 a week. That's going to orbit Earth to give broadband and internet connection to everyone on Earth. And I think we should just stop there for a moment. What will happen with our evolution, with our development, when everyone on Earth, independent of where you live, has connection to the internet? That means that a lot of data is going to be produced, a lot of new companies going to evolve, a lot of new thinking is going to be evolving. And I would say that's the next boom that we're going to see in development, and loads of opportunities. But Inspiration 4 is going up today. It's civilians moving up into a spaceship or spacecraft. They're not trained astronauts. They're not specially or ex-military or something that we put our mind to. They're actually just like you and me. To be able to send them, you can imagine how much our technology has evolved. And that's just for space exploration too. When we want to push ourselves as a whole to the next level, like Mars, for instance, when we aim to go to Mars, we have to have an exponential mindset. We have to have those bold vision that really makes us move the extra inch to do something that we really couldn't think that we could do. So our evolution or development within space is really a game changer. So what do we do? Yeah, Copernicus is one of the large initiatives that ESA has. Copernicus is actually a program that provides satellites that's orbiting around the Earth with a focus to solve the climate challenge. What we do in SSC is cooperate with them to really provide the connection that's needed between the satellite and Earth to really have contact all the time. The same goes the importance of connectivity, especially when we send civilians out in space. So we do the extra technology when it comes to that to take care of you all the time, even out of space. So these satellites is imaging, monitoring, censoring to really give us facts on how Earth is behaving and are living. So what do we see in this? Yeah, this is an image. As you can see, it's moving. This is real-time data when a big iceberg loosened and hit the Brunt ice shelf. And this is something that we can follow. But not only that it hit another iceberg and this happened, it's also when it breaks loose and goes out wandering in the ocean, it melts. Something is happening with the ocean then. From space, we can monitor, we can sense, and we can measure, which means that we can predict what's going to happen. And that's something that's going to be a game changer and what we need to look into to try to fight the climate change. During this summer, we had a heat wave, especially in Southern Europe. And from space, we could follow and measure the temperature in rural places as well, which means that we can also see and follow to see graphs and to understand what's happening. The more data of this, as I know a lot of you guys work within technology and within AI, and you can all already now see tons of opportunities. But what we need to do with all this data is also to gain it and to have it predict the future for us so that all the governments, insurance companies, and everyone that comes next can have facta to really make the choices that they need to make. So we started a new initiative at SSC. It's called Global Trust. Here we really can help companies and governments monitoring everything. And as everyone knows, we're working towards Agenda 2030. And time is not making its way with us, so we really need to speed up. What space technology offers is actually the solutions to a lot of the problems that we face today. So we can help to monitor. If you have factories spread all over the world, you really want to know about your carbon measurements and how you're doing, carbon oxide measurements and how you're doing. We can measure that and help you to see that everything on your factories, independent of where you are following the guidelines and have the correct measurements. We can also help when it comes to making green investments, to look at the Earth and to look what you invest in from space. We're there from above. So these are solutions that we provide to try to help Earth benefit from space. But do we have a bold vision? Yeah, I started speaking about bold visions and where we want to go. We also work with a bold vision, and that's a global watch center, where we gather all the data that I have spoken about now to really help assist governments, institutions, and companies to solve the global challenges, to really provide a sustainable future for us and everyone. So our bold vision is to have that center to provide humanity for the tools and the facts needed to really provide a sustainable future. But we don't only do this. We also sit on the coolest space center on Earth, 40 kilometers above the polar circle, in a land mass as the size of Luxembourg. We have the Space Center, where we've been working since Apollo 11 to help with missions, but also sounding rockets, science, to help to see everything and to develop everything. What we're doing currently is also building a spaceport that we're going to be able to provide launching services where you can send up your CubeSats, your nanosats, or your satellite, and by ride sharing, and also with a sustainable approach on the space industry. Because what we want to do is to be the sustainable choice when it comes to the space industry. And it's really rooted on our foundation, so it feels so honorable to actually every day when I wake up, I go out and I know that my contribution and my work is actually providing to make Earth a little bit better tomorrow than it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. And the brave ones that stayed here till the end, oh yeah, thank you very much. And we are done for the day. We will reconvene tomorrow morning. I believe we start at 20 to 10, something like that, or 10 to 10. I'll have to check, but in the morning. So meanwhile, have a fantastic evening and see you all tomorrow in the morning at this stage. Thank you very much. Have fun.